Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com, click on virtual lessons, and follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos. Thank you. Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game? Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix?
Yo, David. Give me a minute, boss. Just bear with me.
Oh, go ahead.
Stay with me.
Yeah,
I gotta send this out.
go ahead, go ahead.
Just lets people know what we're doing.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Wow, what a view, man. Beautiful. Boy.
Pretty sweet setup you have there, Mr.
Hey, how you doing there, Bo? What's going on, brother?
How are you?
Good. How you doing, man?
Fantastic. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
You're looking damn
What are you doing? What are you doing here in the practice session? Sit with me. I live stream.
You know, I got a golf match in 2.
When does practice session end?
Dude,
Give me 5 minutes. 12 to 12:05.
I'll be done practicing before that.
Good. Come in.
Wow. Well, I tell you, some things don't change. Some things don't change.
Have a night, friends. This phone is fucked up. Need a new phone. Get the phone.
Dennis Thomas. Could you come to the office, please? Dennis Thomas, please.
Hammer bowling. Action bowlers. Action bowlers. Warren. How you doing, Warren? Nice to see you, sir. Been a while. You still in Arizona?
Arizona and Las Vegas, back and forth.
Yeah? You look good.
Thank you.
I'm all right. Look, Warren, I'm still alive. All the
thought we were going to lose the over on that one.
all the bookmakers took
Oh,
the
yeah.
under on 50.
Yeah.
They took the under on 60. They took the under on 70, and I broke them. I'm going to be 72 in May.
Yeah.
How did I live, Warren?
You and Keith Richards had the same.
I got it's those blood transfusions, bro. Good to see you.
Oh, that's funny. Boy, it's been a long time since I watched some pros bowl.
All right, I got to go out and get me some interviews.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, let me get out of your way.
get out of here.
So, just one observation, a couple observations. These guys that work here.
Huh?
No females. No pregnant.
Yeah.
No, why?
No ladies? I don't know why. I didn't. Hello? Good morning, everybody. This is Larry Lichstein live from Lightning Strikes in Fort Myers, Florida. We were scheduled to be on today at 10:30, but I got a good friend of mine that's going to come in and sit with me.
I'll go over there.
And come on in here, brother.
Yeah.
And I wanted to start a little early today. Come on next to me, we'll get the camera on. And I have the honor and privilege to be with all of you, and of course, the living legend, the one and only Johnny Petraglia. Welcome to Florida, Hoss.
Thank you, Lich. It's great being here again.
And now, I often tell stories about you when I live stream, of course, and I tell people about the first time that I saw you, which is at Central Lanes in the middle of June of '66. And I think you were home on leave, and you were bowling action, and you were stationed in Fort Smith. Does that sound familiar?
No, I won in Fort Smith. I was stationed in Fort Bragg.
Fort Bragg.
Yeah.
Now,
And I was on leave before, on my way over to Vietnam.
you were on leave on your way, but I know that was the summer you won on the tour,
Right. August,
and then you
yeah.
went to Vietnam.
Right.
Now, both you and Barry were stationed, Barry Asher, in the same place, and he ended up second, and you won it. You both got leaves.
Yeah. Barry finished second in Fort Smith. And then we got drafted at the same time. And when I was shipping out from Bragg, they sent me to Oakland Oakland Air Base, and where Barry was in charge of putting us on the plane.
Well, I vividly remember that day watching you bowl. I was amazed by the revs. I've often told people you won your first PBA title on television against me, February 20th, 1971. And at that time we were teammates. We had won an Eagle together. Tell us about the last three tournaments of the '71 Winter Tour. I think our audience has to understand what happened.
Okay, so in the last three tournaments, nobody had ever won three in a row on television. And in the Fairlanes Open,
Yes.
I lead the tournament, and I end up bowling Earl for the title.
So you bowl Earl Anthony and you win at Fairlane.
And I win at Fairlanes. Then we go to Pelican Lanes
In Monterey, Louisiana.
and I lead again, and I bowl Gary Dickinson.
So you beat Earl, you beat Dickinson,
Then we go to the TSC in Akron.
and you go to the TSC in Akron. Look at the face on that.
have any stories, do you?
We're not talking about any stories at all.
Nothing.
You're next. Just get ready. When I'm done with him, it's your turn. The great Tom Baker just walked in. It's old home week for all of us, so go ahead.
So I get to the Tournament Champions, and I lead there, and I end up bowling Don Johnson for the title.
So you beat Anthony, Dickinson, Johnson. Now here's the significance of that, at least if I think I'm right. Number one, nobody's ever led three and won three in a row.
Right.
And number two, in order for the record to be broken, they have to lead four and win four in a row. And it's been 51 years since that has happened, or 50 years this
50
year.
years,
It's right around now all of this took place, a half century ago.
Right.
Right.
And it's still, nobody's won three in a row on TV since 50 years.
Now what I did is I brought a clipping today
Okay.
that I want to show this audience. This is from
the Newsday.
This is from the 72 Newsday of Johnny and I. That's me with all the hair there.
Yeah.
You can see it. That's Johnny and I 49 years ago in the Newsday. And I finished second by only 1,000 pins. And here's the Peterson points of that tournament. And you beat me by 20 Peterson points, which were worth 50 pins a point. How do you beat somebody that averaged 229 by 1,000 pins?
Because Mo Pinnell. We just lost him. What happened in that tournament was I made the top 16.
Yes.
And Mo says to me, it was Monday night, he says, do you have another LT undrilled at home? And I said, yeah. He said, bring it down Thursday afternoon.
Yeah.
Let me drill it the way I want to drill it, and you win by 1,000 pins. That's what he told me. And when he got done laying out that ball with the pancake weight marker, there was lines everywhere. And then he put a hole like the size of the microphone. It's this big
Yeah.
on the opposite side of the
Yeah.
my track, and all of a sudden I had the whole lane. Should have realized then that what was going to happen to the sport, that we really had to stop it.
Well, you know, our
I don't know how
friendship
big-
goes back. There's
Yeah.
so many people.
Can they see this if I get it real close?
Turn it around.
So here's
Get
our.
it up a little bit into that camera.
Oh, okay.
That's me. And wait, let's see if we can. Let me
Yeah.
see if I can get it so it's not so bright.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
Oh,
Well, that's our team picture in 1970. Me and Johnny and Ernie. Let's try this camera here
yeah.
and see if we get a better view. Sometimes we get lucky and get a better camera here. Hold on. That's me, Johnny, and Ernie, but
Butch Gerhardt and McGrath.
it's a little too bright. But we won
Yeah.
we won our first of 2 Eagles together. Now let me show you what Matt McNeil did.
Okay.
And you're gonna laugh when you see this. This is from another planet. Matt McNeil hangs out here. He's a wonderful man. His aunt lives in Bonita. So Matt comes to this bowling center. Okay. Now you remember the shirt you wore when you shot 300, right? He duplicated it. Look at this.
He duplicated the shirt.
There's the shirt that
Oh my God,
that
yeah.
Petraglia shot TV on, and he's got his name on the back, McNeil. And he did this for you. Of course, he's a Storm guy,
He's a Storm guy.
but this is the shirt you wore that day.
yeah.
Well, you know,
what it is.
the infamous tackle, which to this day I'm still embarrassed because I did that. I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened after you threw the 12 ball. It's taken me 27 years. It was what day in April was it? It's pretty close now.
It's no, it was
Yeah.
that was on March the 5th.
March 5th.
Yeah.
So it's 27 years, March 5th.
Yeah.
And your bald, mulleted friend Litchie runs up to you and starts
Yeah.
squeezing you.
You almost you tackled me. I almost went down.
I was trying to borrow money from you. I knew you won 100,000. And that was so thrilling. You know, people ask me about my moments in the sport. Obviously, winning was my greatest moment. But our team event meant a lot. But I think that day I watched you bowl 300 for me personally as your friend
Yeah.
was the most thrilling day because of our relationship. And to watch you make $140 in one day,
Yeah.
that's a lot of money back then. It's still a lot of money.
And if when I said the kids can go to college, the night before,
Yeah.
you and I were having dinner,
Yeah.
and we were talking about how much it was going to cost for college.
Yeah.
And you said, you know, it's going to cost over $100,000 for each one of my kids
Yeah.
if they don't get a scholarship.
Yeah.
And you said, well, you can start tomorrow and shoot 300.
I
And,
said that to
yeah,
you. I know I said it to you. I said you could start. There he is. I was just showing him the shirt. Matt McNeil,
I
the
just
great
saw the
Johnny
shirt, Matt.
Petraglia.
Yeah.
And come on in here. Let's get 3 left-handed eagle winners now.
Yeah.
We got some USBC.
Got some Eagles, yeah.
So we got 2, 2, and 4. He doubled us.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
now his record is
Yeah.
unique because in order for someone to break his record, they got to win 4 all events titles. He's got 3.
He's got 3, yeah.
And we're
that's
talking
all.
about Johnny's 3 wins in a row where he led 3 in a row.
Yes.
They've got to get 4. So both of you were in the same boat. In order to lose your records, 4 all events
Yep.
and 4 straight wins in a row from the number 1 position.
Yeah.
And a
Hey
couple-
guys, let's get a selfie.
Yeah, there's a selfie. Got 8 Eagles. You two still got your hair.
8 Eagles and a gold medal.
8 Eagles.
And a gold, I got a gold medal.
You have a go now.
Yeah, World Championship.
When was this? Oh, that's with Bobby Learn. I forgot about that.
Bob Learn.
Yes.
And
Thank you, Matt.
Ron Moore.
And Ron Moore.
And Lenny Borsch.
And Lenny Borsch.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, we, there was a very touching story that happened there, is that we're bowling in Las Vegas.
Yes.
So we got, you know, there's 50 countries there, but we got the hometown crowd. You know?
Yes. Yes.
And we reach a point where, you know, we need a big game to make it to the medal round.
Yes.
And I find something on the 4th hour.
Yes.
And nobody else is playing there. There's hardly any lefties bowling.
Yes.
And when I move in there, I end up throwing a strike out for 279. And on the 12th shot on the fill ball, when I throw a strike, I'm trying to remember her name. This is terrible. She bowled for Team USA, little Asian girl.
That's okay. We'll remember.
Yeah, well, I'll remember it. But she yells out, "Here's Johnny," when I get the strike.
Yeah.
So now we move to the next pair.
Yeah.
And I start with a strike, and
Yeah.
every time I throw a strike, the whole crowd goes, "Here's Johnny," and I end up throwing a 19-bagger, and it was
A 19-bagger.
yeah, it was just so great.
Let me ask you this question. I know the audience would enjoy this. How many Hall of Fames are you in? 9? I think 9 or 10.
Something like that, yeah,
Well, one's the Italian American Sports Hall of Fame,
yeah.
and Joe DiMaggio's in there.
Oh, Joe, Yogi,
Yogi.
Piazza.
Now, when you got in, were they there?
Oh yeah,
They were there.
Yeah,
So you get inducted in front of Joe DiMaggio and Yogi Berra.
yeah, and
Yeah.
a lot of others. I
Yeah.
went in with Tommy Lasorda and John Capoletti, who was
Oh my God.
and Bruno Sammartino.
Bruno Sammartino, the
Yeah.
wrestler.
Yeah, it was.
Now, growing up in Brooklyn as a young boy, who was your favorite bowler?
Weber. Well, it became Weber. They set up 2 lanes in Madison Square Garden,
Yes.
and Carter and Weber,
Yes.
Marion Ladowig, and Judy Sutar, who was 16, just signed with Brunswick,
Wow.
did an exhibition.
Wow.
And after watching Weber bowl in person and talking to him afterwards when I
Yeah.
got his autograph,
Yeah.
he became my hero. It was like,
Yeah.
I want to be a pro bowler. I want to be like Dick Weber.
Yeah.
Not that anybody could, but that's how it all happened.
Now, did
That
you watch
time.
championship bowling in the 50s
Of
like
course.
I did?
Yeah, all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
I
It
loved
was-
it. I loved it. I still love it. I watch the reruns on YouTube. I love listening to Fred Wolf and Whispering Joe. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's great watching it. I got a couple of the shows. I got the Salvino bowling, Don Carter,
Wow.
and I got Junie McMahon bowling Bill Lillard.
Wow.
And
Junie McMahon bowling Bill Lillard.
and that was Lillard. When everybody was in the track.
Yes.
And even Salvino, because he threw it so hard back then.
Yes.
And here's Lillard with his conventional grip, swinging 20.
Yeah, just ripping the cover.
cover.
Now, I got a statistic for you because I think the audience is going to love this one because you mentioned McMahon. He was the All-Star winner and the Bowler of the Year in 50-51, and then Carter went on the run.
Yeah.
Now, did you know Joe Willman?
Did I know him?
Did you ever meet him? No.
No.
Okay. But what that does mean is from Junie McMahon to now, you've met every Bowler of the Year. Just for the record.
Okay.
From 1950 to 2021, you know every Bowler of the Year that you knew them and said hello to them or talked to them.
Yeah. You come up with some amazing stats.
Well, that's the truth.
Yeah.
You know me, I'm a wacko. So the bottom line is I always try to think about history in the world of bowling. And in your case, having known Junie and then, of course, Carter and then Lillard and Weber, that takes care of the 50s.
Yep.
And, of course, everybody from up there you bowled against.
Yeah.
So that's an amazing stat. You got the last 71 years covered.
Yeah.
That's an amazing stat. 71 Bowler of the Years.
Well, to meet them all, you mean? Sure.
Yeah. Now, in my case, I met Bomar, Verapapa, and Schwegler, but I never met Junie and I never met Willman, or I would actually go back to 43. How's that one?
Right.
Yeah,
Wow.
I was pretty close to that one, and I never met Johnny Crimmins. But I asked Sutar, and Sutar met Johnny Crimmins, but he never met McMahon. But he's known every Bowler of the Year from Johnny Crimmins to now.
Wow.
The only one he never met was Junie. How's that stat?
That is.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is
When
cool.
they had the great and greatest, Buddy Bomar was my partner.
Oh, you bowled with Buddy.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, that was great.
Wow. And what a career you've had. Unbelievable career. Now, Dave Forbes is going to give you $5,000 today. We're going to run some auctions today.
Oh, okay.
I'm auctioning this off today. We're going to sign this, whoever gets it. And look what else I got. I got something kind of cool. We're going to auction this off and have you sign it. Well, how are you? Good, Brian. Nice to see you. And this is the ABC raincoats that we all
wow.
wore during Pro Bowlers Tour.
Yeah.
So we're going to auction this off today and have you sign this at the auction. Right?
Sure.
And of course, this clipping. And wait till you see what Joe Panko has given me.
Oh, I know what Joe Panko. He hasn't called me back yet, Dave. I'll get him.
Joe Panko.
I know. He called me on the phone. He
Has
told
brought
me.
me some stuff that we're auctioning today for your auction. He's got an autographed picture of Arnold Palmer, and we're going to start off at $5,000 or $500.
Yeah.
Picture of Arnie with a master's book from Joe Panko. Then here we have some celebrations of life of Earl Anthony.
Yeah.
And we're gonna try to auction these off, which I think he would love, don't you?
Oh, yeah, of
Knowing it
course.
would go to your charity, right? And then we've got some lithographs of Arnie, and we're gonna auction them off. But wait till you see this. Got a Dale Murphy
Dale Murphy, yeah.
autograph, right? In here I got some treasures that we're going to be auctioning off today. Joe Panko is the most wonderful man.
Yeah.
He loves you.
I would have found something to bring. You should have told me.
Well, that's okay. We're gonna try and get you some dough today. See if we can get you some good money to go up to Clearwater with. Now next week, the tournament is in your name in Clearwater, right? Correct. And so it'll be back-to-back weeks. We get some money to go to your charity, which
Yeah, and then Virginia.
and Virginia.
Yeah.
Oh my God, unbelievable.
Yeah, you got to learn about Bill Moore. He's something else. He's,
Well, you're something
very
else.
special.
Now, you're the only bowler here bowling today that's won in every decade since the 60s.
Right, 6 decades. Yeah.
That stat alone is from another planet. Now,
They got to win in 7 to break it. That's good.
Did you think in '66 as a kid you would have won in 7 decades? Did you ever think about that?
No, I didn't know if I would ever win. I just wanted to bowl good enough so I could stay out there. Because
Yeah.
if I was breaking even,
Bruce.
I was living the life. You know?
Yeah. Now, these are some other things that we're going to be auctioning off today. We have a beautiful, beautiful picture of Slammin' Sammy Snead autographed. And there's the great Pete Weber. Come on in here. Well, let's get over a little
All
bit.
right.
Look at this
Wait a
guy.
minute. Hello, Peter.
Well, Well, I'm surrounded by some titles here. Move over just a smidge.
Yeah.
We'll show this later. How about Litchi in the middle of Weber and Petraglia? Of course, we were just talking about your dad. And of course, he was both our idols, Johnny and I. And,
Can I join that group too? He was kind of my idol too for a while.
And I often tell the story online that your dad bowled the highest game in bowling history. And everybody says it's a trick question. What is it? What is it? I said, well, he bowled the highest game for a man in bowling history. And Sylvia Ween bowled the highest game for a woman in bowling.
And actually he beat Dad by 1 pin.
And in a 707 at 30,000 feet, the highest.
Yeah.
144 to 143, was it?
144 or 145 to 143 or 144.
Yeah. And as a young boy, I saw that picture in the Hartford Times, and I stared at it as an 11-year-old boy.
Dad said on the ground when they were practicing before they took off.
Yeah.
They both shot 258
Before they took off.
before they took off and got in the air.
Wow.
And then every time Dad got up, he said the pilot would tilt the plane back just a little bit.
Wow.
Dad was saying like, why is my ball not rolling so hard when it hits the pins?
Wow.
Yeah, so obviously the pilot had a bet with the co-pilot.
Yeah, that's.
We were just talking about John's charities, Clearwater next week and then Virginia, and then today we're going to auction off stuff. And the general manager of Audi at Fort Myers, Dave Forbes, is presenting Johnny a check today for $5,000.
All right.
Well, that's just one
Very
man
good.
saying, "Here, Johnny, thank you."
And next
That's
week,
pretty cool.
Peter has done it every year at the tournament where we have. There's 5 of us. We got 5 veterans that we bowled.
Yes.
Sacred doubles with.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Peter's done it every year. So,
It is so fun. It's you know,
It's so nice what you're doing. Thank you so much.
hey,
It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
those are our greatest people.
Now,
People that
Oh,
defend you
absolutely.
every day. You know, that's,
you know, I remember the wheelchair event at Carolier. I sponsored a team a few times.
yeah.
And Al Utek bowled, and a lot of wheelchair veterans bowled. And I remember sponsoring a PBSC team, and Randy Peterson was my pro in that event.
Yeah.
And of course, that's before ESPN and you know Fox TV. But he bowled, and he was the guy I sponsored. I don't remember who he bowled with. Did you ever bowl that wheelchair?
Yeah, I
event?
bowled it.
Oh, sure you did.
They had it 2 years, right?
Oh, we had it almost 10 years.
Oh, all right. Well, I
but
know
then
I bowled a few of them.
You bowled a few of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they because I lived in two different houses at that time when we would have the party afterwards,
Right.
and you were in both of them. So I know you did more than 2 years. Right?
You know, I was asking John about Hall of Fames. He thinks he's in 9 or 10. How about you?
Yeah, it must be in 20.
Let's see. I got PBA and USBC,
Yeah,
Missouri Hall of Fame,
yeah.
the St. Louis Bowling Hall of Fame,
Yeah.
the St. Louis USBC.
Well, now
I think that's it.
I never thought I'd get in both Hall of Fames, and I certainly didn't get in them for bowling. So, but a couple of years ago when I got in, I'm in orbit from it. It changed my life. I never expected it. But to be in the same Hall of Fame with you guys, PBA USBC for me, and I'm sure for all the Hall of Famers, it's just an unbelievable honor to be in with you two. But you did it for bowling. I did it for talking.
Hey,
There's
yeah.
a big difference.
Well,
Yeah, but you drilled bowling balls for us too, so
Well,
our kind of career was in your hands at one point.
Now, we might have some people on today from Windsor Locks. I shared this to the Windsor Locks forum, and I did that for a reason, because you won your first PBA event at Bradley
yeah.
Bowl.
Yes.
And I sat with you that day. And of course, John made TV there in '76 in the Midas Open, if I'm not mistaken, against Earl. Did the Midas Open in '76? Didn't you make TV there at Bradley?
in Bradley, yeah.
Yes,
That's
you
when
did.
they gave $250,000
That's when
for
they gave
300 in the title.
So both of you made ABC Sports in my hometown.
Yeah.
And I wanted, if anybody was watching from Windsor Locks, to have you on.
Actually, I still see David Gasick.
David Gasick and I were on
I
the
still
phone.
see
with
him. I see him every year at
You know,
the
Mike
Expo.
Collins passed away too.
Yes, I heard.
Yeah.
And
Saw that.
David and I were talking. And of course, Mike was my boyhood idol, and bowled with your father, and bowled with knew you guys well, and was the 92nd member ever of the PBA. Joined in 1959. Eddie Elias invited him to join. So he's considered a charter. The first 100 were considered charters, but it was really only 33.
Right,
But
yeah.
then they made it 100 later on.
Right.
What are you laughing at? You laughing at my memory or my hairdo? Why are you laughing?
Both.
Why are you laughing at me?
Both. Because Lich, it's always a pleasure to
Why are
see
you
you. It's
laughing
always,
at me? Go
you
ahead,
get some luck.
Make a wish. There's Bo.
Oh, I'm always nice to Mr. Lichstein.
We're so honored to have you guys here, right? Of course, now, this is your first tournament in 2 years, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
sure
it
everybody
is.
was chomping at the bit. I mean, 2 years of waiting.
2 years of waiting, yeah.
2 years of waiting.
It was a regional here and there, but it was
Yeah,
pretty much, it's been like 2 years.
2 years.
But yeah,
Hi,
this is great. Everybody that I've talked to is just ecstatic to be here too.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah.
We're honored to have you.
It's a really nice place, too. It's a beautiful
Yeah,
setting.
Robert's been remodeled. You know, this place was foreclosed on. It was a dump. The first 12 lanes didn't work. No scoring. Pin setters cannibalized. On the floors, if you walked on them, they felt like fly paper. Every light was burned out. 98-foot bulbs were out. 36 of 50 pin setters worked. The rest didn't.
Give me in my.
Okay. Snack bar was nothing. He came in, rebuilt the pin setters, lane machines, lights, settee. These scoring units came out of Cloverleaf lanes in Fremont, California, went out of business, and we bought them and brought them back here and put them in. Those are California Cubica systems in our scoring. Floors just redone. Built this booth for live streaming. 18 cameras going across the house.
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
tremendous.
I know.
Did a great job.
Just promoting the
Really
sport. We
done
promote
a great
it.
job. Of course,
We love it.
we see you like every day on
Well,
Facebook.
I get paid per word. I get $1 a word. You see, that's why I don't shut
the
up.
guy's not broke yet.
I broke him.
Yeah. $1 a word.
$1 a word.
Wow.
I
He broke it a day.
He says, how much
I know.
money? He says, how much money do you want? I says, nothing. He says, what do you mean? No paycheck? I says, no. I says, I want $1 a word. I broke him.
Yeah. I guess.
So now you're bowling next week, and not the Villagers or the Villagers too. You're going to go all three?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to probably go home after next week.
Next week.
I don't think I can bowl 3 in a row.
Okay. Now,
And,
John LICHSTEIN and you go back to Brooklyn in your youth?
Yeah, we when Maple Lanes was opened in 1960.
That's when you knew John?
That's when I met him.
Oh, my God. So you're bowling with a man you've known
Wasn't even born
61
yet.
years.
Just,
Now, how many PBA senior titles do you have?
I have 11.
And John?
8.
8. So 19 senior, and then how many? Aren't you and Walter Ray the only ones that have won over 100 total PBA events?
Yeah.
Yes.
What a stat that is, huh, John? It's scary.
Well, Walter is a bowling fanatic on top of his
Walter's
talents.
unbelievable.
Walter keeps bowling. He bowls the regionals and everything.
He
Flies
live
up
stream-
to,
he
he flies
live
up to
streams
my
himself.
region to bowl tournament.
Yeah, and you know, I
Just
don't
won in
mind bowling.
Pennsylvania. You know?
Yeah, he's amazing. I don't know how he has this energy. He still looks the same.
Yeah, he
I mean, he's bowled 1 million shots. He's had to throw
At
a million
least.
deliveries.
yeah.
He's
at least, yeah.
he's I don't know what genes in his body to be able to do this for 40 years nonstop. It's kind of scary when you think about it.
Yeah, he's a talented guy. He
When these two guys go, you're next. You got to come in. I want to hear about. I want to hear some legend stories from
The
Detroit.
ledge.
You got legends here, bro. You got legends.
yeah, you got a lot of. That's the thing about the guys that turned 50. Look, I mean, Couch
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Barnes.
Chris
Yeah.
Barnes
Oh,
bowling
yeah.
here.
Barnes,
You know, you got some major
there was like
names
somebody
coming
else
in.
How are you?
that we should worry about too.
No,
That's
they-
just going to be 50.
Now, who made the
Timmy
top?
Mack, he's going to be 50 in like June.
He's
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Jimmy Mack will come in.
He's won on 5 continents. Who's the top 5 in the U.S. Open? Do you know?
Probably Buttriff is one.
Now-
After that, I don't know.
Now I'm sitting.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep track anymore.
Now I'm sitting with 2 U.S. Open winners, and I can tell you folks this stat. I don't know if I drilled any of your U.S. Open wins, but I know I drilled
drilled
yours.
mine, yeah.
In '77. I don't. What was your first U.S. Open?
88.
I might have drilled your ball
Yeah,
too
I'm
for
pretty
an
sure
open.
you were still out there.
Oh, I was there to '96.
All right, then you may have drilled a couple U.S. Open.
The
I'm
legend.
So
He's the legend.
the legend. There he
Oh my
is.
God! It should
Look.
say Harry Sullivan's legend in his own mouth.
Johnny wants to know what motel you're staying in. He wants to book you a room. He's ready to book the rooms for you. He's the motel coordinator on the senior tour, Harry Legend. Anyways, I'll never forget your U.S. Open win because you beat the great Bill Spigner, our dear friend.
Yeah.
And that was in Greensboro. And it was an LT and it was JLF 100.
JLF 100.
How did I know that?
How do you guys? All right, Dick Jr. and Dick Sr. over here with remembering things.
How do I know the serial number of your LT 48? What is wrong?
You're just amazing.
What a life we had.
It's the little things.
What a life we had.
The little things is, you know, I've told Pete this story a couple of times.
Yeah.
One of my fondest memories of was that
Yes.
is we're bowling in Hawaii,
Yes.
and Juanita's sitting behind on bowling Dick and match play.
Yes.
And Juanita's sitting behind the talking to Pat, and we're in poly lanes that went underwater, and the lanes are all warped,
Whoa.
and the heads are just burned out black,
Whoa.
and Dick is bowling this tremendous game.
Yes.
He never gets a strike. The ball
Yes.
never does the same thing twice.
Yes.
And he makes every single spare. So he ends up bowling like 182 clean.
A 182 clean. Well,
And he comes back, and he's already a little frustrated because the lanes are so terrible. And Juanita says to him, "Your spare shooting is very impressive."
now I have a stat that
That's the greatest.
I just thought of it. I'm so proud of this stat that you guys are going to love this stat. I was at both of your first ABC TV victories with Chris Schenker. And what an honor to say that now Of course, I lost to Johnny, so I was there at that one.
He was there
Yeah,
with
well,
that
yeah.
one.
And I
Obviously.
watched you at Bradley in my home house where I learned how to bowl. And I'm starting to get chills thinking about all these unique things in our lives that are very unique, very different, of course.
Yeah.
And I was at the U.S. Open where the trophy fell.
Oh yeah,
That was, and how many opens you got? 5?
5 opens. Yeah.
5 opens. And your dad had
4.
4 opens.
So did Don Carter.
Got 9. Yeah.
So you beat your dad. Nobody would have
Well,
thought that either. That was something else. Something else.
It is something else. It's
Now, do you have the Triple Crown?
Twice.
twice.
And you were the second behind Hardwick?
Right. Yeah.
So Hardwick got the first one. You got the second one. Pete's got it twice. Alby's got the slam, right? He's got
Yeah, the 5 of them.
got
Yeah.
everything.
Does Duke have the slam?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Duke's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's
Masters, a
versatile.
U.S. Open, the Players.
Now, do you plan on doing a lot of bowling on every senior stop now that you've left the regular tour?
Oh yeah, this is.
It's
you
gonna
know,
be your
just because
life.
I retired from the regular tour doesn't mean I'm going. to Everybody
You ain't stopping.
thinks I'm retired.
No,
now.
no,
It's
no,
like
you
just
ain't
from the
stopping.
senior tour
You ain't
or the
stopping.
regular
You ain't
tour.
stopping. Hey, Robert.
I am
There's
getting-
the boss
I'm
right
getting
here.
in
The boss
What's
is in
happening?
here, our host, Robert Eddy.
Thank you
Robert.
very much.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Very good.
Thank you, Ron.
Johnny, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
Okay.
And let me ask you this question. When you think about your bowling now after all these years, what was your greatest thrill on the lanes or in your career?
Well, there's so many, Larry. I just can't pinpoint it to one.
Okay.
Obviously, the fifth U.S. Open
Fifth
is
U.S. Open.
right up there.
And
But,
John, what about you?
The 300.
The 300.
But, you know, also the 1987 Tournament of Champions, when I won that, because Dad had never won that.
That's
and
right.
I felt that it was a tournament victory for the family.
A
Not
family
just
win.
me,
Yes.
but Dad was Dad was there.
Yes.
So I shared that moment with him.
Yes.
It is big, yeah.
Yes. Yes. Of course, you have a record that will never be beaten. The most PBA wins by father and son on a national tour. That ain't getting beat. What are they doing?
it's not.
65? I mean, the troops, you know, they got a great record. And, you know, of course, Don and Jimmy, but and the McCunes, you got a few, but they ain't got 65.
They got no.
That's in the 60s somewhere.
Well, actually, it might be a few more than that since they counted the All-Stars
Yeah.
as PBA titles now.
Yes, yes.
So he might be up to 30 now. It might be 67.
Did you ever win a USBC Eagle?
No.
Isn't that hard to believe?
Yeah.
I don't think
Well,
Walter Ray has either. I don't think Roth did or Holman did, which is impossible, or Parker Bone. But they didn't bowl a lot of them. I don't think you
Yeah.
guys bowled
I
a lot.
didn't. When I first started, man, I was like 14 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
When
remem-
we won our first Eagle, that final set that you bowled, we were bowling Fazio's team.
all right.
I mean, you know, I'm trying to remember Stan Gifford and Fazio. And,
yeah.
I don't know if Lillard was still with them or not, but
I think Lillard was there that
Yeah,
night.
that
I
was
think he
very
made the
nice.
finals.
and Ernie was the old man on the team at 24. You know, it was
It was great.
was
We had
really
Ernie
exciting.
leading off with 4 lefties behind him. And you want to know why? Why? Why do you think?
No,
Because
I-
this ball faded to the right a
Faded
little
right,
bit, and we
we
had to
needed-
read the back end.
you know, that's-
Schlegel threw a freaking backup ball. I was like,
to tell you the truth, McGrath was the anchor. He needed a mark in the 10th for us to win.
yes,
He misses the headman, leaves the 139,
yes.
and as soon as the ball comes off his
It's
hand
gone.
at the spare, we go.
It's
we
done.
lost.
We lost.
And that ball backed up the last 5 feet.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because we thought it was never going to hit the head, and somehow it sort of faded or rolled out.
I'll tell you how little it hit the head pin. Are you ready for this? The head pin never made it to the left channel.
Yeah.
It stayed on the deck.
Stayed on the
it
deck.
hit and it stayed. And we
That sounds
won,
like my ball hitting the pins.
and we won an eagle.
It was that was exciting.
Now, do you have goals still in your life? You have a goal to be bowler of the year this year?
Oh, absolutely. I want to be senior player of the year.
Yeah.
I want to go
Always.
win every tournament I bowl, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would?
Because if you don't want to win, why are you here?
I agree.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're.
Now,
You're
have you
there to
guys,
win.
how many times have you guys bowled each other on the senior tour?
You mean in the top 5 step ladder?
Yeah.
I don't know. We bowled a couple of times on the national tour.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think twice. Well, we bowled for sure in Newport Richie. Oh, that's right. This is a Litchi. Here's a stat for you.
Okay, I want to hear stats. I need stats.
Newport Richie
Yes.
was the very first time that all 5 bowlers on the show are in the both PBA and USBC Hall of Fame.
In Newport Richie.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Wow.
Yeah.
2 of us,
Wow.
Parker,
Wow.
Duke, and Walter Ray.
Wow. Now, I know you and I set a record for left-handers. We've been to dinner more times on a national tour than any two lefties. That I can know. And I had a couple that was in here last week from Allen Park. And I told them about the Thunder Bowl and Taylor Lanes. And then I said to them this question. Have you ever eaten at Morrow's? And their eyes lit up.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, Johnny Petraglia and I not only ate in there, the one night a violin player came to our table and played the violin
right.
while we were
We're
eating.
yeah.
And it's still open.
Do you remember? Yeah, what a great place.
Oh, would I love to go to Morrow's with you one more time?
One more time.
And Al Baker's in St. Louis.
Yeah, Al Baker,
I
yeah.
love Al Baker. My favorite restaurant was Al Baker's.
That was a pretty good place there.
Yeah, I loved Al Baker's.
We were, they were having the Tournament of Champions, I guess, in Thunder Bowl.
Yes.
And we're bowling a practice session. And the lady from the desk comes down and says to me, and she's got like a worried look on her face.
Yes.
And I said, what's the matter? And she says, there's a motorcycle gang over here. They want to talk to you. So I go up there.
A motorcycle gang.
And there's about a dozen bikers. And the leader of them is this guy with a bald head.
Yeah.
And you know, I said, how you doing, guys? What do you want? Because we're all Vietnam vets. We'd like you to come out and sign our bikes.
Wow.
So, but here's the best part. So I go out, and the guy has a spray can. I'm signing them right where the gas tanks are,
Yeah.
signing my name, and then he would spray over it to protect it.
Yeah.
And then they go, thanks, and they hop on their bikes to leave. And I said, wait a minute. He goes, what? I said, what's your name? And he goes, Wild Man.
Wild Man.
And he pulls out.
Wild Man. Now,
That's cool, though.
Cool.
let me ask you a question. Do you still get recognized in public when you're not bowling? Like if you go into a restaurant or a shopping mall or something like that, you get recognized?
With seniors.
You do.
You know, the younger guys, well, in New Jersey, it's different because we got our scholarship league, me and
Yeah.
Parker. And,
Yeah.
we've got a lot of things going on.
I got a story you
Other
gotta hear.
places, no, not as much anymore because I'm 74.
Yeah.
The 20-year-old, 15-year-old kid's supposed to know me.
Yeah.
You know, if you say
I know the
Babe
feeling.
Ruth, they know it. If you say Frank Robinson, they don't.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
so it's the same thing.
I got to tell you, folks, one of the funniest stories of my career, and Pete's got to hear this,
Okay, and then I'm going to go practice.
and then
a
you go
little.
practice.
Yeah.
All right.
The last story.
Yeah.
It's 1971. John has just won his 4th title, the Tournament of Champions. He's the leading money winner in bowling. He's a lock-in for Bowler of the Year. Everything is, he's a celebrity. He's made 8 PBA telecasts in 13 weeks.
Yeah.
And we're at the Playboy Club in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Oh. Here,
And we're bowling a
I'll step
show.
out.
We're bowling a show called Best of Bowling.
Yeah.
And John and I are sitting with each other. And walking around in there is Dino Martin, Dean Martin's son.
Yeah.
And Burt Reynolds. And Roy Rogers. And Don Grady from My Three Sons.
And Desi Arnaz Jr.
Dennis Desi Arnaz Jr.
Yeah.
And this Playboy bunny walks up
Walks
to
up.
John and I while we're eating, and she says, "Oh, Larry, I would love to have your autograph. I'm a fan of yours." And I'm thinking, she's putting me on.
Yeah, who
And
said
I says to her, "Do you know who this is next to me?" And she says, "No." I says, and he's just made TV. We've been talking
He
about
thinks we set him up. She really, she was. This Playboy bunny was in love with him.
And she was in love with me, and naturally I went to my room alone. But we don't want to talk about that. But
Yeah,
anyway,
but she saw you now. You had hair back then.
for the next 50 years, John and I have been talking about the night at the Playboy Club. And there's
yeah.
Burt Reynolds in leather,
Yeah.
and all the girls are going after him, of course. So he was on Gunsmoke at that time with James Arness in the early 60s. But anyways, let me let you practice.
Thanks.
We'll talk to you later.
All this stuff is great.
Yeah, we're going to have this stuff auctioned off. We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, what do you do in the auction?
Sometime today during the Pro-Am.
During the Pro-Am?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I bowled
okay.
at 2 p.m. Pro-Am.
Yeah, they're going to have it at 2
I
p.m.
got 4:30.
Yeah, 2 p.m., 4:30. Anyways, thank you for sitting with me.
You got it.
It's an honor
All
and privilege.
All right,
thank
Larry,
you for
thank
being
you
with
so
me.
much.
Good
All
luck this year.
Maybe I'll get to talk to you again.
Yes, please. I can only do this today, and then Flo Bowling comes in.
You'll
So-
get
yeah, they come
You'll
in.
get to listen.
I get to listen.
Oh, yeah, get a buck of word, Pete.
Yeah.
With me
Or
and you,
throw my
with
buck
me,
in for
with
you.
me and you, I can make a lot of money. Let me let you out of here, John.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Larry.
all right, guys.
got it.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, how about that, folks? That was something else from another planet. Weber and Petraglia with Litchi. Holy mackerel! Hi, how are you? All right, who else can I get in here now? Let me find me somebody. How are you?
Next time you talk to Michael, tell him I said hello, Daryl Dempsey.
I will, Daryl. I talk to Michael a lot.
I met him at Vegas. Oh my gosh, it was the year after he won it.
Okay, that'd be 89.
Hey, there you go.
Daryl Dempsey.
Daryl Dempsey.
I will tell him.
Also left-handed.
Yeah, a left-hander. Well, we all stick together.
So it's back.
Thank you.
St. Petersburg area.
Bruce, come here. Thank you, Daryl.
What is
Come
the
sit with me.
What is the website that?
This is on Lightning Strikes, and it's on also Lightning Strikes Bowl, Fort Myers. All right, Bruce Kaiser, come in and sit with me. I have to ask you questions because you are officially an entry in this event.
I am.
So I want to ask you questions.
Sure.
Is this your first PBA event?
No.
Where did you bowl?
I bowled some regionals down here a long time ago.
First senior event.
No, a senior event, yes. This is
And
my
you just
first.
turned 50.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
So today you're bowling with Petraglia, Weber, Walter Ray, Bobby Learn, Monacelli. Strongest field you ever been in?
Yeah, pretty
Yeah, I
much.
would think so.
Sure.
Strongest field, right?
Yeah.
You nervous?
Nah.
Who you crossing with?
Gary Faulkner,
Okay.
Chris Keene,
Chris Keene.
and I don't remember who the other one was.
Okay. How was your shot today? You got something?
30-year-old urethane.
You're using the Burgundy hammer still.
Stay left and play up the front.
Stay left and
First 5-6
just
boards.
pull it right up there.
Yep.
Wow,
The
interesting.
middles are a little flat, but as
Yeah,
long as I
yeah.
stay up the outside of the lane, I don't
Yeah,
overhit it.
yeah.
So we're
I
good.
got it.
Yep.
I got it. Who's that? And how you feeling? You ready?
Yeah.
You feel good? You think you can get a check?
That's the goal.
I go, hey, Dickie Grant.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to see you make it. You have some fans here, you know that, don't you? The local guys always have the sentimental fans,
course.
you know. People that live here
Yeah.
want to see a local make it. You got yourself, John Huff, Steve Callior, Dave Covington, is he bowling?
Yes, he
Dave
is.
Covington. And who
Barron,
else?
And Barron.
And John Van Baron. Very nice, very nice.
Well, Chris Keene's kind of a local.
Oh, Chris Keene. I forgot. Of course,
Yeah.
Chris Keene.
Yeah, sure.
We're going to be rooting for Chris Keene.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm bowling on his pair, so that'll be good at least.
Well,
I'll bowl
anyways, I
with
want to
somebody.
thank you.
No problem.
Good luck. We're rooting for the hometown guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay, appreciate it. Bruce Kaiser. Okay, we're going to look for some more people now that I can get. There's Ricky Schisler. Hi, Ricky. Come on in here and say hello to me. I got a good one here. Come on in here. Nice to see you, sir.
You too, buddy.
This is Ricky Schisler from Denver, Colorado, folks.
Yeah.
The son of USBC Hall of Famer, the great Les Schisler, who I had a chance to bowl and know well.
Yep, you bowled a few
Welcome to
games, I think.
Florida.
Thank you.
It's so nice to see you.
It's great to be back bowling and see
And
your tour.
I think in Miami in '67, your dad won 3 Eagles. I think it
Two or
was
three, yeah.
It was 3.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was 3.
yeah, I think it is 2 or 3.
So now you're of course, Pete Weber's here.
Yeah.
And his dad was a USBC Hall of Famer, and yourself. I think you're the only 2 whose dads were Hall of Fame this year. I think.
Maybe. Yeah, trying to think back.
I think you and Pete Weber.
Yeah.
Now, I had the privilege to bowl your dad. What a great gutter player he was.
yeah.
He get out on that one board and make it spark.
He might lead this.
Oh, yeah. And he bowled Jack Beyond a Lillo The day that Jack Bigliandelillo shot 300,
Yeah.
the first PBA 300 he bowled against your father.
Yep.
Am I correct?
Yes.
How about that, ladies and
the
gentlemen?
Tournament of Champions?
The Tournament of Champions
Yeah.
in Akron.
Yep.
Jack Bigliandelillo shot 300 against Ricky's dad.
And they were roommates.
No!
Yes.
I did not know that.
So yeah, they roomed together, and Jack had hurt his back, and so somebody gave him a muscle relaxer because he had stuck on the approach,
Yeah.
and he was pretty relaxed. But man, he flushed 12
He
shots.
bowled 300 against your dad, and your dad and him roomed.
Yeah.
I had
Yeah.
no idea.
211 or 214, I think, popped shot. But
Wow.
yeah.
Of course, your dad was best of friends with Tommy Tuttle, and Donna Tuttle's here today with Tom Baker.
Yes.
And every time I think of your dad, there's him and Tommy at the Showboat
yeah,
playing
yes,
slot machines and Keno
yes.
tickets. I see them with Keno tickets
Yeah.
in their hands.
And it, probably in between, they were waiting for the tracks to open up.
Oh, inseparable.
Yeah. And Tommy Baker hung around with them a lot too, because they used to like play the horses.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was pretty cool. I bowled actually. I got to bowl with Tommy and Les at the Tulsa.
You did.
USBC.
Now you still live in Denver.
Yep.
Still in
just
Denver.
outside of Denver.
And how many years you been bowling now?
Oh man, I started when I was 16. I didn't even start that young, and then turned pro when I was
Mika
21.
Kovameni, there's Mika.
Yeah.
How are you, Mika? Welcome to Florida, sir. Nice to see you. The great Mika Kovameni, we'll be getting him in here later.
Yeah.
Anyways, congratulations.
Thank you.
Be pulling for you've been bowling well too. I see your name a lot in these things.
I've been bowling pretty good. I bowled
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
good 2 years ago.
I know you
I've been
did.
bowling the kids tour a little bit when I can.
That's wild. You do
Yeah.
both.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
It's
yeah.
in your blood. You got to do it.
Yeah, I do. I'm not a very good golfer, so I got to do this.
Well, I'm glad. It's welcome to Florida. We'll be
Yeah,
looking
thank
for
you.
you this week. The
Good
next
seeing
3
you,
weeks.
man.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being
I'm
with
going to
me.
be there at the end, so.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right.
You got a minute, Larry?
What's going on there, brother?
I got your girlfriend here with you.
Oh, there she is. Oh, my God. How did you get a woman that good? That 900 must have done something.
It must have, yeah.
She's laughing. I'm talking to this beautiful lady that I met a few weeks back when you bowled our senior event.
Yeah.
Joe's wife. What was your first name again, sweetie? What's your first
Terry.
name? Terry.
Carrie.
And she was related to Eddie Elias, the founder of the PBA. And she was what relation?
That's her great uncle.
Her great uncle, your wife, was the
Peggy Elias was his wife.
was Peggy Elias was his
And
wife.
her daughters, I forgot the relation. It goes way
That's
back.
wild. That's
Yeah,
wild.
so, I didn't
This
know
is
you
Joe
broadcasted.
Scaro. No, don't stay with me.
Oh,
This is
okay.
Joe Scaro, folks. He's the only PBA member to ever bowl 900.
Somehow.
Now, I was telling a lot of people since we talked, I find that the most remarkable thing of all about the world of bowling, that in 60 years of pro events, Walter Ray, Mark Roth, Holman, Belmonte, Don Carter, Dick Weber, I don't care who it is, right? Parker Bone, Mike Albee, the list goes on, and you're the only one.
Somehow. And
Virtually an unbelievable statistic.
since I was here last,
Yes.
2 weeks ago, I missed another 900 by 3 shots.
No way.
279, 278, 279.
Wow.
I was very close in league, which is
Wow.
a little bit different. But
Wow.
I've had a couple opportunities. I possibly could have had 300 in the last three 900s in the last year.
Now, when you're on this senior tour, you hook up their truck every week. You're an electrician.
Yeah, I do.
right?
I come help with
And
the
of
truck.
course, I used to own the trucks.
Right.
Boy, I could have used you when I was touching those power panels. I got jolted one day and went bald.
Right. That's what happened to your hair.
The 480 volts went through, and that was the end of the hair. But anyways, it's so great to have you.
Yeah, so I work on to help get the power hooked up for the truck and make
Yes.
sure they don't have any
And
problems.
you hooked the truck up, and that's going to be here tomorrow, isn't it, or Monday?
Monday, and I bring my camper. I park out back because if I leave and there's something wrong with the truck,
Yeah.
I have to come all the way back over
And
here.
that's coming here from Reno.
Reno, all the way. Yeah.
It's a long
So,
ride.
I'll be taking care of the power needs and
Yeah.
hope to
Yeah.
do good this week.
Yeah.
It's a little hookish right now. On the half end of the,
Yeah.
right into the house is really hooking.
Yeah.
Left into the house is
I
pretty good.
want you to make the finals this week.
I think we'll be good.
I'm going to send you some vibes from Uncle Litchy. I
think-
want to see you start off the season with the finals and then go up the coast and rattle them 3 in a row and see how you feel.
Well, last time I was here, I had an 18 bagger.
Okay.
Remember that?
Yes.
Shot almost 300 last game.
Yes,
so
yes.
there's a little secret out on
Yes,
the ditch here,
yes.
and if you can hit it, you can play it.
Well, I'm going to be pulling for you.
Okay. All right, buddy.
Good luck to you, sir.
We'll see you later.
Great. Joe 900 Scarborough, folks. The only PBA member in history to bowl a 900 in a PBA event. Wow. Unbelievable. Got a lot of viewers on now. Starting to build it up a little bit. Again, we want to thank all of you for taking time out of your lives to be with us today. Again, this is probably the only practice session that's ever been live streamed in PBA history, and if you'll notice, there they are. There's Petraglia down there on 9 and 10. There's Bruce Hall, the color man for Davis League. Good to see you, sir. Come on in here a minute. I got my friend Lee Brocious here with me, who I met in 1969. We met in my rookie year when I met you in Chicago. And now I'm going to tell you all another great stat. That his father, let's talk about your father, in Chicago. And your father bowled for a Masters title in 53 or 4?
I think it was 53.
53.
Lost to Rudy Bettler.
And lost to Rudy Bettler. So in the second ever Masters, the first one was won by Willard Taylor from Parkersburg, West Virginia. The second ever Masters, your dad bowled for a Masters title, and here you are bowling the senior tour. You are a bowling family.
That just proved that we had one bowler in our family, and I'm here.
And I met you when I was 20, I believe, in Chicago. Was it Chicago, I believe we met?
Yeah, and we were bowling a match.
We were bowling a match. Did
And
you
you
win?
started-
Did you beat me?
Yeah, 2 out of 3, but you were getting lined up, so I quit on you.
Was I crying and moaning that there was no shot on the left? Was I kicking ball returns?
No, you kicked everybody else's butt after I quit on you because you were there to really bowl the stars.
Where did this happen? That we
Laredo Lanes and
Laredo Lanes
Chicago.
in Chicago in '69. It's summer of '69.
Yeah, 68 or 69.
No,
69, I guess.
'69.
And Jim Chesney was keeping score
And
for
Jim
us.
Chesney just died about 2 months ago.
Oh, really? Sorry to
Passed
hear that.
away.
But I know when we got done.
Tom Hess.
When
Anyway,
we got done,
yes.
I won the odd match. I offered to buy you guys a beer. You
Yes.
said I'm not old enough to drink.
Well, I
And
drank
I
after
said-
that for 50 years. I
And
just
I
stopped.
said I'm not old enough to drink either. But Chesney wanted a beer, so I gave him $3 to buy his beer.
Isn't that funny? Now you live in Virginia now?
Yeah, right near D.C.
Right near D.C. Many years, right?
Yeah, well, I was stationed in and out of there in the military.
Still
and then I
bowling
retired.
senior events. You can't quit, can you? It's in your blood.
They have to have donators.
You're not a donator. You're a bowler. You're a bowler. It's your life. It's your life.
I
This
don't
is
know
what you
that-
do.
I don't know that it's my life, but it's something to do. Otherwise, I'd sit on the couch and get fat.
I understand. I know you bowled all your life. You're avid. You love it. It's something you do. It's the way you
So
live.
why did you quit?
I quit because I couldn't strike.
Well, that's why I should quit too. That's the same story.
I
You're
quit.
just smarter than I am.
Well,
See,
I
that's
don't
all.
know. You want to know something? To this day, I miss it. I missed it. I did bowl the senior tour one year in 2000. I bowled good. I had a good year, but I miss it. I wish I could be bowling here, but I also had other things to keep me occupied. You know, doing pro shops and rolling pro shops. A pro shop operator. Now I live stream. So I'm still involved, and that's enough for me. I like the involvement.
Where are you at now?
I live here.
Oh, do you?
I live about 20 minutes from here in a senior park. I was retired feeding pelicans for a living, and they hired me to live stream. Instead of pigeons in New York, it's pigeons. In Florida, it's pelicans.
Last time I saw you were in Morgantown.
What was I feeding in Morgantown?
I don't know, it was a tournament. You had a tournament.
Oh, yes,
I think you were
yes.
managing the house or something.
Yes, I was in charge of promotions in Morgantown. I like Morgantown, but I hated the winters.
Yes.
So I came here to Florida. There's David Sofer, our GM. Now, what's going on with the auction today? What is our auction?
I don't know, those balls that you have for us, and then you had some memorabilia. Did you bring them?
Right here. It's all here.
Awesome. Yeah,
all
we'll
here.
try to get it set up at the table. And
Okay.
We'll do some tickets. but
And
I come
David
up to
Forbes
let
is
you
going to present Petraglia a check today during
Yes.
the Pro-Am for $5,000.
know. The 2 o'clock squad.
2 o'clock squad.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big.
This is Lee Brocious, David Stover.
Nice to meet you,
Lee
sir.
Brocious' dad bowled for the Masters title in 53. got to the title match of the second Masters ever. Ed Brocious
I also just
from Chicago.
saw an article that Darryl Bauer sent to me. Yes, he won the national doubles with Junie McMahon one year, too.
Did he win the doubles?
I didn't even know that.
Did he, so he had an eagle. He had a USBC or an ABC
No,
eagle.
it was
The
national-
BPAA
national
doubles.
thing.
He won the doubles with Junie McMahon.
That's what the article said.
That
I
was
don't
a
know.
big title back then.
Just to let you know, in a little while, you'll have Ryan Shafer coming up, and John Huff is going to come.
Yes, please. Would you find me Amleto, maybe?
Okay.
And maybe Mika?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I'm out of here.
Great to
Good
have
luck.
you, sir. All well this week.
Thanks.
There's a lot of history here, you know. You might not know the name Ricky Schisler or Lee Brocious, but when you know about their fathers, you realize there's bowling for 3/4 of a century there. Ed Brocious, second in the 53 Masters. And of course, Ricky Schisler's dad, Les Schisler, lost to Jack Biondelillo in the first 300 game ever on Pro Bowlers Tour. So I know that because I'm old, but I wanted you folks to know it because it's wonderful to see the history that's here today. This is what makes this tour what it is. Great Hall of Famers here, great bowlers here. Many of them my friends, many of them my idols, and just thrilled to be here with all of you today.
Ryan Shafer coming to join.
Oh, there he is. Let's get this guy in here, folks. Wow. Wow.
Hey, Larry. How are you?
Ryan Shafer, sit down with Litchy. Congratulations on a great, great career.
Thank you, sir.
And I marveled at your career. I saw you as a young boy bowling in '88 in the U.S. Open at Atlantic City. And here we are. What happened?
I never thought I would bowl that long.
Great, great career.
You know, I was diagnosed with diabetes in college, and I planned on going to Cornell to be a lawyer.
Yeah.
And when I got diabetes, I'm like, well, you know, because the technological advances that they have today weren't back then.
Yes.
So you figure, you know, your body's going to break down, you're not going to
Yes,
be well.
yes,
So
yes.
you might as well. I wanted to bowl at some point, so you might as well take the chance, go out on tour, see how you do, and then you can always go back to school. And I just kept bowling.
Now, I got questions for you, and I know you're going to like these questions. Do you coach Liz?
Yeah.
Now, Liz shoots 890, so she's got the highest 3 games in women bowling history, and you've been her coach. Am I correct?
Not
Basically.
anymore,
But basically.
Yeah, right.
So when she shoots 890, what are you thinking that she just bowled the highest 3 games for a lady in the history to this day, and you were her coach? What goes through your mind when you know somebody set a world record where the only way it's going to be beat is somebody's got to start with the first 35?
Right. Well, a couple things with her. She's one of the most confident bowlers I've ever seen.
Okay.
And she had back-to-back 300s, and then she left a solid 8 the first frame the last game.
Yeah.
And she texted me and she says, that just cost me 900.
Yeah.
I mean, that tells
Yeah.
you her mindset.
That in the first frame, so shot
First frame.
25 is costing. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So, but she is one of the best anchor players I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Just from college, and she likes the pressure. She wants to be up when it counts.
Yes.
So, my tutelage to her when we were dating was more about lane play and ball selection and things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
It wasn't about
Boy, did you educate her.
anything else.
Yeah, but you educated her. Well, obviously that tour experience has
Right,
got to help.
right.
Now, next question. How many times have you made the telecast in a major?
That's a tough question because they have it at 14. I think it was 15 because I made a Players Championship, and then they retroactively
15 top 5s in majors?
But the thing that people don't realize is I came in 6th in 2 U.S. Opens in Fountain Valley.
Yeah.
So I just missed.
Yeah.
I came in 5th at a TSC when they took 4.
Oh my God.
And I came in 4th in a U.S. Open when they took 3.
No. So
it could
18,
be-
19.
Right. Top 5, top 6. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's those are Hall of Fame numbers. I mean, that's from another planet.
Right.
That's from another world to do that, because I know when I bowled, I had a top 10 in every major, and I had two top fives. One was televised, one wasn't. And to me, they were the highlights of my life. You had 19 of them. Unbelievable career.
I always loved those tournaments, not because you're more motivated. You know, the lanes were always a little harder for the most part.
Yeah.
And I got better as the week went along.
Now, when you bowled professionally in your prime, who was your toughest opponent?
I had a couple. Tommy Jones, Norm Duke, and Jason Couch were my toughest.
Tommy Jones, Norm Duke, and Jason Couch.
I mean, I basically put Norm and Jason in the
all
Hall of
Fame. Famers. All Hall of Fame. You put them in all.
I mean, Norm Duke in his Hall of Fame speech thanked me for putting him in the Hall of Fame.
How many times did you lose to him?
6.
Oh my God! No way!
6 second place finishes for Norm. Yeah.
You have 6 second place finishes to Norm Duke,
and 2.
That is an unbelievable statistic.
And 2 TSCs to Jason.
And 2 TSC. Oh my God, Ryan!
Right.
One or two balls each time. You probably have half a dozen majors.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I had no idea.
Yeah, and you can't. I mean, they're great players and they're good guys. I mean, you can't. It just didn't happen, you know.
No, but it obviously you got there.
Right.
You know, you're a ball away. You know, each time. You know, one shot, one ring and 10. You know, one strike.
Right.
Yeah. Now you bowl every senior stop, correct?
Yeah, I tried to.
So you're a team. Do you bowl anything on the national tour anymore, even if they're close?
I bowled the TSC this year, and if Indianapolis has a stop, I always bowl there.
Yeah.
I always tried to bowl the World Series.
Yeah.
I didn't bowl the World Series this year because after bowling the TSC and having to throw it the way I had to throw it, I felt like bowling 4 days in a row at the World Series, throwing it like that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to compete out here.
I got it.
I wouldn't physically. I would hurt myself because
I got it.
You just have to lean into every shot.
Oh, I know. The rev rates are from another planet. I've never seen anything like this. I never thought, and don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining when I say this. I never thought I'd see where you needed 450 and up to make a living.
Oh, certainly.
Because we didn't bowl that way, and the only one that really did was maybe Roth in our day and age, and then a few more came about. But now, if you're 350 off the hand, I don't think you got a prayer.
I mean, you got to bowl 10 times better than everybody else. Like if you're Dick Allen or Frankie Lavoie,
Dick Allen's amazing.
You got to bowl twice as good as.
What I'm trying to figure out is the carry percentage that they have. It's all carry percentage.
Yeah.
And that entry angle, and then they're going this way.
Right.
Compared to the straighter up, you straighter in, you're going to leave weak 10s, you're going to rip a 7, you're going to leave a 4-pin. And
there's 2 things that go on. They're ahead of the transition.
Yes.
I mean, when I was really good, I was ahead of the transition.
Yes.
So they're ahead of the transition. They're left. The other guys that struggle, they're caught in the front hooking, and then when they move, it doesn't hook.
Yeah.
That's where Pete Weber was. That's where Walter Ray was.
So then he moves in. He gets a 2-8-10. He moves right. He's through the nose. He's in a box.
Right. And the move. It was funny. I was bowling Nick Pate at the TSC.
Yeah.
We got to a tight pair.
Yeah.
And he says, "I think that's the first time I ever moved right on tour." And he meant like in the middle of the block. And I thought about it, and I go, he's right, because if you're lined up and you go to a pair and you go light and you move right, it's hooking in front of it.
Yeah.
The move is always left.
Yes.
And it's always ball up.
Yes, ball up and
Other
left.
than your thing,
get it to bite and get in
up.
a sauce and lean on it.
Right. So after he said that, I never moved right off a light shot the rest of the tournament.
Wow.
And I bowled way better.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You've had a great career. I knew there was some numbers in there. I didn't know them for sure, but it dawned on me as I've thought about your career that, my God, you talk about a guy that knocked on the door a lot. Oh my God, it's crazy. And there's a lot of bowlers in history that have had that happen, that got there and were one ball away. Ray Bluth could have had 10 titles. He had 2.
Right.
But he always had to beat Carter and Weber and Lillard.
Right.
Well, that was enough right there. And then Strampy came in. It was always this one, it was always that one. But they were always great enough to be a ball away. And it's basically where you've been for 30 years.
I mean, I guarantee if you look back, on 75% of my shows, Weber, Duke, or Walter Ray was on them, and sometimes 2 of them.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The 3 greatest.
Yeah.
If you count Roth in there.
Yeah.
And the funny thing was, I don't remember making a show with Parker. And Parker's one of the greatest of all time. But the other 3 were nemesis. I just couldn't.
Well, you got Duke, Weber, and Walter Ray when you think about over 120 national tour titles and throwing the regionals. My God, you got 250 wins.
Right. And you take a show like Atlanta.
Yeah.
I bowl Walter Ray. I beat him even though he picks the big four against me.
Yeah.
I beat him. Then I got to bowl Duke. I mean, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
What do you do? What do you do?
Now, you still live in Elmira?
Live in Horsehead, yes.
Yeah, Horsehead.
Yep.
Been there all your life?
Yep.
Right. Now, when you walk around town, everybody know you? Are you a celebrity?
Sometimes, you know, you go to the grocery store, you go to a restaurant or something, people know who you are. And, you know, it's nice. I mean,
yeah.
You know, people are
now, what do you do when you
more
don't bowl?
obnoxious about it, but not anymore.
What do you do when you don't bowl? You coach?
Actually, not with the pandemic. I kind of stopped.
Yeah,
stopped doing that.
Yeah, you had to.
But I'm in the pro shop at a bowling center in Crystal Lanes. I don't own it. I work it.
Yep.
But you know, I bowl what I can, and I enjoy doing the pro shop work. And just bowl league.
Yeah. How old are you now?
54.
Oh, you got a lot of time left. You're still in good shape, too. You look great.
Yeah.
Strong legs. Well, when you lean in and would come in at the top of that backswing and you get into that crouch, the power off your hand for not a big man. But I remember you as a young boy when I first saw you, we were amazed. So I said, look at that kid. He's just leaning on it and just ripping the cover off it. And it was fascinating to watch because back then you didn't see it as much. Now, of course, the game's changed. You see it more. But I want to congratulate you on a wonderful, wonderful career.
Thank you, Larry.
And wish you the best of luck here with us this tournament and up the coast and in the regional this coming weekend over at Chris's place. So you got 4 weeks. You got action here for a month.
Yep, it'll be nice.
Get some sun, go to the beach, hang out a little.
It'll be nice to be in the warm weather.
Yeah, yeah.
And I just want to tell you, I always appreciated you on tour, running the truck. You always treated me great.
Well, you guys
and
were
you did a
great.
great job. I mean, your whole staff. You had to love the game in order to do that job.
Well, I was honored, to be a touring player and then fall into that by luck, and then have a business that came about where the industry changed equipment, and all of a sudden I could make a very good living. But if it wasn't for the lifers like yourself and the great stars, I wouldn't have had that opportunity because they pumped me up. They gave me an inspiration. Dick Weber would tell everybody in the world, Larry's the best ball driller I've ever met. Dave Davis would say it. Tita would say it. The legends of the 70s would say it. Billy Hardwick would say it. Roth would say it. Holman would say it. Then the kids came out and they already knew who I was because those guys built me up. So they gave me some life, Ryan. Believe me when I tell you, I'll never forget them. Many of them are gone. But what a life I had out there. And now I have it again doing this, so I'm all right.
It's awesome.
I'm old. I enjoy it. Still enjoy the game. I'll be 72 in May. I still love it. I stopped drinking. I'm in my 28th month of sobriety.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I drank for 50 years, so I went broke. I had to quit. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to tell you,
good luck to you.
We could have never done our job well without you guys.
Well, thank you. It's an honor to hear that.
Thanks,
thank
Larry.
you, sir. Thank you.
Take care.
All right. The great Ryan Shafer. How about that record, folks? 15 top fives in majors? Really? And didn't get one. The saddest part of all is, when you think about it, not one break, somebody leaves a rip 710 or chops a bucket. And that happens to a lot of great bowlers. They knock on the door over and over and over, but they never get the big trophy. And that's happened to a lot of great ones. He's not alone. Guys that had an unbelievable skill level, but just couldn't win the big one. But this week they might win. There's the Bopsies. Callior and Huff out of Naples. They're going to be bowling. Two great bowlers, John Huff, Steve Callior. There's the Bammer bowling today, representing the house. The Bammer's ready in his first PBA event, senior event, John Bamber. Come in here, Bammer.
No, not yet. I got Huff.
Oh, you got Huff?
I got Huff.
Good. I want to talk to Huff. All right. So now I want to know, because we haven't talked.
Uncle Larry.
So you win here. You go back down south to the bowling center that you run, and what did you hear after you got home? What were the people saying to you about your win? And
a lot of congratulations. Everybody's pretty happy for me.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't really expected, but I mean, people have high expectations of me just because from league bowling. And
right. Oh yeah. Well, you've been around. You're a veteran.
Yeah, for sure.
They know you can strike.
Yeah.
It's not a fluke. You've been bowling good for 35, 40 years. So now, what do you think here? You ready?
I am ready.
You got a shot?
Multiple.
Multiple.
Today.
But
I know tomorrow's a different story. I mean, you got guys today burning up different parts of the lane today, and guys playing in, guys playing out, guys playing 10.
Now, how many finalists make it here? 24?
32.
32. You got a good shot, Hoss.
Hopefully.
You might sneak in and surprise them again,
That'd be nice.
A little back-to-back action.
Oh, yeah.
It's been known to happen, Local guys are pumped up. They got a lot of friends. They're home at night. They're not in a hotel. It's a very good environment for them. They've bowled in a house. It's not a long trip. You're not burned out driving 1,000 miles.
20 minutes up 75. Here I am.
Yeah, it's nice to bowl in the home area. It really is. So you got your friends coming up, and
the wife will be here. There'll be a couple other people around.
I got it.
Yep.
I saw you were bowling on Specto. You posted. I said, did you write that in with a magic marker when I saw how thin the line was?
Well, the reason the line was thin was because I was standing on negative.
Yeah.
And I was up against the ball return on the left lane.
Yeah.
And there really wasn't much room for error.
Yeah.
Because if I missed right, it was definitely.
Now, do you practice on that a lot?
On Specto, I try to. Yes.
Do you like it?
I love it.
You learned it?
Yes.
I know it. I know Specto.
Yep.
I had cats, so I know it.
Yep.
That's advanced cats.
Very nice. Very nice tool.
Nice tool. And you've seen some friends here from New York. Some of your friends from the Eastern region that you've known in your life.
Of course, Sammy V.
Sammy V.
Haven't seen him in almost a year and a half. Probably.
You guys are both from Syracuse, right?
Yes, sir. We bowled together for 20 years back home.
And who else?
Brad Angelo. Of course, Bakes.
And Bakes.
Let me see who else. Bo Goergen's actually staying at my house with me
Bo
this
Goergen's
week.
wonderful man. What a wonderful man. I love Bo Goergen. Want to get him here in the booth today?
Took him out to dinner last night. We had a nice dinner and a glass of wine. Who else we got here? There's probably 50 guys from Florida. Hey, Nick.
Dickie.
Yeah.
Dickie's great. What a bowler. Boy, is he throwing great. He's a shot maker.
I can't believe he was in the non-champions region.
He's unbelievable. I didn't realize how good he was till I watched him throw the ball. Holy mackerel, this guy can hit a net at 40 feet.
Yep.
An extremely accurate player.
So I looked up here 15 minutes ago, a half hour ago maybe, and I see Pete Weber and you and Johnny Petraglia, and now 15 minutes later, here I am.
Well,
that's a pretty...
You certainly belong here.
That's a pretty nice thing.
Your career warrants it. You've been a horse a long time, and now you're bowling with him. You're supposed to be anyways. I
love it. To me, it's like a fantasy camp. I'm going to go to work when I leave here today for a few hours at the center.
Yeah.
Maybe possibly in the morning just to check in on things, and then come here and bowl. And then I'll be here first thing Monday morning bowling, then I'll go to the center after work. And
you got a great shot here. I believe you'll bowl very well. They're definitely playable. You were sharp the last time when you won here. Now you got a little more room. It looks like there's a little forgiveness out there.
Yeah.
And when real good shot makers see that swing gets loose real quick.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens.
All righty.
We'll know. Anyways, thank you, sir.
Always a pleasure.
Good luck.
Joe Lacerdo. Spin to win.
Joe Lacerdo, there he is. I know Joe Lacerdo. Hi, Joe. Welcome. Hey, what's going on? Good to see you. Billy, how you been? How's everything over there in Dayton, Cincinnati?
Just talked to my buddy Lauren Trenhale a couple weeks ago.
Lauren Trenhale, yes, I talked to him.
He manages the center I'm working.
I know, he's our association record holder. 879.
That's pretty good.
Nice man. Good to see you.
What we got here, Larry?
Come in here, Bammer. I got John Van Baren with me, folks. Now, John has bowled PBA events, but not at the age of 50.
Not the age of 50.
Now, what are you feeling right now in your first PBA event with these stars? I got to hear it.
I'm feeling great. I was fortunate enough to bowl with really all of these guys in about 10, 15 years ago in all the regionals. All these guys bowled every week.
And the Carter events at Kendall, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So you bowled with Pete Weber and Johnny and Walter Ray in your life before.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan Shafer.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it.
Actually, never bowled with Johnny. I never bowled with Petraglia. He's the only guy.
Did.
Yeah.
Now, what are your feelings on this shot? What do you got? You got something you like?
I don't want to say. It looks pretty good.
You don't want to hex it?
I don't want to hex it.
Don't hex it. I know. Every time you think you got a shot on Saturday, you got to worry about Sunday.
I used to stop going to practice sessions and regionals.
You know,
I just stopped doing it.
You know, I'd knock them dead in the practice session. Next day I get out 180, 170. I want to slit my throat. I started missing practice sessions because of that.
I stopped going.
I understand.
But they do seem very playable. I just have to make the right decisions and slow down and make some spares.
Hey, your family going to be watching you?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. They may come up tomorrow. We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on Flow Bowling now. They know that.
Flow Bowling, okay.
Flow Bowling has got it. Yeah.
So do I need this mask on, or I can take it off near you?
You can take the mask off if you'd like. This is my booth. I set the rules here, not the CDC.
This is great.
This is Larry's booth. You can have pizza in here. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, not anything you want, but
this
we'll
is
keep
gonna
it
be
clean.
a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Well, we've enjoyed watching you in the league all year, any Wednesday night action. And now you're bowling a senior stop with the Legends, so you belong here, bro. You've been a bowler all your life, and you can strike.
Sometimes I can. Yeah.
Great to have you with us.
All right, Larry. I'll let you go. I'll see you
thank
tomorrow.
You.
Yep.
All right.
You got it.
All right. The Bammer. Get Callior in here. We're going to get Steve Callior in here now from Naples, and he is a horse, ladies and gentlemen. A great, great bowler. And on the Florida Hall of Fame ballot for the State Hall of Fame. And I want to talk to him. He's coming off open heart surgery. Come on in here. I want the medical report now.
The mayor.
The medical report is my heart and everything else is good, but after being off 3 months and then trying to get ready for this, invitational, whatever coming up, hurt my shoulder, and there's no way I'm bowling.
You're not going to bowl?
No, I can't.
Oh, no. What happened? You pulled a muscle?
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, God. I did not know that. I just heard that.
I barely finished Wednesday on league.
You can't bowl. You can't bowl.
But honestly, this is more for fun now. Whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not coming here to try to make money.
Yes.
But next weekend, the invitational, I still could win.
I forgot. Next weekend is the invitational.
So for me to bowl practice today and then 14 games over 2 days, there's no way I was bowling next weekend either anyway.
Wow. I'm sorry to hear that.
I mean, it's disappointing.
You look great, Joe.
Thank you.
And open heart really surgery, good. How many?
December 11th.
And arteries, how many were closed up?
2.
So they took them out of your leg, put them in the heart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I feel great.
You look the same.
I've been working.
You look good.
I actually lost 15 pounds. I don't know
great.
Where that came from, but
see, something happened in the shoulder. I have a bad shoulder, and I got it at 65. I had to stop.
And this is muscular. It's up here. It's not in my shoulder.
So it's tight.
I have whatever, but it's
you can't bowl. You can't bowl with pain like that. It's impossible. And the last thing you want to do is enter and withdraw. Then it looks worse.
Right. Yeah, that's why I let him. When I got up this morning, I'm like, okay, I was gonna try. This is not worth it. Let somebody else, because they had a waiting list.
I agree. If you're injured, don't do it.
Yeah.
You'd love to bowl. I know you want to be part of it, but you got no choice. You can't go out there and be fumbling and bumbling and quit after 4 games.
No.
That ain't going to work.
I mean, it's hard enough to compete at 100%.
Yeah,
not 100%.
especially in this field.
Right.
I mean...
oh, yeah, the last few years, there's some pretty good 15 over guys that have just come on.
I mean, there's some absolute animals out there. I'm going to get Bobby Learn in here in a bit. He looks great. He lost a lot of weight. Bobby Learn is trim and thin.
I watched him throw one shot. Where do you think he was playing?
Where? The lip? Banking it off the lip? You don't like it out there, do you?
Where else does he play, though?
I mean, he can just crush him.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of good bowlers now.
Oh, I know. It's thrilling for me. Many of these guys were my customers and friends in my life. They're on my trucks. I even bowled a few of them. Actually, Johnny, of course, I bowled in match play. And there aren't many left that I actually bowled on a national tour here. Baker came out just after I quit. I think Johnny's the only one here I actually bowled in a regular tour finals.
Yeah.
I bowled several of them in senior finals, but when I bowled in 2000 and 2012, Ron Moore's the one that sent me packing at Carter's. He beat
That's
me
understandable.
He beat me 3 out of 4. My last game was 139. I told him I ended like I started. I never bowled another sanctioned game. My last sanctioned game was 139. I went fruit salad. It's a wonderful way to bow out, 139.
He's a good player, too.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah.
He's a great bowler.
He's over 60 now, too, right?
Yeah, he's tough. He's a legend. He's a legend.
Yeah,
Out of Alaska. Imagine that. You're out of Minnesota. He's out of Alaska. Did you guys ever grow up in the sun? I mean,
no, the sun comes out in Minnesota. It's just 30 below with the sun out.
yes.
You guys got the snow up in New York, and we get the cold.
Yeah. Of course, Matt McNeil's now here from Minnesota, right? From Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Were you from Minneapolis?
Yeah, North Minneapolis.
North Minneapolis. Well,
it's a great place to grow up. Just happy that I moved with my parents here when I graduated from high school.
You've been here a long time now. Now this year you're 43rd USBC?
45th, I think.
45.
44 or 45.
Wow, you're gonna have a great record. That's unbelievable. You
Two
got
records,
45.
50, and 100,000 pins.
You got a shot. How close are you to 100,000?
I got like high 70s, so I'm gonna have to be mid 70s.
See, about 10 years. About 10 years. Well, you're healthy. You get there. You get there as long as you're healthy. You're gonna go.
There's only like.
There ain't many.
10 or less.
I think Greg Griffo out of Syracuse was the first one, or Norris. It was Greg Griffo or Norris, and of course Lillard, Allison, Schroeder, Beach, a few others. There ain't many.
Not many.
Oh, there's not many.
Yeah.
Brad Angelo?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Johnny. Anyways, sorry you can't bowl. Thanks for sitting with us.
No problem.
And next year you'll bowl. You'll be back. You'll be in it next year.
Yeah. If it's here.
Yeah, oh, it'll be here. If it's here, you'll bowl. I'm sure of that.
That's why I did it anyway.
Yeah.
Kind of just a fun thing, and going back and competing against these guys.
We could root for the Huffer. The Huffer's looking good.
I'm gonna root for him.
The Huffer could be a factor here. He gets loose. He bowled great in that PBA non-champions event. Shot 268 to win, and that was a very high game in that score. Ralph Brunt Jr. is going to win that with 257. He's going to win anywhere. But he bowled Huff. He bowled the wrong guy. With luck of the draw there. But hey, how are you? Will you sit with me in a little? How you been? Everything good? Yeah. You ready? Yeah.
Finally get to be the young guy on tour instead of the old guy.
I understand. Good to see you.
I'm ready for that.
So you remember the last time I cashed in one of these, right?
Tom, will you sit with me? Come up and sit with
I'm
me.
done.
Come up. Yeah. I want to talk to you.
Wiseman at the Villages.
The Wiseman, yes. You bowled great with that ball.
Whoever the guy was
still
struck
got
out
it?
the 10th, beat me by a pin.
Let me get Big Tom Hess in here. All right, I gotta get the Iowa. The Iowa.
Oh, I didn't realize you were.
Oh, I live stream. Yes, I want to talk to you.
I got just a little bit.
About your great career. Now, Masters champion Tom Hess. What town in Iowa?
I'm in Granger, Iowa now.
Well, you're a big boy.
Little town. Thank you, sir.
Big boy. Is this now? Are you a rookie this year?
Yes, sir.
You are a rookie.
Yes, sir.
I thought so. And you won the Masters what year?
2011.
2011.
10 years ago.
Who'd you beat?
Who did I beat? Beat Jack Jurek.
Jack Jurek out of Lackawanna, New York.
Yep.
Very good friend of mine.
Yep.
Well, welcome to Florida.
Thank you, sir.
And you're a rookie. You had to wait a year. Were you eligible last year?
Yes, I was.
You were eligible.
I was bummed.
Unbelievable. The first year you wait, and all of a sudden you can't bowl.
Yep.
Yeah. Now, growing up in Iowa, you heard of the legend Mike Berlin.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mike Berlin and I were very good friends, naturally, both in the 70s and 80s.
Yes, sir.
And who are your idols?
Champion.
TSC champion. Who are your idols growing up?
Pete Weber, Mark Roth.
Pete Weber
Probably
and Mark Roth.
flip-flopped. You know, Mark's just a little bit older than Pete. I wanted to throw the ball like Mark.
We all did. We all did.
Didn't we all?
Didn't we all?
The power that man had.
Yes.
You know. And
yes.
You know. Then of course I think Pete's the most gifted to ever put his hand in a ball.
Yes.
Hey, what's going on, Gary?
Hi, how are you?
Good,
Larry. Gary?
Yes, Gary.
Hi, Gary. How are you? I am good. Nice to see you, Gary.
It's nice to be down here.
Gary Faulkner.
Yep, great to see you, Gary.
He's a good bowler.
Yes, he is.
He's a horse.
Yes.
Gary Faulkner out of Virginia?
Yep.
Yeah, out of Virginia.
Yep.
Gary Faulkner.
Yes.
Yeah.
So You know, obviously Walter Ray's the winningest of all time.
Oh, unbelievable.
You know, best winner we've got, but you're not going to convince me ever that Pete's not the most gifted physically ever throw a ball.
Pete was exciting, dynamic, flamboyant, great, and obviously.
I don't know if you've ever seen me on the lanes. I can get a little excited too.
Well, I know you're great. I know you're a great bowler, and I know you're a factor. You're going to bowl great here. I'm sure we're going to see you on Flow Bowling all week, and I'm glad you came here from Iowa. You know, I had wonderful times in my life in Davenport. I was there from 75 to 82 when we bowled there at suburban Mary Ellen Dill's place and then Lance Irwin's place. So I have fond memories of the Quad Cities. Enjoyed myself there as a young man. Very quiet over there at that time, 40 years ago. Very quiet. Her bowling center was built in a cornfield, surrounded by corn back then on this little road, little small road.
In Iowa, surrounded by corn? No way.
No, there's no corn in Iowa. Anyways, you're going to bowl every tournament, right? You're going to tour every tournament. Yeah.
I actually flew down here this week. My aunt Winter's down here in Fort Myers.
Nice. So you can stay with your aunt?
Yep, so I'm staying with my aunt.
Is this your phone? It's ringing. So you can stay with your aunt, which is wonderful. You got a family. Nice to have a normal place to stay in, save some room money.
Yep, and then so my uncle is already at home. He farms, so he's already at home. So she stayed down here a couple days longer for me. Yeah. So I'm going to ride home with her, and then I'm going to turn around and drive back down next week.
Yeah. Now, in your career after you won the Masters, you bowled the national tour, I'm sure.
Yes.
Now, any top fives?
I made one more. No, excuse me. I made 2 more shows after I won the Masters.
You did make 2 more
shows.
So you've been there before knocking at the door.
Yes. I've made 4 shows in my career, Larry.
That's great.
My first show was in 2009 and the mixed doubles.
Okay.
I got paired with Laura Hardiman. That's when the men qualified and then the women qualified.
I got it.
Together.
I got it.
Paired with Laura Hardiman out of San Diego, and we both bowled fantastic and made the show. Finishing 5th, we lost to Brad Angelo and Shannon Bluhowski.
Wow, there's a strong team there.
Yeah.
And what other shows did you make in your career?
The Bear Open in Milwaukee.
The Bear Open in Milwaukee,
I mean, obviously the Masters takes the cake.
Yeah. Where was that Masters?
That was in Reno.
In Reno at the stadium.
Yeah, that's why it bummed me to miss this year. It was the 10-year anniversary in the stadium, and I didn't go because
it was conflicting and
COVID
and this and that and testing. Testing before and testing after and testing in the middle.
Yep. The Bear Show was really exciting.
Yeah.
Another exciting time in my life. So that was during the summer swing.
Yep.
The year that they allow you to enter each event separately. So that happened to fall right on my son's high school graduation. So I went up and bowled the first event. Did okay. I don't even remember if I cashed or not. Drove home, skipped the second event to go to my son's graduation.
Yeah.
Drove back up to Milwaukee. Bowled the Bear. With 3 games to go, I was 170 pins off the show.
With 3 to go.
And bowled the only 300 of the tournament. And ended up bowling 771 or something like that, the last 3 to get the 5th seat on the show. Turned around, drove back home to help my wife set up for my son's graduation party.
Wow.
And then drove back up Saturday to bowl the show.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And then my last show was on the Scorpion.
Now, have you been to Florida before in your career, right?
I've never been to. I've been to Florida once. You probably know Eric Ramos.
Yes,
he
sure.
runs a $10,000 to win tournament. I came down to bowl that one year.
I got it. You've only been here once.
Yeah, it's the only time I've been in Florida.
Yeah,
well, up until last month.
Yeah.
I was down here for the TOC.
Yes, okay. Yeah, the winters here are just from another world.
Yeah.
I've been here 22 winters, and I must say, I did have 2 winters in Morgantown. I couldn't do it after the 2 in a row. I was waking up to 0. It was going through my body. I said, I can't do it.
Yeah.
I don't have it in me. The people were the best I've ever been with in my life, but I couldn't handle the weather. It bothered me. I got sick. Anyways, good to have you.
Yes, thank you very much.
We'll be watching
Thanks
you on Flow Bowling. Flow Bowling will be on naturally. We're only doing this today. I do this week, daily and weekly.
Yeah, you scream the leagues and
but,
stuff.
this is off today, but we wanted to watch Johnny get the check and watch the Pro-Am, get some interviews. I'm sure a lot of our fans from the Midwest, if they're watching, are going to watch you.
Yep, I'll be
Flow.
back. I'll be back to bowl the 4:30 Pro-Am
and
today.
I know you'll be in the top 32. I see it already. I know you're ready. Plus you're strong and you'll be ripping on it.
I'm excited.
I know you're excited. I know
had
you're
a pretty
excited.
good look today, so now it's just,
Well, you had to wait a year, though.
Yeah.
That's going to make you more excited.
Oh, yeah.
It might have been an omen. I mean, it's going to make you so hungry now knowing that you gave up your first year. And in a lot of ways, that's a bad break. Because everybody wanted to get 50 to get on it, and bingo, it stops the minute you turn 50.
Yeah, it was hard, but, got a great class of guys coming out. Chris Barnes isn't going to make it this week, obviously, because he's bowling the top 24 at the U.S. Open right now.
Did he make the top 5 there?
I don't know. They're still bowling today. They've got 16 more games to bowl today.
So he's bowling today. He'd have to fly here tonight and bowl tomorrow and take a red eye. How the hell he can't do that?
No, he's not going to be here this week.
He can't do that. There's no way he
Norm
can
bowled
do
the
it.
U.S. Open, so he's not going to be here this
Norm's
week.
not going to be.
But you got Jason Couch, you got Brad Angelo, you got Chris Barnes.
Oh, you got Petey. You got all these guys
just coming out.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, David.
Thank you.
So, but yeah.
You almost ready for Brad?
Yeah, bring in Brad.
All right, Larry. Sounds like you got another guest coming, so I will.
I got Mr. Beaulieu. Good luck. Following you.
Yep.
Thank you for sitting with me, Tommy.
Thank you, Larry. Thanks for everything.
Enjoy
you do for
your
the sport of
week.
bowling.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. All right, the great Tom Hess. Boy, we got horses here today, folks. This is unbelievable. I'm going to put it back on the split so you can watch some shots here. There we go. Watch some great bowlers throw some balls. Let's go up the high end, see who we got. Here's Lenny Borsch. How about USBC Hall of Famer Lenny Borsch with 5 eagles? And right next to him, right coming up, Tommy Kress out of Rochester, New York, who finished second in the 85 or 86 Masters. So Steve Wunderlich, 2 great bowlers right there. Tommy Kress, Lenny Borsch. Let's go right up the ladder here. We'll watch Tommy. Got a big fan base there in Rochester. My dear friend, Tommy Kress. Let's bring it up here. Dave Bernhardt, the owner of Turbo Grips. Any of you throwing turbos, inners, outers? Dave Bernhardt's daughter Lori and Dave own Turbo Grips, and from New England, Brendan Birch right there. And right up the ladder, there's Brad Angelo right there, going to make a shot on 22. Joe Scaro right there, Mr. 900. There he is. Got horses, folks. They're here. There, here's the great Parker Bone. You know that style. There it is, the living legend. Again, went to offer my condolences to him this morning. He lost his mother a couple of weeks ago. And you can bet he's bowling this tournament and this swing with the motivation and the memory of his mother, Jean, who was an outstanding, outstanding lady. All right, now it's payback time. It's payback time, ladies and gentlemen. I was on Brad's show. Now Brad's on my show.
Oh, that's right.
And here we are. We're buddies. Mr. Beaulieu.
Which camera? I didn't know we have 2 cameras up here.
Now Larson wins and mentions Beaulieu.
Yeah.
Now, how'd you like that when a man wins the Masters to hear that? What did that do for you?
It was
I thought of you immediately. I said, Brad's got to be going, wow!
Well, the story behind that is, so all of you know, Thomas Larson, he stays at my house when he's here in the United States.
And I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, he stays down in our basement, and he's just great.
Yes.
So, and then we room together when we're out on tour.
Yes.
So for the last 3-4 years, he's been a huge student of Bowl U, and he loves it.
Yes.
Well, so a normal practice session, we'll have ropes all over the lanes, and we'll have tape of angles on the lanes. And
yes.
Tape all over the approach, teaching him how to shift the lane and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Lo and behold, he makes the show in the Masters. So my wife, Michelle, and our 3 kids, you know, they don't really ever watch bowling, but because Thomas was on, we're all sitting in front of the TV show, and we're watching, and I'm screaming and yelling, and then my kids are screaming and yelling, and now we're all crying.
Wow.
And there he is holding the trophy.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I have so many people to thank, Storm, and all the people that have helped me, Brad Angelo and Bowl U, and I was like...
I was thinking of you when he mentioned that. I said, oh my God. And anyways, it's so nice to have you here. Now, our interview, did you get a lot of remarks on our interview?
We did. We actually had a great response for that. People loved it. People all over Buffalo. I've been 3 or 4 places.
Yeah.
In the bowling world, and they'll come up. They barely say hello.
Yeah.
But they'll say, "Hey, Buffalo brake job." That's what I just.
Well, but Tragley is here. Now you know he witnessed it.
Yeah.
He was with me. Now, if I get him in here and I say to him, Hoss, remember the Buffalo brake job? Watch his face. Now you got to remember, it's 46 years ago.
I will.
And of course, he was with me that whole time, that whole instance, right? So he knows all of it. And of course, it was funny talking about that. I never thought I'd ever talk about that to somebody from Buffalo on a live stream. I mean, think
it's
about
funny
that. Yeah,
because
that's crazy.
every single person, every single person that heard that story that is from Buffalo knows exactly the place where you're talking about. They could picture it. They pictured the motorhomes pulling into the place, pulling the plug, driving away.
Yep. It was the funniest thing. And, you know, I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I'm not supposed to say this about USBC or PBA Hall of Famers. There's at least 5 of them that partook that from me.
Good.
So they got some real good residue there in the parking lot for some great bowlers.
The truth always comes out. They probably won't be able to build anything on that contaminated cesspool now.
No, that's
toxic waste area.
That's a toxic waste dump. Now, obviously, you're in your prime to make a finals here. So, what do you think of the shot so far? You like it? Bowl well today?
Well, you know, I haven't bowled. I haven't bowled in over 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Today was the first day that I touched a ball.
Yeah.
Well, I take that back. I bowled a league makeup the other day, Monday morning.
Yeah.
But that was just 3 games because I had some injections in my lower back, and so I wasn't supposed to do anything for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And you know, they're definitely going to be playable. There's a whole different world out here, a whole different galaxy than the PBA Tour. The PBA Tour gets grinding, and then out here they'll be a little bit more playable. I think this shot is like 4.5 to 1 or something like that.
Now, what's it feel like to bowl with Tom Baker in a PBA senior event? One of your boyhood idols, and now you're bowling together again in a senior tour event.
You know, when he beat me on that TV show to win the World Championship, that was not only for him to win a 5-year exemption on the main tour, but he was going to be a rookie on the senior tour.
Yes.
That was Larry's little honky-tonk ringer there going on. We don't have an accordion here.
No, we don't have an accordion. That's Polish music. I'm half Polish. So
anyways,
there he is out there, the legend. There he
Bakes
is.
out there. He's a gamer.
He's an amazing man. Look how good he looks.
So listen though. So 2004,
Michael Hagen. There he is.
2005.
Yep.
That was Bakes's Hey, I got to say hi to my friend Michael.
Yes, come on
Michael
in here.
Haugen.
Come on in here. You're
Here,
allowed.
stick your face in
Come
here.
in here, ladies and gentlemen.
How are you, Michael
Haugen
Haugen?
out of
Hey,
Phoenix.
everybody.
Great PBA champion.
How you doing, Hoss?
My buddy, good to see you.
You too, brother.
You look great as usual.
I
Welcome
look
to
as good
Florida.
as you.
You look trim and thin. Look at it.
And that's why you got the
Dude,
dark colors in you.
He's always trim and
You
thin.
hide him up.
Shape.
You hide him up.
Tournament.
You could tell he's not from
TSC
Buffalo
winner.
because, thank you.
Yeah.
What year?
2008.
Tournament of Champions winner Michael Haugen. Step in a little bit. I want people to see you.
Well, I got to get a couple more shots in. I can come back.
Come back and talk to me.
Yes, sir.
Go do the thing.
Yes, sir.
Michael
So-
Haugen, great player out of Phoenix.
So listen,
Michael
so
Haugen.
Tom Baker, he won that tournament, the World Championship, earned a 5-year exemption on the main
Yes,
tour.
yes.
But the following year, 2005, that was his rookie season on the senior tour.
Yeah.
And so now here we are
He's
again.
got both.
We're all back. This will be my rookie season. I got robbed of my rookie season.
Yep.
Last
Same
year.
with Tom Hess. We were just talking about
Same with
that.
Tom Hess. Same with Chris Barnes, Jason Couch. There's a pretty good rookie class out here this year.
I know. Amazing. Lost a year. No one would have figured that going into January and February last year.
No.
And all of a sudden, whammo, it hit. Amazing. You know, I got my second shot. I had my 2 shots since I saw you. I didn't have a little soreness here, but no side effects whatsoever.
Good.
And a lot of my friends now in Southwest Florida have had 2 shots, you know, so it takes away some of the pressure, but it still doesn't mean you're not going to transmit it or whatever. But it seems to be getting better for the older people. You know, in Florida, everybody 65 and up can get them first. How's New York work?
I don't know. Our governor, I don't know.
Yeah, nobody.
I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
want
yeah.
to be on the record saying anything that I shouldn't.
Yeah. You don't want to get into that trap.
So
no matter what you say, you're damned if you do it, damned if you
yeah.
don't.
So listen, so I do want to say this. I can already tell the whole vibe out here on the senior tour is noticeably different than on the main tour.
Well, it has to be.
Noticeably
These
different.
people are grateful, and I don't say this in a
Yes.
negative way. Number one, they're grateful to be healthy, and number two, they're grateful to be with each other.
Yes.
So you got to remember, there's idols here, and there's also a statement here. You still want to prove to people you know how to bowl.
Well,
You know? And that's important at the age of 50. You don't want to be known as a has-been. You just want to be known as a little older. You know, I really believe that. These people are
haven't-
proud. They want to bowl good.
No, pride. I mean, as you get older, I think
yes.
pride
Yes.
and you know, I want to prove myself, but I haven't done this much visiting with people that I would call old friends.
Yes.
In so long, people that I haven't seen, people that I bowled against during the high roller years.
Yes.
But they worked the job and they put their time in, and now they're out here.
Yes.
Trying to live a childhood dream.
Yes.
It's not
almost
like the
definitely.
young tour where everybody's out there and just, you know, like a herd of piranha, just trying
Yeah.
to just
It's
gouge everything they can. People, there's a lot of more mutual respect.
It's different here.
that I've felt already. Not that people don't respect each other on the main tour.
But
I don't
it's
want to say the
different.
wrong
No,
thing.
No, you're not saying the wrong thing. There is a difference. I noticed it as player service director. I saw it firsthand. I would work the senior stops, and I'd work the kids stops, and I go back to the seniors, and I go back to the kids.
Yeah.
So keep in mind, I saw both literally from the first senior stop in 81 to 96, and I had to service both businesses. There is an entirely different culture. It's very different. Again, I think it's human nature. I think it's more competitive when you're younger. I think that's the way life is. I think you get older, you're a little more mellow and just happy to be with your friends. Happy to celebrate your lives together. And people you knew that maybe you didn't bowl with them, but somebody they bowled with you or Tommy or this one or that one, and there's a connection. It's a little different.
Well, the guys that you bowled against in the mega buck times, you know the super hoinky times.
Yeah.
Johnny Huff, he's from down here in
Oh,
Florida.
I know.
Longtime friend of mine from up in the Syracuse area. Gary Faulkner.
Gary Faulkner throws it great. He's
Gary
a good
Faulkner's
bowler.
a big Bowl U guy too. I just did a whole Bowl U workshop down for Gary Faulkner.
Yeah, he's a horse.
Down in Norfolk. Hey, get this, Jason Sterner. Not that he's on the senior tour.
He's Rochester, right? He's been bowling
he
great
lives
the
up-
last 2
Well,
weeks.
here's the thing. All last year, during the shutdown, he was at my bowling center 2 to 3 days a week. And so
You
I
got
taught
sharp.
him.
You got sharp.
I taught him all the Bowl U stuff.
Wow.
Now he's third going into today. I don't know if they've started, but third in the U.S. Open. Made the show two weeks ago.
Wow.
In one of the animal patterns, and then made the show last week, and now he ended up Heather Dorico, his girlfriend.
Yeah.
She texted me and she said,
I've heard of Heather Dorico.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
she runs Bowl Fit.
Yeah.
But she texted me and she says, so Jason just got done with his block today.
Yeah.
And he texted me and he said, I bowl-you'd the crap out of him today.
I bowl-you'd the crap.
And so I said, well, what did he mean? Did you ask him what he meant? He said he didn't move his feet all day long. He just changed his speed and rev rate and the front to back.
I told you that's what Roth did. I think I told you that story. The 1987 Showboat, he didn't move his eyes or his feet for 56 games. Now, I've told this story. Yes, it was different. It wasn't this equipment. He played loft and hand position changes.
But
Loft and hand
But there's
position
not a
changes.
lot of people that teach that anymore.
No,
a lot
but they
of
don't
people
realize
just
that
teach,
was
just
the
keep
game.
moving left, just move left, just move a little left. Oh, but that doesn't look right. Okay, pick out another ball and move left. All right, keep moving left.
I agree with you. I agree. If you can learn this, and if you can play with it and have speed, if you can have 3 hand positions and 3 speeds, it's 9 shots. Well, wait a minute. That's pretty good before you change balls.
That's right.
I just saw John Burket. Boy, I got to get him in here. I have to tell the May 6, 1994 series or day. I have that too.
Where is John Burket?
He's down there on 3 and 4. John Burket got me tickets to Wrigley Field on May 6th of 94 and introduced me to Barry Bonds. Now I'm going to get him back in the booth and make him remember. Because he doesn't and I do.
You still have the ticket stubs to prove it?
No, but I got the memory.
Okay.
I didn't have any hair back then, so I don't remember that. Anyways,
When's the last time you had hair, Larry?
How long ago? 88, 89, 90.
Somewhere in that range?
But I'll tell you what I do remember.
Okay.
Every shower drain where my hair went in every hotel between here and Seattle.
So you must have left some of that.
Oh, I left
in the Buffalo brake job.
Oh, I got it in Buffalo. I got it in Rochester. I got it in Syracuse.
All right, so listen. So if you haven't heard the story, you got to go on the 10 in the Pit Pro Shop page. 10 in the Pit Pro Shop. I do Wednesday videos. Sometimes I do teaching and sometimes I do interviews. So this guy comes on to do an interview with the famous Larry Lichtenstein. Now, being from Buffalo, he tells this story about the Buffalo brake job.
In 75.
Long story short, I won't even tell the long story short. It's just a crappy story.
It's a crappy story. And you can put 2 and 2 together after that, folks.
So go to 10 in the Pit Pro Shop and just go listen to the interview that I had with Larry Lichtenstein, and you'll hear the story about the Buffalo brake job. It's worth it, because I'm telling you, I get people, even at tournaments back home.
They said it.
Guys will come over, they're like, hey, how about that Buffalo brake job? It's a great story.
It is a great story.
All right, Larry, who do you want me to send back up here?
Oh, well, I want to get Burket. Tell Burket that I'm in the booth. Do you know him? Do you know John Burket?
I know John well enough to go tell him.
Tell him when he's done to come visit me. I have to talk and say Larry Lichtenstein's in live stream booth, and he wants to interview you.
I'll do it.
Bo, you want to sit with me? I'm going to get Bo in here.
All right, Bo's going to come in right now.
All right, I'm going to get Bo Goergen.
Hey, thanks, everybody.
All right, Brad.
Thanks for supporting Larry and everything he
All
does.
right,
He's
thank
a
you,
good
everybody.
man. Okay. See ya.
All right. There we go. We're going to get Big Bo in here now. Bo Goergen has got an interesting record. Wait till you hear his record. We're going to talk about something that he did in his career that is very unique. But I want to get Burket in here, and Brad will find him for me, and get Burket in here. Now, Burket pitched for the Red Sox and the Giants and got me tickets to Wrigley Field in '94, so we're going to talk to him.
You have someone coming? Scarborough's coming up to see you now.
I had Scarborough.
Oh, you had him?
Yeah, I had him. I want to get Burket. Burket's on 3 and 4. I'm going to get John Burket because he got me to Wrigley Field when he pitched for the Giants. Okay. Anyways, let's put some cameras on some bowlers again, folks, so we can watch them toss it a little. Hey, how are you? Good to see you. Again, there's Tommy Kress staying on one pair today. A lot of guys like to do that, you know, when they practice. I did that. I knew they were all going to be similar. I would stay on one pair, and then the last 10 minutes I'd go 10 lanes, 5 shots, move 10 lanes, 5 shots. Really just worked on shot making. No, tomorrow was another day. Now watch Haugen. Haugen is a great, great shot maker. Watch Haugen on 13. When the 2008 Tournament of Champions, he's fantastic. He is a legend from Phoenix, Arizona. Watch Haugen right there. Oh, yeah. Haugen still got it. Look how trim he is. Haugen's in great shape. He'll be a factor this week. Gary Faulkner right there, very good bowler out of Virginia. And watch Ron Moore on 18. Ron Moore's fantastic. Senior Player of the Year, PBA Hall of Fame, out of Las Vegas, formerly out of Anchorage, Alaska. My very last game that I bowled in my life was against him in Winter Garden on the 2012 PBA Senior Tour. Best 3 out of 5. He beat me 3 out of 4. In game 4, I shot 138. That was my last sanctioned game ever in my life. I ended the way I started, with a 138. Every time I see Ron Moore, I tell him that's the man that put me into retirement. There he is, folks. Ron Moore. There's Scarborough right there. He's tough. Good. Mark Sullivan out of Indianapolis. Very good bowler right there. Todd Cagel right here. Todd Cagel's a good bowler. Right there on 30. Excellent bowler. Seen his name in many senior finals. Watch Mark Sullivan out of Indianapolis. Okay, I got a good friend coming in.
How are you?
Still out of Saginaw?
Midland.
Out of Midland, Michigan.
Yes, sir.
My dear friend Bo Goergen.
How are you, good man?
Proprietor. Now, I want the audience to know about your record that you still hold, I presume. Tell us about your singles win, and was it all events and singles?
Singles in 2009 at the Cashman Center in Las Vegas.
Singles in 2009, Cashman Center, Las Vegas. 862.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've talked about the significance of the last game. 850 something was leading?
Yeah, 857 by Ron Vokes was leading at the time.
857 is leading. He's 22 in the second. He has to strike out to win the singles.
It's 24 in the second.
24 in the second.
I went 6-2, the big 4.
Yeah.
Got 2.
Yeah. And now what?
Now I'm thinking, please don't shoot 180 and embarrass the living crap out of yourself.
And what do you got going in?
598. I had back-to-back 299 games.
So he's got 598, 299, 299, 24 in the second, and the only way you can win is to throw a 9 back.
Pretty much.
And that's what you did. How the hell?
I left 2 pins on the fill ball.
How the hell did you do that? Don't you know that's from another planet?
This is my
that's
story.
That's not supposed to happen.
This is my story.
Go ahead.
We had a pretty good pair.
Yeah.
Jeff Ostring, Metro Detroit USBC Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
John Nolan, who just won the 2009 USBC Masters.
Okay.
And Dan McClellan.
Dan McClellan out of Canada. Oh,
yes,
he's a horse.
Yes, that's our four
Dan
people.
McClellan, very good bowler.
And up to that point, team event, we did a great job of, in doubles, we did a great job of communicating and talking to each other about what's going on.
Yeah.
Well, after 598, those guys, you could see it in their eyes, they were more nervous than I was.
598.
And so we've got this, extra shots on the left lane.
Yeah.
They've got the extra shots on the right lane. We start the next game, I'm back up on the left lane.
Yeah.
They're up on the right lane, and now it's like they forgot to tell me the right lane started breaking down in the 10th frame.
Okay.
I made a great shot.
Yeah.
Big 4. I turned around, I said, fellas,
oops, we should have told you. But they're seeing all the hoopla behind and everything.
Yeah.
So I made the move on the right lane. Left lane, I kind of did the same thing, just to kind of stay ahead of it. And you can see the video of the last game on YouTube.
Yeah,
and,
I think that's one of the greatest performances in bowling history, simply because you've got to throw 9 in a row to win. You've got 598 for 2, which is unheard of basically in the singles, right?
Yep.
I mean, you could shoot 898 if something silly were to happen. And then to go open in the second frame, and your heart goes, oh, God, I got a shot at this. At 857 sleeping, this is like an 820. You know, 820 with 598 going in, you got an open in the second, so what? You can still strike and beat 820. 857, you need them all. And especially the guy who finished second, how do you lose with 857? Oh, my.
And that's another great story is that, you know, I was score watching the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
And first of all, back in the day when we were able to watch live streaming,
yes.
You enjoyed it anyway.
Yes.
But the reaction of the bowling community, like, what are you worried about? That'll never be touched. And my response was, you know, I think the guy with 857 thought the same thing. So if somebody can beat 857, why can't they beat 862?
I lived it once in the 69 ABC. I led the classic singles, the classic doubles, and the classic all events from April 8th all the way to the last day. Well, I'm on the phone every day. There was no, and plus you had to do it from your house. There was no text. There was no email.
Right.
Anyways, I find out I get called. Bill Allen and Nelson Burton just beat you in singles. I had 726. Bill Allen 729, Burton 732. I'm sick. But before that, I get the call. Stefanich and McCune won it. They beat you by 6 pins. Johnson, Harry Smith by 4 pins. In the 10th frame of the all events, Jim Chesney needs a double to knock me on all events. He wobbles a 6. It stood. So I find out I won the all events, but I was on the phone for 45 days.
Sure. Oh yeah, I know that feeling.
And but congratulations on a great career. Now you're a proprietor, right?
Yes, my brother and I have a 24-lane center up in Midland, Michigan.
And I met your brother. We talked quite a bit when we were in Saginaw in 2006. And you are you the president of the BPAA of Michigan?
It's called the executive director. So I'm the executive director of the Bowling Centers Association of Michigan. We have a board of directors where there's a president, vice president, secretary.
Some heavy hitters there. What a bowling state that is.
Yeah, it's very enjoyable.
Is it coming back? Are we all right?
Yeah, so we're at 50%. Obviously, in our state, has been one of the more restrictive states.
Yeah.
Still to this day.
Yeah.
But at 50% and 11 p.m. curfew, I will say that the large majority of our proprietors have been pleasantly happy with the return of business at a level that they weren't quite thinking they'd be at yet.
Yeah,
so it's the prognosis is very, very strong.
Thank God.
And you know, the prognosticators in our industry have been saying this all along. It's human nature for us to want to be back into the social scene. And what better environment than a bowling center to do that in? So we have the avenue that will bring people back, and families and birthday parties and company outings and and league bowling, the social aspect of that, tournament bowling. The tournament bowling in Michigan has been just, I mean, they're all full. And when we were shut down and Ohio was open, we had 50% of the entries from Michigan. They wanted to bowl that bad. They drove down to Ohio.
What a state.
Yeah,
you know, in my
incredible.
career, going there in the 60s and 70s, 80s and 90s, and meeting a lot of bowlers, and all the years, I figure I was at 50 PBA national stops in the state of Michigan over my 26-year career. So it's in my heart. And the bowling scene is in my heart, and the legends are in my heart. And of course, as a kid, growing up with Strampy and Billy G and Levansky and the Stroh-Beer team and Buzz Fazio and knowing how great they were, and Dave Sutar's a dear friend of mine. What a state.
It is.
What a wonderful, beautiful state for bowling.
I couldn't be more honored to represent the type of proprietors that we have in the state of Michigan.
Yes. I'm so glad you became a proprietor, because you're a great man, a great bowler, and you deserve to be in that position. Well, you promoted the game all your life. I can remember meeting you in the 90s at the High Roller out in Vegas. And we talked quite a bit. avid bowler, loved to bowl. And then when I saw your name and you won that singles, I went, wow, the man just had a dream, man. He just had a dream come true. He's an Eagle winner. I mean, it ain't that easy.
No, it's not. And, even more, I think I even got more out of it the next year when we won the team all events because.
You got a second Eagle.
Yeah,
oh, that's cool. You got an all event. John Huff's got an all events Eagle. He's bowling a team all events Eagle, 94, at the Syracuse team.
That's who I'm staying with this week.
Oh, you're staying with the Huff?
Yeah. So I got to look at this trophy.
So both you guys.
So he's standing there next to. He says, "You want to stand next to my Eagle so you can have a picture of it?"
Both you guys. That's fantastic. Two team all events. Al Holtheiser bowls here in league. He won 94 team all events from the Reading. He would have scheduled a bowl, but he had open heart surgery.
Oh my goodness!
And he also won the Bowlers Journal doubles with Pat Healy twice. Al Holtheiser out of Reading.
Right. Team
all events 94. So we would have had 3 team all events winners bowling this event. Pretty rare.
Yeah, very rare.
Yeah. Very.
Yep.
Anyway, so great to have you with us. I hope you enjoy your stay and bowl well the next 3 weeks.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to get the great John Burket in here. What a story I got for you. He doesn't know about my photographic memory. He's going to go nuts.
I'm sure he does. You're a legend with your photogenic memory.
I'm going to tell him the date and time and what we did and what we talked about on the street corner of May 6th, 1994. He's going to look at me and say, how can you know that, Larry?
Probably will.
And I don't see him a lot.
You've shocked me more than once, so.
Oh, I got to get him in here.
All right, sir.
All right.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Looking forward to hanging out the next 3 weeks.
All right. Good luck to you. See you in the finals, man.
You got
I'm going to be
it.
watching. Flow Bowling takes over, so I can walk around and watch
good.
you.
What a nice setup.
I'm going to walk around you and give you 5s.
What a nice center.
I'm going to lead you. I'm going to lead you this week. I'm going to get my vibes this week.
Okay.
I'm going to give you vibes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to see if we can get you to a top 5 here and have a little fun.
All right.
Bo Goergen out of Michigan. What a bowler, folks. Bo Goergen, head of the Michigan Proprietors. How about that, huh? All right. Now we're waiting. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get Burket in here now. Burket's unbelievable. Now we're going to have a lot of fun, so don't go anywhere because this is going to be very, very different for all of you. Very different for all of you, and the reason is, I hope he comes in the booth. I'm giving him this big build-up. It's not often you're going to get a guy in the booth who was runner-up for the Cy Young Award. Yes, the Cy Young Award. And who played ball and pitched for the San Francisco Giants and played with Barry Bonds. So we're going to get Burket in here. I started drilling his balls in '88. I've seen him in Union City, California, Pinole, California, Phoenix, Arizona, and now Fort Myers, Florida. We keep running into each other because he's a bowler. And he grew up in Pennsylvania, loving to bowl, and he's a senior tour bowler and a very good bowler. And we're going to get the great John Burket in here, also pitched for the Red Sox. There he is. The Detroit Stroke has given me a pin to sign. Well. How about that? All right. I'm looking for the great Burket. There he is. I hope I get him. You told Burket, right?
I'll get you, John.
Oh, I gotta have him. All right. As we're waiting, get another great day here at Lightning Strikes. Getting ready for our 2 o'clock Pro-Am. Got about 175 people bowling today. It is the Audi Pro-Am, a $5,000 prize fund, and between the first and second blocks of the Pro-Am, Dave Forbes is going to give Johnny Petraglia a check for $5,000, and we're going to be auctioning off some goodies that we have here for our auction. Hopefully some people will spend a little money. How are you, Harry? Harry Wright. Again, another great day for bowling here in Southwest Florida. Smitchell, what are you doing, Smitchell?
Are you done?
How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I'm getting Burket in here now.
Are you on the phone?
I'm live right now.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
I'm actually alive in two ways. I'm live here, and I'm actually, my heart's beating. So I'm really alive.
Good.
Yes. I'm with Mitch Moskowitz.
Yeah.
One of our
Hey,
coaches here. Mitch, a PBA champion, who won a regional in 1981, beating Johnny Petraglia.
No, Don Janello.
Don Janello out of
Touring
Perrysburg,
pro, yeah.
Ohio.
Long
So
Island.
I'm sitting here
originally.
with Mitchell. Mitchell and I are both from the Northeast. We are both left-handed. We are both old. But he's got more money than me, and being that he's here, I'm going to borrow $500, but he doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, I know you're good for it.
Gee, I just got approved.
Yes.
I'll be a son of a gun.
It was really great watching the Pros Bowl.
Mm.
Fantastic. And I saw some people that I didn't realize until, thank goodness, they put names on the shirts. Harry Sullins?
The legend.
Yes.
There's his card.
The Iron Man.
There's the legend's card.
Yes.
Harry Sullins.
I was so happy to see him.
The legend from Detroit. It's like to be called the legend.
I would love it. That would be great.
Hey, John. Brad Angelo and I did a show last week. We talked about the Buffalo brake job. And I told the whole story, and of course you're in it. And you're the witness that it actually happened. The Buffalo brake job, just for the record. And there's Mitch Moskowitz. I'm trying to borrow money from him because he's rich.
His credit is good. Hey, don't you remember you used to extend credit?
Oh,
to a lot of bowlers.
They still owe me money.
They still do.
I had a couple that stiffed
Wow.
me. There's
Wow.
a couple that stiffed me in '96. You know, I've never seen them, but I know who they are. I know where they live, and I know how much they owe me. But I'm going to leave them alone because it's too late.
It is.
One guy got me from Kansas. I still can't believe he got me. He got me for about $800 when I left. Yeah.
But back in the day, it was just nickels and dimes, really.
I cannot believe he got me. I think Burket left. Did he leave? Don't tell me he's leaving. He went out the door. I
somebody
might
for
not
the
get him.
interview.
Yeah, well, we'll get him next time.
That's all right.
I missed him.
It's going to be exciting tomorrow.
Oh, it's going to be exciting.
It is.
You're not kidding.
Yeah. Lanes look like they're going to be a little forgiving.
I look at it this way.
Not very harsh.
I look at it this way. When we talk about conditions, when you get men that bowled all their life that are coming into a place and drove 1,000, 1,500 miles, and they're over the age of 50, we don't need to put an obstacle course out there and make them look like they don't know what they're doing. And we could. The PBA could. The House could. We don't do that. Out of respect. We make the lanes playable. Let them get to the pocket. You know, let them have a good day, and let the cream come to the top. Well, when you take and put the obstacle course out for people, well, to prove what? To prove what? That their ball slides if they miss a quarter board to the right and hooks out of your hand if you miss one left. I mean, you can't do that to 160 visitors. Can't humiliate them.
But
the game wasn't made to be humiliated. But I'll tell you what tough is, just so you know, and I know you know what I mean. If this was a shot where 32nd place took even, 18 games, 3,600, right? They'd accept it in a heartbeat because they bowled on that all their life. But they haven't bowled for 2 years, so this is a little different. You hate to put them on that in week one. A lot of these guys turned 50 last year and couldn't even bowl. So I like them a little more forgiving going up the coast,
and
here Clearwater, and then maybe around week 4 or 5, if they're really sharp and started bowling a lot, maybe you toughen them up a little and see what happens with when you get to Virginia and New York.
I believe, though, that the condition that's out there is still going to separate the better from the not
No
as
doubt,
good.
no doubt.
They're going to. It's challenging enough. It's challenging enough.
They can't steal on this.
That
nobody's going to steal on
you
this.
still got to bowl.
Your best bowlers will make it.
You still got to bowl.
There's no stealing on this shot because the shot makers are going to out bowl the best ones.
And you also have to have the knowledge to know
Yes.
when to change
Yes.
balls, when to adjust, how to adjust.
Yes.
And that's going to come into play, and the cream rises.
Yes.
Fortunately for us.
Yes. Maybe Burket left. There's David Forbes. There he is. There he is, David Forbes.
And Mike Haugen?
That's Michael Haugen.
He was here too?
Yeah, he was just in the booth.
He
He's
looks
great.
like he throws the ball good.
He sponsors my son. He's backed Michael for the last 15 years. That's Michael's backer.
Wow, I had
Michael
no
Haugen sponsors Michael Lichstein. That gentleman that was in here from Phoenix, that's his sponsor. A lot of people don't know that.
I had no idea.
Yeah. I tried to keep it quiet so when Haugen made a lot of money, I could borrow it from him and stiff him. And say, I got my kid's money back that you made on it. I'm sick. You know that, man.
You're not. You're just kidding.
Of course I'm just kidding.
Of course you're kidding. It's great to see these champions, though. I'm trying to point them out to Adam, young fella that works here.
Yeah.
And just so he can understand the difference.
Adam's father's watching today, my agent, Steve Beloff.
Nice.
Steve is my agent. He's going to be representing me in my new career. I'm not joking. There he is. Well, ho. Let me get this gentleman in here.
Go ahead.
I got to talk to you.
I'll catch up with you during the week. I'll be at a
I keep seeing you. I am thrilled to see you.
Me too.
You look great. So nice to see you. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a dear friend. I live stream here 4 days a week.
Oh, okay.
This is John Burket. Now,
We're on live right now.
We're live.
Okay.
And,
What's up, everybody?
3 weeks ago, I did a tournament at 110,000 minutes watched, 5,000 views.
Cool.
Yeah, on a Saturday here.
Very nice.
Yeah. Now, May 6, 1994, what does it do for you?
May 6, 94.
Yeah, what does it do for you?
I was playing baseball.
Yeah, where were you playing that day?
I was May 6, 94. So I was with the Giants.
You were with the San Francisco Giants?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And where were you that day? Why are you laughing at me?
May 6, 94.
You
That's
don't
hard to
know where
remember.
you were that day?
That's hard to remember.
Well, I do. I was with you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Wrigley Field,
That's
baby.
Wrigley Field. I just
you
thought of
got
that.
me seats next to the visitors' dugout.
Yeah.
And introduced me to Barry Bonds. And then that night when the game was over, you went to the playoffs to watch Michael Jordan and the Bulls
That's
play.
right, yeah. That
Now,
was
how
cool.
did I know that? And
The
you,
Bulls-
I
the
thought
Bulls-
you'd know that immediately.
Bulls and Knicks, yeah.
Yes, the Bulls
That's
and
good.
Knicks.
Yeah.
And you went to the game at the NBA playoffs after the game with the Giants and the Cubs.
Yeah.
Now, we met in 88, 89 when you bowled at Pinole Union City when you were pitching for the Giants.
91. See, you're wrong.
I know.
How come you don't remember
That was the A&W Root Beer Open with Matt Williams when I met you at Squaw Peak in Phoenix. Now, you got to know I know all this.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
But before that, you
That's
bowled
crazy.
Union City and Pinole, and you were on my trucks getting balls drilled.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, 1990 was my rookie year with the Giants. And,
Rookie year with
and
the
I
Giants.
I had a really good year.
That's when I met you.
And, we have fan mail that comes in.
Yep.
And I always open my fan mail and I always returned it.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
you're a rookie, it's so fun. Hey,
Yeah.
people actually know who I am. And you
Yeah,
start signing
yeah,
autographs.
yeah.
Well, one day I open up my fan mail, get into my fan mail, and I'll see PBA.
Yeah.
There, and I'm like, what the heck is this?
Yeah.
So I open it up and it said, we would like to invite you to bowl in the Pinole Valley Open.
Yeah. Now,
And
that's
I couldn't
wonderful.
answer it quick enough, man.
I
was so
remember
excited.
you vividly. I remember
Yeah.
seeing you, talking with you. Now, a lot of people that don't know about your career, didn't your family own a bowling center in Pennsylvania?
No, but my first job was setting duck pins in a little 6-lane center.
Yeah, I bowled duck pins.
But I was bowling junior leagues all the way through.
Yeah.
But my first job was 13. I was setting duck pins.
Wow.
And it was close to my home, close to where I lived. Where I bowled junior leagues was kind of far away. My parents had to take me there.
Yeah.
But when I got this job,
Yeah.
the duck pins, I was
Yeah.
like, okay, I got a duck pin job, and I'm a pin boy. And
Yeah.
then somebody bought it
Yeah.
and put 10 pins in. So they became like family to me because
I got
went
it.
down there begging
And this
for a
was
job.
in Pennsylvania
Right.
near Pittsburgh.
I basically went down there and said, I'll bowl. If you let me bowl for free,
Yeah.
I'll work for free. And so
Yeah.
they paid me $1 an hour.
Now, I have to
and
tell
I
you-
got the bowl for free. I oiled the lanes myself. I oiled them gutter to gutter, made them tough for myself. And that was where my practice started kicking up and I started getting better.
Now, I got to tell you a baseball story that I never told you, but you're going to love this story.
Okay.
When I was a kid, Bradley Bowl was built at the end of my street in '62. 79 and 80 U.S. Open was there. 27 PBA stops were there on national television with Burton and Schenkel. But in '65, many of the kids that I played sandlot baseball with, Windsor Locks Little League and high school ball with, they were little leaguers. They made it to Williamsport.
Oh, cool.
And they won. So
Yeah.
if you look back through the logs of the Little League World Series, the 1965 Windsor Locks Little League won. That's my hometown, so I graduated high school. But this is the best part. I never knew this or remembered this till a month ago. I find out it's on YouTube.
Oh, really?
So I'm watching all these kids I played with, and it's with Jim McKay on Wide World of Sports. Guess who the announcer is with Jim McKay?
Where it goes.
Jackie Robinson.
Oh, okay. Oh, the color commentator.
Jackie Robinson is calling my friends. There's the great Michael Howard.
What's up, man? I know, I saw that. Yeah. That's right.
So my friends that I had as kids had Jackie Robinson call their game when they won the Little League World Series.
Yeah, how about that?
And I'm sitting with you today, and you introduced me to Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
And it's all going through my mind. How did this happen? And here we are.
Right.
Now, did you ever? Are you in contact with him at all?
No, I'm not. No. I'm not in contact with many baseball players. Our lives kind of go in different directions.
They went in different directions.
Yeah.
Contact with bowlers. You bowled this tour, right?
Now I'm like totally into bowling. Yeah. I mean, I took up poker right after baseball.
Oh, really?
So I got a lot of poker friends, and then.
Where you play poker tours?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
What do you play?
I played the World Series a few times. I played HPT
really?
A couple times.
So you know Phil Hellmuth and Phil Ivey and all the big boys?
Yeah, I've never played at the table with them.
But you know them. Johnny Chan, you know all of them?
Yeah.
Chris Ferguson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know those boys.
Jesus Ferguson?
Jesus Ferguson. Yeah. Did you ever read the book by David Skolansky in poker?
I probably did. I'm pretty sure I did.
I know David Skolansky. I knew him. I ran with him in '72 when I was young.
Yeah, I read a bunch of books. I was totally addicted to it.
Did you meet Doyle Brunson?
I've never met Doyle, no.
Oh, wow. No. What about Doyle Brunson?
I saw him, flying around his little scooter.
Yeah.
His little motor.
Now, you live in the Dallas area now?
Yeah, I live in Fort Worth.
Yes, Fort Worth. Yeah. And don't you live with a lot of baseball players in the same neighborhood the last time we talked?
I used to. No, I moved to Fort Worth, so I'm close to TCU.
Yeah, I got it.
We wanted to be in town. My wife liked Fort Worth and being able to walk around. And it's been great. Yeah, we've been there for 2 years, so we do a lot of walking.
Now, didn't you win a PBA regional recently? So that
2 years ago.
Yes, you did. So you became a PBA champion. Fantastic. I saw that. That's great. I'm glad.
It's been so fun.
You throw the ball great. You're a great bowler.
Thank you.
Plus, you're in great shape.
I try.
You're in great shape. The minute I saw you, I said, yeah, there's John. I got to tell him about May 6th so he won't forget.
Yeah.
You know what I was
trying? It was fun time.
I have to tell you what I was trying to do that day, and I'm going to let you go.
I'm in no hurry.
I'm sitting right next to the dugout, and I'm looking down at the ground, and I'm sitting next to the brick wall that's in front of me.
Right.
And it looks like there's a loose brick. So I reach down, and it's a loose brick from Wrigley Field. And I'm trying to get this thing loose so I can steal it. Right. Now I'm grabbing it, and it won't come out. And for 9 innings, I'm pulling this brick. And I had to leave, and it's still there. Or the next guy got it. I thought I was going to get a Wrigley Field brick. It was loose.
You're probably not the only one that's done that.
Oh, I wanted to get that brick.
Yeah.
Oh, a Wrigley Field brick.
Oh, yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I know.
Be like a Yankee Stadium seat.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's one thing I really want to do that I haven't done.
What's that?
Is go to Wrigley Field as a fan.
As a fan?
Yes.
Now, were you runner-up for the Cy Young one year?
I'd love to go up in the bleachers, man. I think that'd be a good time.
Were you runner-up for Cy Young one year?
Fourth
in Cy Young. With the Red Sox or San Francisco?
Giants.
The Giants.
So that was 1993.
You got close to a Cy Young.
Yeah,
19 wins?
22.
You had 22 wins.
22-7.
Whoa! 22-7. Who the hell beat you?
Maddox. Maddox was 21-10, I think, and he had an ERA of like 2.6. So here's my excuse, though. Here's my excuse.
Go ahead.
Right, ready?
Yeah.
4 1/3 innings, I gave up 14 runs.
In 4 1/3 innings, you gave up 14 runs.
So my ERA was like 3.6 or something like that.
4 1/3 innings, you gave up 14
I
runs.
gave up 8 in Pittsburgh, like 2 1/3. And I gave up 6 in like 2.
But other than that, you're there.
If I can eliminate, you know what I mean? It's like
you're 4 innings away.
If we can eliminate those stone nines, right?
What you lose?
We would win the tournament.
What you lose to Maddox? What do you have? 350 wins, some crazy
Yeah,
number?
so it was Maddox, Glavine, Swift, who was on my team. Billy Swift was.
I remember Billy Swift.
He was 21-8 with like a 2.8.
Maddox and
Glavine
Glavine,
I was
Swift.
4th. Yeah.
Wow. How many wins you end up with?
Total?
Yeah.
166. I was
You had 166 wins?
I was 166 and 136.
Wow, that's fantastic. What a career.
And you know what I just learned recently that I did not know? Who is the last person to win 20 games for the San Francisco Giants?
Don't tell me it was you.
I couldn't believe it.
No, they had
Somebody called me.
All them guys,
Matt Cain,
Lincecum, all these guys that won 3
Baumgartner.
World Series. And Baumgartner?
Yeah.
They never won 20.
He won like 21.
Oh,
yeah.
that's impossible. I would have never bet on that in a million years. They won three. They won 3
right.
World Series, 10, 12, and 14.
Lincecum won like 3 Cy Youngs.
Oh, Lincecum was great.
I think he was like 18 and 4.
Freak.
Or
With
stuff
the
like
hairdo
that.
on him, he just all arms and legs. What wind-ups he had.
Yeah, but he was going like 18 and 4 with like a 2-2, and he was winning the Cy Young.
What wind-ups he had. How are you?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Nice
How
to
are
see
you.
you.
I recognize me, didn't
I
you?
know you.
Yeah, you know me.
What was the first name again?
Anthony Moses.
Yes, Tony Moses.
Yes.
Yes. Nice to see
you
you.
bet, man. You look the same. You look good.
Thank you. I'm still here.
He does, doesn't he?
All the bookmakers took the under. They lost.
Good seeing you.
72.
Are you really?
72.
Yeah, but just it has to be 50.
But I feel 50.
50 going on 73.
I got a 90-year-old face and a 30-year-old body.
Wow.
Thank you.
He bowled on the regular tour, right?
Who?
Anthony Moses.
Tony Moses did. Yes,
Yeah, I
he
thought
did.
so,
I know.
yeah.
Hi, Rod. Yes, he did bowl the regular.
Yeah.
You had some career. I didn't realize you had that many wins. Great career.
Thank you.
Great career. How many years?
I was pretty consistent.
How many years in the
I won like
majors?
12 or more, like almost every year. So
you're the last giant. Now that's.
I know. I was floored.
I wouldn't.
The guy told
Now
called
with
me in an
Baumgartner and Swift
Right.
and Kane and Lincecum. Oh,
Yeah.
come on.
And I
That's
kept going through the
impossible.
names. He goes, nope, 19, 18, 17. I'm like,
3
really?
Cy Youngs and he didn't win
Yeah,
20 games.
Never, yeah.
Oh, that alone is scary. How do
But
you
I'll
win
tell you
some-
what, now it might stand a while. I could be the last one for a while,
Whoa.
Especially 22, because these guys don't even pitch 5
Now,
innings
who was your managers? Roger Craig?
Roger was my first manager, yeah.
Yeah, Roger
and
Craig.
Dusty.
Yeah.
Dusty was the hitting coach,
And Dusty.
And I won Dusty's first game.
Now
I pitched
Dusty's
opening
in
day
years.
in
Dusty's
93.
Dusty was he had 7, 8 teams he's managed? A
Yeah,
lot of teams.
yeah.
How's Dusty? You like Dusty?
Yeah, I love
You
Dusty.
get along.
I love
You
Dusty.
get along good with
I
Dusty.
call him once a year usually.
Yeah.
Catch up with him,
Yeah.
Great guy.
Yeah. Now
he was very. I mean, he was the hitting coach for the Giants, and during '90, my rookie year, '91, '92.
Yeah.
And I used to sit next to him like this, and he would tell me how to pitch guys, and and he'd always give me a hard time. He'd be like, "All right, how are you gonna pitch this guy?"
Yeah.
And I'd tell me, he'd go, "What's wrong with you, man?"
He would tell
Why
you
would
that.
Yeah, he's
Who
like,
was your idol
why,
growing
why
up?
do you think you could get that guy out like that?
Who'd
And
you
so I
idolize?
learned a lot from him.
Who'd you idolize? Growing up as a kid.
Oh, my favorite player was probably Willie Stargell.
Yeah, Willie Stargell.
Yeah. Because I grew up in Pittsburgh.
How about when he'd whine that bad?
Oh, man.
Was that cool or what? He'd whine
Very
that
cool.
ball? He
And
was
I'll
cool.
tell you what, he was so clutch. I mean,
Yeah,
it
he's
seemed like every
fantastic.
time my dad took me to a game, he did a home run. It was amazing.
Yeah, my idol was Mantle. I
Yeah.
loved Mickey Mantle. I still do.
Yeah.
Every once in a while I cry when I think of him dying. I kid you not, I get teary-eyed.
Really?
I loved him that much. I worshipped him.
Yeah.
And
I felt that way about Mo Pinnell.
Did you really?
I love that guy.
I know, I loved him too.
Yeah, I was so bummed whenever he
I
passed.
loved him. I met him in.
He was so nice to me out here. He
He's
was
wonderful.
very helpful. Yeah.
He came when I first had my bus drilling. The first fall we were in Syracuse.
Yeah.
And he comes out, Litchie, could I come on? It's come on. And I'm drilling late at night for the next morning. It's just me drilling all
Yeah.
night. Get the next morning going. I had no helpers, just me. And I'm running the comp program.
Yeah.
And he's starting to tell me all his ideas. I think he's nuts. And I looked at him and said, you out of your mind? Oh, no, Litchie. I could do this. And okay, a year went by. He would come out to the bus. I said, oh, there's that kook again.
Yeah.
There he is with the long hair. He's a kook, right? And then he would call me the king. And then when I left the tour, he became the king. So I start out at him and say, you're the king.
Yeah.
And I loved him. And I have pictures of him in Morgantown, the last place I live streamed. He live streamed with me.
Yeah.
That's 3 years ago. I didn't know it'd be the last time I'd see
Oh, I
him.
know.
And he lived in West Virginia. He was in Parkersburg with his wife, Monica.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I mean, I really enjoy being around him. The Villages, whenever I first came out here, I remember the Villages, I just found him interesting, and I'm like, I want to pick this guy's brain. So I knew what he drank.
Yeah.
I knew what drink he liked, so
Yeah.
I was like, oh, I'm going to go get him a double.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Seven,
Oh, yeah. Now, I got to ask you this
Canadian
question.
7. So I walked up, I go, here, Mo, I go, here's I want to talk to you. And
Now,
I got you a drink. And he
Now,
goes,
when
okay.
you pitched for the Red Sox, what was it like in New England to pitch at Fenway?
Oh, it was perfect timing for my career because even though you're a major league pitcher, it becomes a job
Yeah.
like anything else. So
Yeah.
it's super important to be
Yeah.
on to me, I was so lucky to be on teams that were in the playoff hunt, and it was the games were big, but none bigger than Boston. I mean,
were you with the team with Ortiz?
Yeah.
So you played with Ortiz.
Yeah, Big Poppy,
and Pedroia.
It was such a bummer. I was there in 03 and we lost game 7.
That was the Yankee game. That was the Yankee with the manager there. He hit the home run off Wakefield. That was your last year?
Yeah.
No.
I pitched game 6 to force game 7.
You pitched game 6?
Yeah, that was my last game. We were down 3-2. I didn't pitch very well. He and I kind of battled for 5 innings, but we ended up winning the game.
That's right. You were gone in 3 and they won the next year.
Yeah. And same team except for Schilling instead of me.
There was like Schilling.
It was like my best friends had a party and they invite me.
Schilling's ankle's bleeding. He's bleeding and they're winning.
It hurt, man. It was tough, but I was happy for the guys. But getting back to Boston, the newspaper would be 20 pages of baseball.
Yeah. What a baseball town.
I mean, it was every game was like the World Series. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It literally was. People went crazy about every single game. Like it was the end of the year. If we lost, it was the end of the world, and if we won, we were the greatest team in the world.
Yeah. I went to Ted Williams Day in 1990 when they when he came. I was there. I went to Ted Williams Day with 12 guys from Windsor Locks.
That was All-Star game, right?
No, the Ted Williams Day.
Oh, okay.
And President Bush got on the screen and talked about him.
I have a jersey with.
Do you really?
Oh yeah, because I took it. Yeah.
Really? A Williams jersey?
Well, no. It was whenever he died.
Yeah.
We wore the number 7.
Oh yes. Oh, okay, you're right.
Yeah.
Now I got to ask you this one. I'm
So
sure
I
our
have
viewers will
my
love this.
jersey with the 7 on it. Yeah.
I got to
7, right? Wasn't he 7?
No, Mantle was 7. What was
Really?
Williams? 6? Was he 6?
Yeah, 6, maybe 6.
He was unbelievable. Now I got to ask you this one because I'm sure bowling's an offensive game. A lot of viewers don't know we know each other, and obviously they probably don't know who you are if they just tuned in. This is John Burket, who's a great bowler, a PBA champion, and pitched for the Giants and the Red Sox. Did you ever throw at anybody? I got to know. I got to know.
There was a couple times, yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah, they get you mad? So you had to
Well,
throw
it was more
or you were ordered?
defending my team. Yeah.
You were ordered.
Defending my teammates.
So somebody threw one of your boys, so you had to throw one back. I wondered about that because you're so nice, but you were forced into that, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just kind of understood.
Yeah.
Like
if you throw at him, you're going to get it back.
Well, first of all, when I was with the Giants, that was the first time. Kevin Mitchell had been getting hit quite a few times.
Okay.
And we were in Houston, and it happened again.
Yeah.
And it's like nobody had retaliated.
Yeah.
And then it happened in Houston.
Yeah.
I was a rookie.
Yeah.
And I thought, you know what, this is probably a good time to get on Kevin Mitchell's good side.
Really?
Yeah.
No
So
way.
Glenn Davis came up right after that.
No
their
way.
biggest dude.
No way.
I hammered him right here in the ribs.
Of course, bowling's so different. You can't throw at anybody in here.
So yeah.
Yeah, you know.
So, luckily, Glenn Davis didn't come out and kick my butt. Everybody, all the teams came out. And
What a career. So you were with
one
the
of those
Red
things.
Sox the last year, your last Giant to win 20 games, won 166 games. You got Larry free seats on May 6th, 94 at Wrigley Field. Then
And
you
I
watched
forgot all
Michael.
about that. Can you imagine?
I know you forgot. I never forgot. That's why I wanted to make you remember. But I was thrilled more so when you told me what you were doing that night. I met you out at the corner. We waited for you.
Yeah,
we were
that's where you
outside
go.
the stadium, me, Bobby Dinkins, and Johnny Campos, and you came out. What are you doing, John? Oh, I'm going to go watch Michael Jordan. I said, oh, really?
Yeah.
He's at Wrigley Field in the afternoon and the Chicago Stadium at night. That's pretty cool.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was a heated series too there.
Yeah.
I remember they were that was John Starks and that was those teams. Starks and I can't remember the big guy in the middle. But
So you both.
Ewing wasn't there. Then. Was Patrick Ewing there? He might have been there.
Oh, I don't know if Ewing might have been there.
Yeah, I
I know,
can't
of course,
remember
Phil
that.
Jackson was the manager,
Right.
and then I don't remember much. But I'm fascinated with your career. So you bowl and you play the World Series. You go to Las Vegas.
I did.
You ever cash? You any cashes?
When I turned 50, I played the senior event also, and I made a little run in the senior event.
Yeah.
So I ended up like 240th out of 4,400 or something like that.
Really?
You can look it up.
Yeah.
It's on Google.
Yeah. Now, you ever get
There's a
close to a
picture of me
final
at the
table?
table.
Any final tables? You get close?
No, I mean not the big World Series events.
No.
But I've won like tournaments at casinos and stuff.
You have won tournaments.
Yeah.
Do people know who you are?
10,000 is my biggest.
They know.
win, but-
Do they know who you are?
No.
They don't. Do you wear a hat and sunglasses and try to look like one of them geeks with a sweatshirt over them? You know,
No.
they're like this. You know, looking at their cards.
Yeah.
They won't move.
Now we wear a mask.
I know. That's amazing. What a career. I'm honored that you sat with me, man.
It's been fun, man.
Oh, yeah. You had a wonderful life.
And now I get to do this. It's just so great.
Well, look who you're bowling with. You're bowling with Pete and Walter Ray and
right.
Johnny, and you get a chance to be with the legends again in your life in baseball and now in bowling. What a wonderful life.
Right, and I want to tell people back, that are listening, that they're 50 years old or older. If you get a chance, man, just come out. You got to come out and bowl at one of these events because the guys are so much more relaxed out here, and the shot isn't that hard.
No.
I think a lot of people.
We don't want them hard.
I think a lot of people at home think that.
No.
Well, I'm pretty good on a house job, but I don't think I can.
No, we don't want to send people home in a
there's
basket.
plenty of hook to the right.
We want everybody to have a good time.
Yeah, so
it's the way it should be.
Yeah,
we don't need to make it an obstacle course to send them out of here averaging 180.
Right,
That ain't gonna work.
It
ain't gonna work.
Yeah, it's about the.
I believe in that too, especially
the
now.
legends and stuff of the game. It's just been great to be able to have the opportunity to do that.
Oh yeah. Well, I love talking to you. I could talk baseball with you all day. The heck with bowling. But thank you.
We gotta get a bite to eat.
All right, good to see you. Good luck.
Yeah.
We'll be watching you on Flow Bowling this weekend. And welcome to Southwest Florida, and good luck up the coast.
Okay, Larry.
All right,
Good
John.
seeing you,
Thank
man.
you, sir.
All right.
All right.
Hopefully, I'll be leading the first squad. And I'll come back in.
Yeah, we'll get you in here. How about that, folks? How about that interview? Is he cool or what? You can tell he was never on TV before. John Burket. Wonderful. Pitch for the Red Sox, the Giants. Fourth in Cy Young. Okay, we're going to wait a little now. And great guy, the Curtis family, huh? Ronnie Luchart. Pretty cool, huh, Ronnie? We're waiting now for the bowlers to come back for the Pro-Am squads. And I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to, because this place is empty right now, I'm going to set up this camera a little differently. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. That's going to be our view for a few minutes. So bear with me. You'll see me walking down. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I've been rambling away in here, so bear with me, folks. We'll be back in a little bit. I drove balls for him in 1991 and 2 when he was with the Giants. So, in 94, he gets me tickets right next to the dugout, and he comes out with Barry Bonds, and introduces me to Barry Bonds. And that night I met him outside Wrigley Field, and he was going to go watch Michael Jordan play in the finals in Chicago, and we were just talking. May 6th. I says, do you remember May 6th? He says, no. I says, remember what you were doing? He says, no. I says, you don't remember anything? He says, no. I said, well, I do. I was next to the, I said, that. And he did not know. And I refreshed his memory.
I met him in Vegas.
He's wonderful.
Oh, he's great.
Wonderful guy. I got to go get a cup of coffee.
Have a good time.
Yes. That's the way it should be. All right. David, you are in all your glory. I love to see you. How you doing? I love to see you. I love to see you. Yes, I'm in my glory now. If I can get a 2K commercial, maybe 20,000 a week to do haircuts for men. I ordered weeks ago.
You're fine. No, it's 16. Yeah, it's 16.
Attention bowlers, for those of you that have already checked in for the Audi of Fort Myers Pro-Am, please come up and grab one of your certificates and a scorecard, please. Those will be yours for the remainder of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, that's why we get it. That color or that. Yeah. Yeah, so let's bring one loud one and one classy one. Yeah. Yeah, black optic khaki. Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool car. That's got, so that's got a tweak out internal. Right, you know, when you rev it, that big pop, 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 yeah. You did that whole, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, they play with it. Yeah, sprint, sport, pop, pop, pop.
Jimmy Sure. Oh, I did a lot of research. Gotta run it. Really? All right. Thinking about let's get a stick. Assuming it goes from a center wall. See if it goes in. It's just stop. With a stick. Tapped it and started it up and aired it up. Anyway, then I ran it. I talked to a guy yesterday in Sacramento. Could be a service. That's how they work. Two coils, spark, and open up. Shoots oil, shoots air, shifts it, spin it again, shifts it again. Then when it goes the other way, the other coil activates the other. They go back and forth. So it will go up or down. So this is what happens. If you use a coil, it works one way.
I'll leave them all. It don't matter.
So what happens is you leave that today. Go back and neutral.
You'll leave 100.
Air, we saw it go one way. see you. How's everything? I was following your motorhome exploits in Red Bay, Alabama over there. You went over there to Red Bay. I was there in 2000 with my Lego Bay, Red Bay, Alabama. Logged in, stayed about a weekend, and do my windshield and popped out. I bought it at Lazy Days here in Tampa, and I used it on the summer tour. Me were traveling. And all of a sudden, I lost the spring on one side, and the RV shifted, the windshield was broken out. And I met the owner, a great guy. Jeff, I was in his office, he gave me a tour of the plant. Tip. Yes. Stay right in the campground there. Still away, Rex? Still there. Wow. Not yet. Okay. 5 months. Well, I got that. Yeah, I'm counting. I understand. I really do. 24 and up. I know I'm going to send you it. God bless. I know I appreciate that. It won't start from my front. I'll keep going on. It's the 4. It started from the rear.
Are we selling slag? We're doing OBS. Okay. I set up flow tests. Yeah, baby.
It's gonna retire for you. No, I was short. I just wasn't sure. I didn't want to hit her for. I didn't want to like. Yeah, I didn't want to do that. Who was great at he drove that? Yeah, ours was hot. Nice car. Yeah. That car makes neat purple stuff on it. Spits some fiber and spits some. It's funny. Where do you think they get it from? Durable. Yeah, now I get it. Sir, hey, what's up? How you doing? No one is here. He gets beat up all the time. He's mad enough he's wearing a tie. Yeah, he's in. I mean, it's a bad day already. Leave him alone.
I tried to make
I think we could all shoot 900 if it was a 9 and no tabs with a 710 exception. Yeah, no pockets you are. What two cars did you bring?
Pizza delivered on the way, baby. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Sorry for that little delay. I'm coming back. Yes, the Ramblin' Man has left the booth, and the Ramblin' Man is back. Steve Ackerman, thank you. I had to talk to some people, get a cup of coffee, and look at David Forbes right there, and Barry Seitz, the service manager of Audi of Fort Myers, and they are sponsoring this Pro-Am, and they are going to give a check to Johnny Petraglia for $5,000 this afternoon. I wanted you to see David right there, an avid bowler, a fine man, just a wonderful man who loves bowling all his life, and so honored to have David involved here with the Audi of Fort Myers League. 200 Audis have been given out. I'm going to turn the camera around now so you can see what I look like when I eat. I'm allowed to eat pizza in here. A few weeks ago I was told I can't eat pizza in here, but we changed the rules. I'm allowed to eat when I live stream, as long as I don't spill it all over the place. Did you guys hear that?
No.
Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing at David's reaction.
Okay.
David's like a really deep rubber coat.
Okay, here we go. Trying to get all my auction stuff. Look what I'm auctioning off today, guys. All right, hold on. All right, we got the auction stuff out of the way. Again, anyways, we're back. We are going to have a lot more guests. Keep in mind, we start bowling the Audi Pro-Am at 2, so there's going to be a lot of pros coming in that I'm going to get in the booth with me, and we're going to be talking about their careers, which we've already done today with a lot of guys. How about John Burket? For those of you that just saw that interview, he's wonderful. Plays the World Series of Poker. Last San Francisco Giant to win 20 games. Played baseball with Barry Bonds. And was with the 2003 Red Sox, where... What was the name of the Yankee manager now? Aaron Boone hit the home run off of Wakefield. So John would have got to a World Series on that horrible day that they lost. Okay. Going to have a slice. And again, another wonderful day here in Southwest Florida. Mark Roth is 70 years old today. I love Mark Roth. I've been trying to call him Mike Clemmer. I'm going to try again, see if I can call him up. Ernie Schlegel's 78 tomorrow. Excuse me, folks. I'm going to dine a little bit here. Having fun this afternoon, Duncan. Anytime I'm around this group of greatness, believe me when I tell you, right now everybody's at lunch break. The practice session ended at 12, so it's kind of quiet in here now. But they're going to be coming back in shortly for this great Audi Pro-Am event.
Well, you want me to reprimand him for it? No.
Again, we're going to have cameras on all the lanes. This is a 9-pin no tap event. So we're going to run across the house. We're going to be talking about bowlers. Have many of my friends come into the booth. I'm looking now to see if I can find a horse or two to bring in here, a legend or two. Mike Haugen's going to come in and talk with me at around 1:30. Mike Haugen, a living legend from Phoenix, Arizona, the Tournament of Champions winner, 2008, beating Chris Barnes. Haugen beating Barnes. Barnes in Reno is not going to make this event, could not get here in time. So Barnes and Duke not here, but Pete Weber is, Parker Bone, Walter Ray, and the list goes on and on. I'm going to turn this thing a little bit, so bear with me.
We were all shocked.
Keep in mind, Flow Bowling will be covering the competition starting tomorrow. And they are fantastic. What a great, great job they do. That's their blue cable behind me. They're hooking up to some of our cameras. I believe they're going to try and use some of the cameras we use for leagues. Hopefully they can use a few, splice them into their system. Kind of quiet now. Saw a lot of old friends this morning. Tom Baker's here, the living legend from Buffalo, New York. Hi, how are you? What's the name? Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. Yes, 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 I do remember. Nice to see you. Wow. I remember you. It was nice to be with you in Nelson Burton. That was a blast. At breakfast in the morning, how's Bo? Bo good? No. Nelson Burton had shoulder surgery. Wow.
In December, he finally said, I have to shut it down.
No, that's not like him. He don't like shutting anything down.
So a week before, it's like your head.
Ron Luschart's making fun. Mr. Gatto, Ron Luschart's making fun of my dome. Why are you making fun of my hairdo, Ron?
You make fun of me all the time because of my weight.
Anyways, good to see you. Send my best to him.
I will do that next time.
Tell him I saw him. Tell him I'm in a booth, but I'll never be in Nelson Burton. Yeah, no PBA truck here yet. The truck that I used to own and run, not the exact same trailer, but that service is on its way here. I got one, but it's on its way here from Reno. So it's coming here from the U.S. Open. So there is no drilling going on. Normally today, my business would have been drilling 100, 150 balls for this crew with the ball companies handing out balls, but not today. Kind of quiet in here today so far. Waiting for the place to fill up again for this big Pro-Am, close to 2. David, how many entries in the Pro-Am? 150 Pro-Am entries today. That's fantastic for a first year. We're very happy with that. I wish we could give you a tour of the truck. The only way that could happen is if we had a handheld, which we don't have. And of course, it isn't here yet. It's on its way. It's supposed to be here Monday. But we're starting to fill up. We got some bowlers coming in for this event. A nice group. So we're sort of on intermission. I didn't want to shut it down. I just kind of felt that we could do this and maybe get a guest or two in here shortly, so we have somebody else to listen to besides me. So bear with us. I'm going to make a quick call here. Just bear with me, folks.
Larry. Like Larry.
You want me to sign it?
I absolutely do.
I charge $300 an autograph.
You're a legend. You're a legend in my mind.
Yeah, I'm a legend, all
In
right.
my mind. These are your legend. In my mind, you are. He's a legend. In my mind.
Please leave your message.
All right. Hey, what are you doing? Am I signing it?
I just gotta go out to the car and get it. How you doing, man?
You're still here. You don't want to leave.
Don't keep my pen, Larry. I'm like you. I want to watch too. My pen.
No, I'm keeping the pen. I want something for free.
Okay. I got the signature and I want
Okay. Everybody saw me steal your pen online, Ron. 7,000 people just watched me steal your magic marker.
Not 7,000.
That's not me. Oh, that is Harry Sullivan's. Okay. All right. I'm going to switch this camera here and move it a little. Sort of our view that we have to use until we get some people in here, so all of you don't watch me eat this pizza. I want to put that on there for you. Yes.
Who's the signature I just got?
You got JP. Yes.
This is not perfect. See, everybody looks at it and goes, oh my God. I go,
You guys want to see something really cool? Watch this. I'll show you something cool. There's a young lady getting an autograph right there from Johnny Petraglia. Johnny here early for the Pro-Am event. Here he is walking down there, the living legend, and my dear, dear friend for over 50 years. And it was so great having him in the booth this morning. And 12 Hall of Fames. Oh, that's an oldie from the past. Look, Johnny's signature's on that one too, Craig. And Parker. Oh my God, look at those. And Mark Ross, Walter Ray Williams, Randy Peterson.
Those signatures are 20 years ago.
Well, in that case. What an
That's been in my living room for 20 years.
This has been in your living room for 20 years? Okay. I'll show you folks a little something here that probably none of you have seen in a while. This is one of those PBA gold pins that they bowled on about 20 years ago on the tour. These were special made pins, the gold pins.
Yes.
Craig Vogel has this pin, and he wants me to sign it. Craig, I only charge $500 for a signature.
$500?
But being that you and I are friends, I'll give you 50% off. I'll take.
Right.
All right, so I get a $250 signature right here.
Yeah, that price is going up. I know, I see that. 300 a minute ago.
All right, Craig. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure. Craig Vogel, proprietor in the Rome, Utica area of New York. Rome, Utica.
So Johnny signed it 20 years ago.
Oh, really?
The Rome, Utica area.
That's a great one. Yeah. That's right. Yep.
Hey, how are you, Stevie? What's up, brother? How are you? Yeah, we're doing good, holding our own. Had a lot of people already in the booth talking. A lot of stories. A lot of good friends. I got a lot of my friends here. And there's a lot of people that aren't that big in names that are here that I've known all my life. I mean, there's 24 guys that I would say I've known here 45 years. They were good. They bowled a little. They didn't bowl a lot. You know, they weren't champions, but they always bowled. I just met a friend of mine that I hadn't seen. That I bowled against in 1969 in Chicago in a money match, whose father finished second in the 1953 Masters. It was the second year of the Masters. His father bowled for the title. And I just had him in the booth, and he's telling me about the day we bowled each other 52 years ago in Chicago. And he's not a big name, but he's a guy that never quit. He's also a very good bowler, but he never won a title. He's not Petraglia, he's not Weber, he's not, which is very normal. You want to sit with me?
Yeah, I'm going to sit with you a second. Is there room there to hold this?
Yes, there is.
I'll bring it to you.
All right, now we got a real horse coming in.
I want to reenact of you knocking down Petraglia.
Oh, I know. A lot of people want to see that.
I want to reenact it on that.
All right, Stevie. All right, I got a real horse coming in here now, folks. A real horse. You're going to like this interview, so get ready, because this guy is an unbelievable athlete. He looks in fantastic shape, and we're going to talk to this man simply because you've got to meet him and listen to what he has to say as far as his career. Very unique. A fine man. He's getting ready to come in the booth. How are you? Everything's good.
Got all my signatures on the flagship tournament bowling.
When Learn comes in today to bowl, are you going to be here? I want to get you two in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bobby's bowling the Pro-Am too. Parker's not till 4.
Okay, I want to see Bobby and I want to get him in here.
Okay.
And I'm going to have you with us.
Okay.
Because I want your feelings as a spectator that day. That's going to be cool.
Yeah.
So as soon as I see him, I'm going to get him. If you see him first, say Larry wants to get you in the booth if you see him.
Not a problem. I had my flagship open pin. I had Johnny, Parker, and Bobby sign it.
Got it?
Yeah, Mazza and Peterson. They bowl anymore?
No, Mazza doesn't bowl anymore. Mazza's an entrepreneur. Yes, Mazza's become, I don't know exactly what he does, but he's into financial scenarios in Detroit. He's done very well.
Good.
Oh, yeah. Smart boy.
Yeah.
Grandfather now. That flew by. They live in a beautiful home. I was in their home about 15 years ago. What a house. Had more rooms in it than the White House. I could have lived in there and been his butler. The $1 a word, 500 signature, yes. Yes, the Curtis family knows. Yes, if I can get Jason in here, I'd love to. I want to get Jason Couch in here today. Hopefully I can.
Yeah. Got a good turnout of players today. Nice tournament. Yeah, let me know. If I see Bobby, I'll let you know.
Yes, please do, Mike. Thank you. Hello, how are you, Lillian? You know, the PBA Pro-Ams have been the mainstay of PBA events. A lot of people don't know what that is, so I'll tell you what it is, being that I was only at about 800 of them. The proprietor has to give the PBA guaranteed money. So let's say the proprietor has to give the PBA $25,000 to have a senior tour event. Well, how does the proprietor make that money back? Number one, he's got to close down his bowling center. He loses his leagues for the day, if he has leagues. He loses his open bowling. He loses his walk-in business. So, at that point, coming up with a lot of money for a PBA event could very easily be a tough proposition. The only way you can get it back is, number one, to have a gate, charge at a gate, and number two, have a Pro-Am. And what the Pro-Am does is it allows you to recoup some of the money back that you had to give the PBA. But in our case here, a little different, because Audi, David Forbes, has given us $5,000 for the Pro-Am. So he actually paid the prize fund that these bowlers are bowling for today. Basically unheard of, but it now allows us to take that Pro-Am money and put it towards, instead of a prize fund, to pay the PBA. So that's, you try to break even on one of these. It's not what I would call a great money-making proposition, but it promotes the sport. And obviously, if you get the living legends in your bowling center, and you could break even for a weekend, or maybe even if it costs you $5,000, it's still worth it. What you don't want to do is lose $30,000 to have a PBA event, especially after COVID. That makes it very tough. So we want to thank David Forbes and all our Pro-Am entries. Got 150 people bowling today that paid $200. That's about $30,000. And of course, a lot of them got bowling balls, so bowling balls has to come out of that. But all in all, we have a chance to break even, which is all we're looking for. Yes, Mike Haugen will be right up. Just break even. Most proprietors will tell you if you break even in one of these events, that's the main goal, because you really want to have them here. You really want to bring these legends in, and people are excited that are here today to be part of this event. I know I am. Masters winners, U.S. Open winners, Hall of Famers, unbelievable group of greatness, and we got a great one coming in out of Arizona. And he'll be right in, so bear with us. Then the Pro-Am starts at 2, so the action will go up considerably shortly. I didn't want to turn the stream off, knowing that we did have a lot of people on, but their practice session ended at 12, the Pro-Am starts at 2, so we literally had a 2-hour break. But we kept it running, and now they're starting to filter back in little by little. I'm kind of surprised. I don't see any women entries today over the age of 50. Keep in mind they are allowed to bowl this event, but I have not seen a woman participant today. I don't think there is one. I was really hoping that there might be a few ladies that would enter this event, but unfortunately it did not happen. So it looks like it's an all-man field today. There's Michael Haugen Jr. Come on in here, my brother Michael Haugen.
Are we mask free? Is this the Litchi mask free zone?
You're allowed to take your mask off.
All right, brother.
Thank you for joining me. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Haugen Jr. from Carefree?
Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, Arizona.
Been Phoenix for 8 years now.
All right.
9 years, I don't know.
We're going to talk about the career. How many PBA Senior Tour wins?
3.
Senior Tour Bowler of the Year?
2018, I believe.
2018 Senior Tour Player of the Year.
I don't know.
Tournament of Champions winner 2008?
2008.
Now, you were an action bowler. Am I correct?
No.
Did not bowl action?
Not really. Action was more of an East Coast thing. I'm a West Coast boy.
Okay.
And
somebody told me you liked to bowl action.
I do enjoy it, but
it was not a mainstay.
We didn't get to bowl a lot.
Okay.
You know, it wasn't like in obviously your days. You know, when you know your boy and you could go out and stay out all night and bowl. And and we did have a few days.
It never ended.
We had a couple Friday night to Sunday morning thingies, but not very much. You know, it's not like an East
You
Coast
look great in Cincinnati. You don't age, you know.
I'm trying not to.
You're you're still a great bowler. A beautiful game.
Thank you.
Great shot maker.
Thank
And you're going to go all the way now? The leg good?
Oh, the knee's been good. I had surgery in 2011, 2012.
So everything's good there?
No issues there.
So you're going to go all the way now the whole summer?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we got these 5 events here.
Yeah.
And then we were supposed to have Vegas in the middle of the year, and then that's been postponed to September. So So I don't know when we're going to bowl again after these next 5 events.
So you get 5 here and you got to wait again.
Yeah.
The West Coast is still in trouble, huh?
I don't know if it's in trouble. I just think that for whatever reason, the USBC announced that they were changing their date for the Senior Masters to this date, and then the Senior U.S. Open followed suit around that, as well as the Brentwood tournament in Northern California.
Now I want to
ask, tie those 3 together, so that's when they're going to be.
I want to ask you a question. The 2008 Tournament of Champions, and this I'm jarring my memory, but correct me if I'm wrong. You're bowling Barnes and you're down 30, 40, 50 pins after 5 frames?
53 pins before I threw my 7th frame.
53 pins down.
Yes.
Going into the 7th frame.
Yes.
And you win.
Yes.
Tell us what happened.
I don't know what happened.
I want to hear it firsthand, because I remember watching the show in shock after it ended.
Sure.
But you start striking and he starts opening, and all of a sudden, when are you starting to think, oh my God?
Well,
are you starting to think I have a chance?
Well, what had happened was I had drilled up a ball that week, and it was a great ball, but as you know, many times the ball's good to the show, and then all of a sudden it doesn't perform on the TV show.
Right.
And through 6 frames, I had 2 splits, 2 strikes, and 2 opens, and I was like, I need to make a change. So when I was walking off after the 5th frame, we were keeping our equipment to the right, and the ball returned to the right. So I grabbed another ball.
Yeah.
I didn't change to it yet, but I did grab the other ball.
Yeah.
And then Randy announced that I'm making a ball change. And I didn't make that ball change until the actual 7th frame.
Yeah.
I did throw it on the left lane, but in the 6th frame, I threw a shot that I thought was pretty good, and the ball just quit, and I weak 7'd or something. And I said, okay, I've got to get off this ball, right? And so I'm sitting down, and Barnes is throwing his shots. And I'm going, okay, I basically have to strike out. I have no choice. If I don't strike out, the match is over.
Yeah.
So I was throwing one ball. I was going to switch to another ball that had some surface on it. And I'm drying my hand off. And I'm literally drying my hand off and going to grab the ball I pulled off the rack. And I was using a reactive ball for spares that week for whatever reason. I wasn't using the plastic polyester ball. And literally, as I'm drying off my hand, something in my brain says, use the shiny spare ball, the one you're using for spares, on the right lane. And so I
out of nowhere.
It's just out of nowhere.
No rep telling you this.
No. Just I'm on my own. And so I just say, okay, and I grab the shiny ball, and I'm like, well, where do you stand? Whatever. I take a guess, and I shred the rack.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, now I got to go to left lane, and obviously I can't miss, because if I miss, I'm done. And do I throw the shiny ball, or do I throw the ball I pulled off the rack? And I go, well, the left lane's a little tighter for me, so maybe I'll just throw that ball I just pulled off the rack. So I switched to that other different, dull ball.
Yeah.
And I strike.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, if he holes somewhere and you strike out, you can still win this.
Yeah.
So you got a chance.
Yeah.
And then he gets up, and I think he 2 pins or 4 pins, or maybe he strikes in the right lane, I forget, but then he gets up on the left lane, he leaves a 10 pin.
Yeah.
And then he whiffs it. And you can see, you can see in the when they show the replays, I was getting ready to get up, and he whiffs it, and I actually sit back down in my chair, and I lean over and grab the water bottle again and take another drink of water to try to slow my heartbeat down, because I'm going, shit, I got a chance to win this,
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to calm my heartbeat down, and so you see me taking a couple breaths of water, or drinks of water and everything, and I'm slowing down.
Yeah.
And then I get up and I go, okay, well, You know, shiny ball in the right lane. You've already struck. Just throw another good shot.
Yeah.
And I get up there again. And I rip the rack again, and I'm like, all right, you know.
Now you're down about 25.
Well, I mean,
in the low
doesn't
20s.
matter what I'm down. I still have to strike out, or I have no chance.
Right.
So I get on the left lane, and back to the dull ball, and I'm like, all right, just make another good shot. So I make another good shot, and now my heart's, and so I re-rack, and another one on the rack. I just re-racked it by the time,
Yeah.
and get my heart rate down and throw a great shot in the 11th and strike, and then probably got a little bit careless in the 12th because if I had struck, I would have forced him to double to actually win, and then by not doubling, I got 9. I almost 4-9. I broke the 4-9 out. He could go strike spare or spare strike, and we would tie. But the double would have forced him to actually double to beat me. So that was a big mistake, really not striking on the fill.
Yeah.
But the ironic thing is when he got up on the right lane, he left a 2-pin, I believe, and the crowd was kind of right behind us, like where our chairs were sitting.
Yeah.
The crowd's right behind you.
Yeah.
And I could hear people mumbling in the background, and they're going, Barnes is gonna spare, and he's gonna strike, and we're gonna have a roll off for a TSC. And I remember thinking to myself,
they're saying it. You can hear that.
I could hear them saying that. And
So you're on TV and you hear the audience talking about the score.
Yeah, and then I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, he just left a 2-pin, he just missed a 10-pin.
Yeah.
And this is the time when Barnes had been struggling closing out matches on
had,
TV.
He had some problems.
And I'm thinking to myself, I just won the TSC. And he hadn't thrown the fill ball yet, and I'm thinking, I just won the TSC. And, sure enough, he gets up in the 12th and he goes a little high and leaves a 4-pin, and I win by a pin. Wow. Down 53 pins.
53 pins.
And then
that's the most ever that I saw in a major title match. I've seen close matches, but the guy in the 7th down 53 pins ain't winning.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I was after 6 complete frames.
After 6,
I still had.
It's
I still had 7, 8, 9, 10.
Insurmountable in most cases because pros are so good they don't make these mistakes.
Sure. I mean, you don't ever wish your opponent to miss. I'm not that way. But obviously, I can't win unless he holes somewhere.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, he might 4-9, he might 2-10, he might big 4.
Yeah.
Never in my wildest dreams would I expect him to miss a 10-pin. He's such a good spare shooter.
Yeah. Oh, he's a great player.
But it's just one of those things. And like my grandfather said when my mom and my grandfather were watching that show, and then after I won, my mom goes, well, "What do you think about that, Dad?" And he goes, "It's just his time."
It's just his time. What was first place in the event?
I believe that was $50,000 when I won.
50 grand.
Yeah.
Now, any other big wins beside that one, money-wise, in your career?
No, but in the 2003 U.S. Open, I finished second to Walter Ray and got the same $50,000. If I had won, I would have got $100,000.
I didn't realize you finished second to Walter Ray. So you got the two title matches in majors.
Yes, yeah.
Wow, that's great. That's great.
Finished second to Walter in the 2003 U.S. Open.
Wow.
And
you bought Walter Ray and Barnes for majors. Boy,
and then
that's...
I won the 2008 major against Barnes.
Yeah.
And then in 2013 maybe? 2014, one of those years, I lost to Belmo in the semifinal of the Masters.
In the Masters?
Yeah, and Belmo needed a mark in the 10th and good count. And I mean, Belmo's had a hell of a career and obviously not done yet. And, and he's so good in the majors.
Oh, yeah.
But he threw probably the worst shot I've ever seen him throw in his life in that 10th frame. And he went Brooklyn and left a 5-9. And then he threw it straight at it and he almost chopped it.
Yeah.
And then he still needed 9 to beat me, and he got 9. But, I mean, when it's your day, it's your day. And, like obviously I got the break against Barnes to beat him, and Belmo, when he threw the shot, I honestly thought he was getting 3 off the left. He ended up hitting the left side of the head pin and got the 5-9 and then made it. And then, was able to compose himself and get 9, and you don't win all those majors not being able to do that. So
you started the tour late in life.
I did. I started, I was either 29 or 30 when I started.
You started later in life.
I wasn't quite ready when I was younger. And, just, if you're mentally not ready, you have no business being out there.
There's the great Ron Moore. You want to come in and sit with us?
Hey, you can't. I'll join the legend here.
Oh.
How we doing?
The great Ron Moore.
I'm not the legend.
PBA Hall-of-Famer, the legend Ron Moore. Come on in here.
I'll give you the chair, brother.
Come in here. Stay with us here now.
This is awesome.
Welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us here at Fort Myers.
Thanks for asking
my
me.
My fellow PBA Hall of Famer. I had a chance to be at your induction ceremony. It was wonderful. You are quite a speaker, you know.
I appreciate that.
You are a great speaker.
Well, I had so many people to thank. That was, as I mentioned at the induction, this is it's an individual honor, but it's never earned individually. There were so many people that supported me.
That's the way he talks. Cool or what?
He's a politician. That's what he's practicing for.
Well,
you're gonna be the governor of Alaska.
He's gonna take over for Vegas.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the governor of Nevada, maybe. But I wouldn't mind that. But no, I mean, I was so blessed to grow up. I mean, watching Marshall Holman and his passion, and watching Parker and his congeniality and his personality, and to try to mix all those things in and work as hard as you can, but be thankful for the opportunity. It's
tell me about your mindset. You know, I saw you before you were a pro. I knew you were, but I didn't know you. And you were a professional airline controller, right?
I was an air traffic controller,
and when did you decide you wanted to retire and become a bowler? Full-time, I mean, the way you bowl now.
Well, fortunately, they have a pretty good pension plan. I mean, as a deal, if you spend 20 years as a live air traffic controller, 20 years and reach age 50, or 25 years at any age, you can retire with a percentage of your pension.
Yeah.
And I was about to turn 50. I had been on Team USA a few times, so I'd had some success.
You had a good record.
Yeah.
I mean, you were still a player. I mean, you weren't a rookie, but you never bowled professional.
Correct.
Right.
So I had some experience. I mean, I got to work with Fred Borden for a while, which was, I mean, anybody that's worked with Fred, all you want to do is bowl.
Oh, no, I love Fred. We love Fred. Fred Borden is an icon.
But anyway, the FAA, who I worked for, they contract their training.
Yeah.
So I had an idea. I said, you know what? If I can retire, I can go back to work for the contractor, training our traffic controllers in the same building that I worked in as a controller.
Yeah.
But I'll ask them if they'll give me 5 months a year off so I can bowl from April to September. So, and I knew the guy running the contract training, fortunately. So I went up there and he said, welcome aboard. So I retired January 3rd of 2008.
Wow.
I went back to work January 16th of 2008 for the contractor.
Yeah.
I was off from April to September. 2008 was my first year out. Most fun I ever had bowling in my life.
When did you become Senior Bowler of the Year? What year?
2009, next year.
Just like that. Just come out and said, well, I'm going to let them know who I am.
Well, no, it was a bit of an epiphany. Because when I actually entered my first 3 events as a non-member.
Yeah.
To not even know if I could be competitive.
Yeah.
But I wanted to come out and give it a shot and say I tried.
Oh,
so my first event I qualified like 5th, and my second event I qualified like 3rd.
Yeah.
So okay, I can compete.
Yeah.
You know, what an epiphany! This is great. I'm competitive here. So I joined and promptly finished like 48th. It didn't cash in the 3rd event, but I decided, you know, I can compete here. This is great.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring this up because I know Ron is going to love this. I had a situation in my life where I retired. You know, everybody retired.
Eventually.
Carmen Salvino retired. Yes, I retired. And I was on the lanes, and I retired, and I was bowling this guy in a PBA senior finals here in Florida. And he beat me. And I bowled 138. It's my last sanctioned game, and it was against Ron Moore.
He was taking it easy on me.
You are the man that sent me home, Brother Moore. I just want the whole world to know that.
Well, I think it's just another of my life story.
Could
being
be
in the
one
right
of your
place.
greatest moments. You sent Litchie home.
That was I'm being in the right place at the right time.
That was so funny. And when we would see each other after that, I would say, there's a guy that sent me
to retire.
And we would laugh and talk.
Yeah,
what a great career you had. Great career.
You know, 35 titles I've got, which is 35 more than I ever thought I would ever have.
35 titles.
Well, counting the regionals and everything.
Wow.
Yeah, and the old guys, a couple 60 and over events.
Wow.
And, you know, since 2009 when I won my first event.
Wow.
I mean, it's so far beyond anything that I had ever envisioned. And I mean, the chances to bowl, you know, Mike, I watched bowl on TV how many times?
I know.
You bowl against Pete and Norm and Amleto. And,
I know. It's a dream come true.
100%.
For all of us that have had it at one time or another, whether it be the regular tour, the senior tour, even the regional tour at home, to bowl with the best that ever lived if you're a bowler.
And
It's
then-
from another world.
Well, and even more so to become friends with the guys.
Oh, yes.
You know, you feel like you're part of that group.
Yes.
Maybe not in talent or skill level, but
Yes.
but you're part of that group and you're welcomed
Yes.
with open arms. Because they, I
We
mean,
be-
they know good players. And
We
they see
became
good players.
friends because of this tour. I didn't know you.
Right.
And then all of a sudden we bowled each other, and I was fortunate enough to watch you get inducted, and now we're friends because of that. Same with Mike. I didn't know Mike well. I went to Phoenix, got a chance to meet him when I stayed in his home for a week. Stayed with him and Jordan.
Yeah.
But the tour does that. You bond. Because, you know, we're all bowlers.
Well, and you see what makes the guy successful.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
how much he still wants to win.
Sure he
You know,
wants.
you never lose that. And
I know.
even Walter with his resume.
Walter's
how much does he still want
wants
to win?
win. He's,
I mean,
he's chomping
and
at the bit.
You have to admire that.
I
mean, you
find
just
it
admire
remarkable.
That. Yeah.
It never ends. They're going to have me throw a ball in a little bit. I'm throwing
Okay.
the first ball out. It'll be my first ball since you kicked my rear end.
Okay. Well, and I'll be here watching it. So that'll be good. I'm glad I get to share it.
You guys can call me throwing the first ball.
Well, I can't because we're going to be
Oh,
down
you're
there
going to be
being
up?
announced.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
gotta hold the pro am.
Yeah, I got my ball in the pro.
Oh, you guys
too.
got to suit up.
Yeah, so we're going to have to have somebody
I'm
else
going
call your
to
shot.
I'm going to put the camera on my lane.
There you go.
I'm gonna
Is
go
your
out
son
there-
watching?
I'm going to go out there and dump one right in the gutter. No, Mike ain't watching.
Mikey, why aren't you watching?
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it, buddy.
Hey, congratulations on your
Anytime.
careers, guys. Thank you so much for being with us. See you in the finals.
We'll chit-chat during the week.
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
great.
We'll
That would
be
be
here.
great.
All
Okay.
right.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Ron Moore, Michael Haugen. Wow. How about those two? PBA Hall of Famer, Tournament of Champions winner. Unbelievable. Oh, yes, I did bowl 138. Cooper. Huh?
Bobby's in the locker room right now.
Who is? Bobby?
He's in the locker room.
Let me find out something. They're going to have me throw out the inaugural first ball. I've never done that in my career. I'm going to do it with street shoes and a house ball. And they're going to announce it. I'm honored and privileged to be able to. Yeah.
Ammo's coming up.
Who?
Amleto.
Oh, Amleto's coming up. Good. Get Amleto in here. Amleto Monacelli's coming in here, folks. Now, this is going to be fun. Stay with me. Well, hello.
How are you?
How are you?
So good to see you.
All right, story time.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only 88 and 89?
Yeah, 89 and 90.
89-90 PBA Player of the Year, the legend, Amleto Monacelli. So, it's the Brunswick World Open, and this beautiful man and this little boy come up to me, and the man shows me the finger of the sun, and the fingertip is gone, and it's bleeding, it's down to the bone. And the man, Mr. Monacelli, says to me, "Can you help my son, Larry?" 83 in Chicago?
No, that was 1978.
78 at the
I was
Brunswick
16 years old.
At the Brunswick World Open. Just got done bowling, the finger's bleeding. I changed your grip.
Yes.
You go back to men's weight. And you were there the next year?
No, I came out in 82.
That's why I see you again.
Yes.
And we rekindled. And you kept bowling, right? And then you became a touring player in 83?
82.
82. And bowled within 7 years, you became 6 years, a PBA Player of the Year. What a story.
Wow.
The first foreign born player to be a PBA Player of the Year. What a career.
What a dream.
What a dream.
That was my dream since I was like 11 years old, actually.
Now, when I first met you, did I have hair?
Yes, you did.
I have to ask you that question because you are the few that'll remember.
Yes, you did.
You look great. You don't age.
No, I did.
My God.
Almost 60 in a
Now,
few
are you
months.
in Tennessee with Bob Learn?
Yes.
You coach at a college?
Yes.
And what's the college?
Martin Methodist College. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the head coach for the women.
And you're the head coach for the women, and you moved to Tennessee?
Yes.
What
I
town
did.
in Tennessee?
Columbia.
Columbia, Tennessee. Wow, you like it?
Yeah, I mean a little colder than Miami, but
A little colder than Miami.
but it's okay.
Now, you're going to bowl the whole swing here in Florida?
Pretty much, yes.
Good,
All of them.
Good,
Yeah.
good.
Looking forward.
How many senior tour wins?
9.
9. PBA National Tour?
20.
20. And where were you ranked in the top 50?
21.
21st greatest bowler ever lived. That was 12 years ago. It might have gone up a little since
Yeah,
then.
maybe.
About 16, 17. Might have inched up a little more. So now when you started and came to me in '78 with your finger bleeding, did you think we would be here 43 years later and you're telling me you got 30 wins and you're a coach for a ladies college team?
No.
How did this happen?
Well, I guess.
What happened here?
What happened is like when you have perseverance and tenacity and looking for, looking to achieve your dreams in life.
Yeah.
And being disciplined.
Yeah.
And that's
Boy, you
how
disciplined. I was amazed at your physical ability watching you. I would watch you exercise and do things. Amazing.
Still
big into exercise. And good diet?
Yeah.
Very good diet.
Yeah. I'm a little extra on that.
Yeah.
I believe in it. I believe it because I feel it.
Yeah, you feel it.
Yes.
Yeah. You
It's
never
a big
drank.
difference.
You're never a drinker.
I drink wine.
I quit drinking
one
28 months ago. It's the best I've ever felt. I drank over 50 years. And I stopped in January of 2019. It's the best thing I ever did in my life. Never had a drink again. I even told the owner of this bowling center when he hired me, I said, you'll never see me with a drink in my hand. I'm in shock. I'm in month 28.
You look great.
But I feel great. It's done a lot for me mentally, especially.
Yeah.
Mentally.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And heartburn-wise. Heartburn and mentally.
I drink wine, glass of wine every day, every other day.
I marvel at your career because I saw it. I saw you just as a young boy, and then all of a sudden a superstar. And when you became Bowler of the Year, you're in a category with Albee and Roth and Walter Ray and Dave Ferraro and David Ozio and Parker and what a core group, and Marshall and Steve Cook and what a group of horses.
He was the first one I bowled on a TV. My first TV show I bowled against Steve Cook. If you remember, that was a Futurama ball in San Jose.
San Jose in '83, summer of
'83.
'83.
Were stolen.
No.
I had to do a brand new bowling ball for the show at Columbia Yellow Dot back then.
Your balls were stolen at Futurama.
Yeah, that was
a summer
stolen.
tour stop.
Yes.
I remember that in San Jose. Wow.
So I bowled with a brand new ball, shot to 35 lost.
What was your greatest thrill as a touring pro? The thing that stands out the most in your career that hangs with you and you still think about? Any one particular moment?
There are too many. Many good moments, many very tough moments.
Yeah.
But at the end, it's always a learning experience out of it.
Yeah.
Even in the bad ones, I always take what I have to learn from here.
Yeah.
There is something to be learned.
Yeah.
And instead of looking at it as a bad experience.
I was thinking about a statistic that you have that's very unique. I could be wrong about this. I have to look back into the PBA yearbooks. But I don't believe there are, in these 60 years of the PBA, I don't believe there are 10 bowlers that won Bowler of the Year back to back. I know Don Johnson did, I know you did, I know Belmonte did, I know Anthony did, I know Roth did, I believe Walter Ray did.
Mika,
but there aren't many.
Maybe 6 or 7.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is so tough to go back to back. I mean, it's a scary thought because you come off of 36 weeks, you just beat them, and then you do it again. Right. To have that for 72 weeks.
That's why I tell the kids most of the time, like when you get to this level, the talent is out there.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is your mind.
Yeah, you had a great mind. You still have it.
I worked very hard.
Oh, I know you did. We all knew that.
Yeah.
Everybody that knew that and saw you blossom, and especially myself seeing it day in and day out, we all said, "Whoa, he's got something special." But it's very hard to get that. It's not easy to get.
It's a lot of work.
Oh, it's a lot of work.
Reading, a lot
of book reading.
Yeah.
You read a lot of books.
A lot of.
So you were an avid
philosophy,
reader.
Well, philosophy of the Zen and all that, like in Japan, they really work on that. They work on the mental game a lot. And
I never knew that's how you did that.
Oh yeah, breathing exercise.
Wow.
How to put your mind in a mode that like you are there alert, but at the same time in a serenity. And
you've always
with your
shown
mind.
It. I never saw you get mad. I never saw you use profanity.
I did.
You did? A couple of Buffon-Gouls. Oh, you got to get a couple of them in there.
You have to.
But in my overall image of you, like when I think back and I categorize, I said very cool, very confident, never was a hothead, never got mad, never swore, never kicked, never blamed, very sedate, did his job, went at it, just went after it. And a lot of guys were very emotional. Everybody had their own personality, like Marshall, obviously. Marshall was different, and Pete was different, obviously, right? And you were very right here,
I knew that was
Business-like.
the key. That was the key because at the end, Larry, you know, you want to be happy on the lanes and outside the lanes.
Yes.
So to me, it wasn't like about, you know, if you bowl bad, you bowl bad. You were a little upset.
Yeah.
But that upsetness stay only for like an hour, and then
Yeah.
I let it go.
Yeah.
And that was the key actually to come back stronger.
Who were the people you hung with? Tommy Baker? Who
Back there,
who did you hang with?
God,
Who
my
were your
first
buddies?
roommate was Rick Vuitton, my first roommate.
Rick Vuitton.
Yes.
From
Oregon.
Look, you just got kissed by Mike.
Hey, how you, buddy?
All those bowler of the years love one another. That's from his wife.
Yeah.
So Rick Vuitton, very
Rick
nice
Vuitton.
man, married a girl from Canada, from Windsor.
Windsor, Canada. What's Dave Ferraro, Bob Learn Jr.
They're calling you. Who's called you?
Yeah, I got a pro-am, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good to see you, Larry.
Good to see you.
Anytime
Go
you
bowl
need
a
me,
pro.
let me know.
I'll talk with you.
Okay.
The great Amleto Monacelli, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful, wonderful man. Just hard to describe. Yeah. Hard to describe. What lanes, David? David, what lanes? I'm going to put the camera on him.
You're going to be on
19 and 20. Okay. You people are really going to laugh now. On this pair of lanes right here, you're going to get to see Larry throw a ball with street shoes. They're going to have me throw the opening ball of this event. So I'm going to predict the results. You know me, I always like to have a prediction. I predict a washout. I predict the 1, 3, 6, 7 on my ball. A W6. We'll find out. How about Amleto? Wonderful or what? Just the kindest, hard to, you know, when you know somebody as long as I've did, his enthusiasm, his calm demeanor, his integrity, just remarkable, world-renowned and loved. Place starting to fill up now. Get some people in here. It's pro-am time. This is a very successful pro-am, folks. Got a lot of people here from around the region. About 150 pro-am entries today, which is wonderful. That was Amleto Monacelli. He's wonderful. Okay, we're back. I just sneezed. I had to get a Kleenex. Again, here we are. Pro-Am Day in the inaugural 2021 event of the PBA Senior Tour. Again, we want to thank David Forbes from Audi, who is sponsoring this Pro-Am, $5,000 prize fund, and of course the people at Hammer Brunswick for sponsoring this event, setting us up with the WebMB and the 2.0 for our Pro-Am balls for this event. And there will be an auction later today, some things that we're going to be auctioning off for Johnny Petraglia. David Forbes is going to present Johnny Petraglia with a check, and then David Stouffer is going to run an auction. And we'll see what we can generate for income for Johnny Petraglia's charity. Cooper Gates is on. How about my friends that are on now? Bill Plunkett. A lot of people. Let's check it out here and see who we got. The Curtis family, welcome. I want to thank you all for joining us again. Getting some views now. Sort of different on a pro-am, not a league, not a tournament, but we have a good amount of people on. And I'm going to take this small camera here, flip it around. There's David Forbes' table right there with his friends. Pretty cool, huh? That's Mika, ladies and gentlemen. You know who that is right there, ladies and gentlemen? That's Mika Koviumeni. Welcome aboard, Mika. Welcome back to Pro Bowling. Great to see you here. We'll see you in the match play. A living legend right there, ladies and gentlemen. PBA and USBC Hall of Famer. What year's Bowler of the Year? 03, 04, and 11. Three-time Bowler of the Year. Mika, two-time Bowler of the Year. Mika Koviumeni, ladies and gentlemen. Bowling today with us here in Southwest Florida. I'm gonna follow you. Go ahead. I'm just gonna follow you around with this camera. Look at Mika. Is he great or what, folks? Mika Koviumeni, check him out. Is that wonderful? Check out Major Mika. Is that cool? And Parker Bone, look, there he is, the legend. Parker Bone the third right there. Getting ready. They all got to wear masks unless they're in the booth or at these tables. In front of the tables, you got to wear masks. Behind the tables, you don't have to. There's Mike Haugen. A lot of the legends coming out now. There he is, the great Haugen. Check him out. He's cool. How about Mika coming up to the camera like that? Now that was cool. Mika right there in your living rooms. I love it. Absolutely love it. What an honor, huh? Mika and Amleto, before Belmonte, two greatest foreign players in bowling history right there. Both Bowler of the Years, Mika and Amleto, and then of course now the great Jason Belmonte. So just fortunate to have these great stars here today. Mika was a surprise. I didn't think he'd come out of retirement, but it looks like he's got the fire, and he might be a favorite right now. He is. If he's here, he knows he's bowling good. This is not a guy that takes his bowling for granted. Probably been practicing a lot, and we're ready for the great Mika. Of course, Johnny Petraglia now bowling today, and Dave Forbes is going to give him a $5,000 check, and then we're going to be auctioning off some goodies.
All right, if I can have everyone's attention, please.
All right, I'm going to go to 19 and 20 now. Watch this. Now you're going to really laugh.
We have a couple of announcements for you. I'm going to hand the mic over. We have Mr. John Weber, who runs the PBA Senior Tour here with us. He's got some announcements for you to make, and we got some special presentations to happen. So if we can have everyone's attention, we got Mr. John Weber here.
Thank you, Dave. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Lightning Strikes Lanes and the PBA 50 Tours Audi 2 o'clock Pro-Am here. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank a few people. Our host here at Lightning Strikes Lanes, Robert Eddy, who is the proprietor here. Is Robert here? No. Okay. If you see Robert, please thank him for hosting our event. We sure appreciate his support. Along with Dave Stouffer, who just introduced me. Thanks for everything, Dave, and Billy Seymour. Those guys have bent over backwards to host this event here in Fort Myers, and we sure appreciate everything that they've done. And I've kind of put them through the ringer. And just so you know, if you are bowling the Pro-Am, you do need a mask on while you're bowling the Pro-Am. It's a PBA policy. It's not the policy of the bowling center, but nevertheless, to to protect our bowlers and so that nobody can come back and sue Bolero Corp, who owns the PBA. We are requesting that everybody has a mask on who is bowling with our professionals. So we sure appreciate your support in that regard. I'd like to thank Suncoast Beverage Sales for partially sponsoring this event as well. And on 19 and 20, we have a special guest with us. He is with Audi Fort Myers, and he's the sponsor of the 2 o'clock and the 4:30 Pro-Ams here in Fort Myers. Please give it up for David Forbes. David? Also, I'd like to thank Seat to Table for being part of this event, and thank all of you for coming out and making PBA part of your week. We sure appreciate it. And on behalf of the PBA players, I'd like to invite you out over the next couple of days. Tomorrow we begin qualifying. We'll be qualifying over the next 2 days. Squad times are at 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. So if you meet a few guys that you like and you want to come out and root them on, we're here over the next 2 days for the qualifying rounds, and then Tuesday we will be into our final day here in Fort Myers. It's the match play. It's bracket match play, which should be exciting. You either win or you go home. So come on out and see us over the next few days, and we'll all have a good time. At this time, I'd like you to meet the professionals that are working with you on the squad. First up on lanes 1 and 2, he's from Phoenix, Arizona. He's won 5 times on the PBA Tour, including the 2008 Tournament of Champions. He's won 3 times out here on the PBA 50 Tour, which includes the 2017 Senior U.S. Open. He was the 2017 PBA 50 Rookie of the Year. Give it up for Michael Howland.
Okay, I'm gonna put some cameras on the intros while we're waiting, folks, as they come up.
USBC doubles champion and owner of the Turbo Grips. If you have any questions about your bowling equipment, that's the guy to see. Please welcome Dave Bernhardt. And 5 and 6, all the way from Finland. He's won 14 championships on the PBA Tour, including 3 majors. He won the Senior U.S. Open recently. He has the nickname of Major Mika. Give it up for Mika Koivumäki.
Mika Koivumäki. Wow.
On 7 and 8 from Jackson, Michigan. He's won 35 championships on the PBA Tour. 4 times he's won out here on the PBA 50 Tour. Multiple times on the PBA Regional Tour. He was a 2001 Masters champion. He's a world champion, winning the World Championship in 2012, 99, and 2002 PBA Tour Player of the Year, PBA and USBC Hall of Famer, Parker Bowman.
There he is, ladies and gentlemen. The living legend. Just see him right there standing.
From Omaha, Nebraska. He's won 2 out here on the PBA 50 Tour. Madison, Wisconsin Hall of Famer, Joel Carlson.
Joel Carlson. 2-time champion.
11 and 12 from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. He was the 2018 PBA 50 Tour Rookie of the Year. Give it up for Orlando Sebelin.
Wow, the PBA Rookie of the Year. How about that?
On 13 and 14 from Las Vegas, Nevada. He's won 10 championships out here on the PBA 50. 22 times he's won on the PBA Regional Tour. He won the 2009 and 2011 Senior U.S. Opens. He's a PBA Hall of Famer. Give it up for Ron Moore.
There he is. Wonderful man, the great Ron Moore.
And on 15 and 16 from Worcester, Massachusetts. I hope I said that right.
He did. It's not Worcester, it's Worcester.
He's champion on the PBA Regional Tour. Give it up for Brendan Birch. On 17 and 18 from Claremont, Florida. You all know this gentleman. He's won 16 times on the PBA Tour, including 3 times a champion of the Tournament of Champions, bowling in his first PBA 50 Tour event here in Fort Myers, PBA Hall of Famer Jason Couch. 19 and 20 from Columbus, Ohio. He's won 8 championships on the PBA Regional Tour. He is a member of the Illinois State Bowling Hall of Fame, our 2007 Midwest Senior Player of the Year, 2015 Dick Weber Sportsmanship Award winner, which means he's a fairly nice guy. Please welcome Tom Carter.
Tommy Carter, now out of Wayne Webb's Bowling Center in Columbus, owns the pro shop there.
He is a member of the Alaska
Nice
State
man.
Bowling Hall of Fame and the State of Alaska Bowler of the Year, James Hansen.
Jim Hansen coming out there, very nice.
23 and 24, originally from Erie, Pennsylvania. I think he wants to keep it that way. He's living in Tennessee now. He's the coach of the college team there. He's won 5 championships on the PBA Tour, 3 times out here on the PBA 50 Tour. He won the 99 U.S. Open. He holds the all-time scoring record, 4 games on ABC Sports. 1129 was his total, averaging 282 for those 4 games. You might remember that, Pablo Jr.
Bobby Learn, the great veteran.
Now 25 and 26 from Cape Coral, Florida. I'm sure you all know this gentleman as well. He's a member of the Rockland, New York Bowling Hall of Fame, member of the Turbo Grips and Radical F's 2013 and 2-time Dick Weber Sportsmanship Award winner.
We'll get him.
Chris Keene.
Chris Keene, local favorite, owner of Lehigh Lanes.
27 and 28 from Delmar, New York. He's won 3 championships.
Ryan LeClaire, he's tough out of Albany area, folks. This guy right here is a factor. Great, great player.
2017 PBA 50 Tour Bowler of the Year, Ryan LeClaire.
Oh, yeah. Brian LeClaire, folks, will be there this week.
129 and 30. You all know this gentleman who was originally from Venezuela, now living in Miami, Florida. He's won 20 times on the PBA Tour. 9 times he won out here on the PBA 50 Tour. Most of those majors. Only, 2012, 2013 PBA Senior U.S. Open winner. 2016, 2019 Senior Masters winner. 2016 PBA 50 National Championship winner, member of both Hall of Fames, PBA and USBC Hall of Famer, Amleto Monacelli.
Oh, yeah. How about Amleto?
And finally, on 31 and 32, last but not least, this gentleman has won 14 championships on the PBA Tour. 8 times he's won out here on the PBA 50 Tour. He's the only player to win national tour titles in 6 decades. He's a PBA Triple Crown winner, voted the 16th greatest of all time in PBA history. PBA and USBC Hall of Famer Johnny Petraglia. We have, Johnny, you might as well stay out there. Come on down this way, and Dave has something here for you.
Okay, check
Mr.
this out
If you
now.
make your way down lanes 19 and 20, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Forbes, step on the approach, please. While these guys are getting ready to get together, I just want to make a couple announcements for you guys. Please remember to wear your masks. It is required. Oh, this way, Johnny. Mr. David Forbes, he is our sponsor for the Pro-Am. He has guaranteed you a $5,000 prize fund. We will pay $1,000 for first place. Mr. Forbes has a check for Mr. Johnny Petraglia, who is part of the BBL. Created the BBL, which is the Better Veterans League, both for the Veteran League, and Mr. David Forbes is close to heart with the veterans. He is presenting Mr. Johnny Petraglia with a $5,000 towards his fund. All right, thank you very much. Johnny?
Yes, first of all, I want to thank Dave for the $5,000. It's greatly appreciated. And just for you, just to know what BBL is BBL for veterans, the government pays up until at the end of rehab. Money stops at rehab. All the money that is donated to the BBL goes to helping the guys after rehab. If you think about it, they're in the bed, they get up, they do their rehab, and then they get back in that bed. We try to make things special about it is, when they take that oath, that means that they're willing to take a bullet for it. And most importantly, they're apolitical, especially in today's environment. They don't care if you're black or white, they don't care if you're liberal or conservative, they don't care if you're gay or straight. You're an American, that's all. And they'll die for you. Don't let them die without us. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Also, we'd like to thank John Weber here being here with the PBA. And also, we got one more little special kickoff.
Here we
If
go.
can get the lanes turned on for us, please. Terry, Billy. We have our very own Mr. Larry Lichstein. He is going to throw the first ball of the 2021. Starting off our PBA 50 tour, Mr. Larry Lichstein. The lanes are yours, sir. Stay on the lane. Oh, and that is why he is back in the booth. All right, Litchie, thanks for everything you do for us. Hey, Mr. David Forbes, thanks for your sponsorship here at Lightning Strikes. You guys are on the 9-pin no tap. Have fun, everybody.
To get your lanes on for practice, sit your check marks on the console.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Living proof that I belong in this booth and not out on those lanes. What are you doing? Want to sit with me? I got to.
One of the tournaments he visited at the Village is during the finals. I got him out here talking about some different stories that he remembered from the PBA Tour. So I'm counting on Larry coming out on finals day to tell a few of those stories. Very entertaining, great storyteller. So Larry Lichstein will be here. Come on out.
How about that? One of my premier gutter balls, and now I'm sitting with one of my closest friends in my career, who I spent so much time with. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is a great bowler. He won the Masters in 1990.
Yep.
He's won over 50 PBA regionals.
Yes.
And 6 national tour stops.
Yep.
And he's from Plano, Texas, formerly out of Dallas, the legend Chris Warren. Welcome aboard, Squeak.
What's happening, Litchie?
It's Litchie and Squeak, folks. Now, this is a friend of mine, and I mean a good friend. Congratulations on a great career.
Thank you. You too, sir.
Now you moved from Oregon. Go ahead.
I just want to say,
Go ahead.
You might want to move a little right next time. I mean,
yeah, I know. I thought I'd hit some pins, but then again, I usually choked it off.
When's the last time you touched a bowling ball?
Today, and before that, I don't even want to know. But I threw in the gutter at the dots. I got to ask you some questions now. I've known you since you were a young man.
Yes, sir.
And I knew you before you won anything.
Oh yeah.
Did you think when I first saw you at the Forum in Dallas that you'd have this career that you have?
To be honest with you, no.
What a career!
Oh, it is fascinating. All the people you meet, all the things that you do.
Yeah.
And the people that you don't see for a long period of time, and then all of a sudden you see them.
Yeah.
And all those memories come back. I don't know how many times I fell asleep on the truck.
You were on my trucks a lot, boy. You know, I find your career amazing because I remember when Bill Hall was working for you, or working for me, and before you won, he would work with you and coach you, and you had this fire and this desire, and there were so many stars you had to go against when you first came out. A lot of people have got no idea who you had to beat. You had to beat 30 Hall of Famers every week, and all of a sudden you got it, and all of a sudden you can beat people, and now I think. Aren't you the highest regional winner in the history of PBA?
Yes.
55 regionals.
57.
57? So that means Pete Weber, Walter Ray, no matter who they are, you've got the most regional.
Yes. I mean, you have to stop and think that they also were bowling out on tour when I took my time off.
Yes.
So
but
that has a lot to do with it.
But still. Now,
I mean, they gutted out those 33 weeks a year for a lot longer than I did.
Now, how many national tour wins?
6.
Now, where were they? You remember?
First one was in Pinole. The second one was in Reno.
Yeah.
The third one was in Gosh, dog. Well, I won in Wichita, I won in Seattle. I won in Seattle in 90. I won the Japan Cup in 90.
Yeah.
I won the Masters in the 90.
You won the Masters in 90. Who'd you beat in the Masters?
Ozio.
You beat David Ozio? How the hell did you do that?
Got lucky.
That ain't no gimme there.
Got lucky.
Oh, you talk about a horse. Was he fantastic?
Oh, awesome bowler.
David Ozio was
Awesome
great.
bowler.
What a wonderful career. Now, you were in Oregon many years, 20, 25 years?
Well, what happened was I started my life over in 2000. I moved to the Seattle area.
Yeah.
Actually, Puyallup, Washington, Tacoma.
Yes.
Mr. Baker, you remember him, Ken Baker.
Yes.
He used to always have all those teams and everything.
Yes.
Started my life over. Went to work for Brunswick, and after working in the fireworks warehouse, Todd Scaff, Skinny, I don't know if you remember him. Anyway, they offered me a position, and I took it.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't bowling at that time. That's where I met my current wife now, Michelle.
Yeah.
And it was kind of funny because I started bowling again. And just to make a long story short, met my wife, started bowling again. Gary Mage, you remember Gary?
Oh, of course I know Gary Mage.
Regional director in the
What a
Northwest.
great
Gary
player.
and Tony. Oh my gosh, Gary. Gary would sign me up to these tournaments, go, hey, you're bowling this weekend, did you hear? And I'm going, now this is like Monday evening when I'm talking to him, because we normally talk on Mondays. He would go, oh, you're bowling this weekend. And I'm going, I am? He goes, yeah, Michelle said you're bowling. I'm going,
They're signing you up. The tournament director and your wife are saying, oh, by the way, you're bowling. You're not mowing the lawn. You're not having to cook out. You're bowling.
the funny thing is about my wife.
That's amazing how they signed you up.
Oh, it's so my wife makes golf dates for me.
Now let me ask you this question. So I'm curious because I don't see you a lot. You're out there, and all of a sudden you go back to Plano. And your brother bought a bowling center for Jamie Brooks. Is that what happened? Bought Plano Super Bowl?
Him and Jamie and a couple other investors own Plano Super Bowl. Him and Jamie own the bowling center down the street, which is about 3 miles of JB's Allen Bowl.
Yeah.
So they need a pro shop operator.
They got you.
They call me and Butch goes, hey, need you to come home.
Yeah.
Open a shop.
Wow, after all those years.
And I went,
wow. From Oregon, Washington, Oregon, back to the Dallas area.
So now you have to remember now, I still have my wife and son are still in Oregon.
Oh, really? So you have a home there and then you're living in Texas?
I'm going back and forth.
Are you going back and forth?
Yeah.
Hope you're not driving.
No.
Thank God.
No.
That's a long ride. That's 1,800, 2,000 mile ride.
2,300.
Yeah.
2,300.
That's a monster.
You remember them drives? Come
I
on.
love those drives. That's why I went nuts.
It was so much fun.
My memories of all the younger guys that were the next group after us and then the next group after them, you were like the third one in. You and Norm and Ozio and what you guys became, and I remember all of you when you never won.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I mean, I saw you, raw, rabbit squats, guys that, you didn't know if they were going to be there the next week, you didn't know if they were ever going to cash or make a finals, and then all of a sudden they get it. You get a finals, second finals, all of a sudden they get a TV show, all of a sudden they get a win, all of a sudden they get another, and then all of a sudden they're major champions. And I saw that in your career. I saw you as a young boy with a dream. Next thing you know, you're a Masters titleist.
I mean,
wow.
that's it has a lot to do with my family, my work ethic.
Yeah.
And that has a whole lot to do with it. Just
You love to bowl. Your intensity on it. And I remember us watching. We got such a kick out of you because you weren't that big a man, but boy, could you lean on it. I mean, you strapped it for a man your size.
Oh my gosh!
You had a very high rev rate. Back then when no one knew what a rev rate was.
Well,
I mean, you flick that wrist and that thing would come up there in our eyes and go, you see that?
The best is like bowling with Norm. I remember so many times.
I know. Amazing careers, both of you from Dallas.
I mean, grew up, together, and Dell also. I mean,
oh yes.
Dell was kind of in between us.
Yeah, how about Dell? My God, what a bowler!
Oh my gosh,
what a fantastic bowler!
Yeah.
Oh, it's gifted. See, gifted. The three of you, I must say, the three of you, what careers you've had.
Oh, it was so much fun.
Scary careers. I mean, the accolades, and the TV shows, the wins, and still very good. You and Norm especially, still bowling, still out there, trying to win.
Well, if Dell wouldn't have had his health issues, he'd still be.
No doubt in my mind.
He'd still be
Dell was, that's the only thing that stopped him.
Dell
could
so
beat
simple.
anybody in any era, but he got sick, and we pray for Dell. I love Dell.
No.
I pray for Dell.
All the time.
I do. I think of him.
Such a good guy. I mean,
I know.
Lifelong friends, and I said we all grew up together. It was a lot of fun. Coming out, traveling around the country, bowling.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Did you ever drive with me to any stops? Were you ever in the 18-wheeler with me or any of my trips, my RVs? Did you ever come with me?
Oh yeah.
You did?
Remember the Silica?
Yeah, to tell you how to Celica,
Yeah,
sure.
you remember that?
Yes, I do remember the Celica.
Remember going from where were we? We were heading. We were going to Green Bay. We were going to Green Bay. I can't remember where we left from.
Okay.
But we were going to Green Bay.
From Altman's, Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Might have been Oklahoma City to Green Bay.
Yeah. It was a drive.
It was a drive.
It was a drive. It was a lot of fun. It was so much fun. We had so many good times.
Bill Hall and I talk a lot. We're on the phone 3-4 times a week. And we started talking about the early 80s when he started working for me. And the escapades of trying to get from stop to stop in these motorhomes that would catch on fire and burn up, and tow trucks and flat tires. And, oh my God. It seemed like it never ended.
The renting of the U-Hauls.
Oh, U-Hauls.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that was so much fun. I love them things.
I do too. I finally found a writer. I got a writer. He's going to do 3 books with me. Now, he's a very acclaimed writer, and this is what he is. He is the president of the Sports Writers Association of the state of Connecticut. But he's affiliated with the Sports Writers Association of New York and Massachusetts, so he's right in the middle between Boston and New York City, and he knows all the writers. So they have in Connecticut an award called the State of Connecticut Gold Key Award, voted on by the sports writers, deserving athletes. Now listen to this story. You're going to love this because we know each other a long time. The first year of the Gold Key Awards was 1940. And the first winners was Bobby Jones, where they're playing the Masters this week, found in Augusta. And Connie Mack, the owner of the Philadelphia Athletics, who was the owner and the manager of the Athletics. Later on, it became, in the 50s, Joe Louis, Jake LaMotta, Yogi Berra, Mickey Mantle, Kari Yastrzemski, Rocky Marciano. So he's talking to me about 6 months ago, and he says to me, I would like to nominate you for the Gold Key Award as the first great pro to come out of New England, the first champion from the state of Connecticut. There's nobody from New England that's in both Hall of Fames other than you and Pete Couture. Bill Spigner was just one, so he's telling me my record. But you were from Connecticut, not Pete. He was from Maine, but he lived there, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, he's going on and on. He says, I want you to accept this award in 2022. And I said to him, you're flattering me. I didn't think there'd be any more awards. I've had plenty. I'm old. I'm 71 when I hear this, right? Then he says to me, I want you to know something. You're the first 10-pin bowler ever to get it in 81 years. And I said, has there ever been a bowler to get it? He said, Nick Trotsky. He was the world champion a duck pin bowler. He got it in 1954. He was an 11-time duck pin world champion. So I'm the only 10-pin bowler to get it and the first bowler to get it in 71 years.
Damn.
Or 67 years. So he's the guy I'm writing the books with. 3 books. Sweet. One about my life, one about my life on the tour, and stories. Okay? So I have all these things that I'm going through in my mind, and one of the things I want to tell him about in my books is all the great ones I knew before they were great. I have to explain to them what I saw, because people don't realize I saw Pete Weber, I saw Chris Warren, I saw Norm Duke, I saw Earl Anthony, I saw Mark Roth, I saw Marshall Holman, I saw Parker, I saw Walter Ray. So and Jason. So when they asked me what I saw 60 years of greatness. What a gift.
I see Marshall every once in a while.
You see Marshall?
Yep.
How's Marshall doing?
He's doing good.
Does he still own the winery?
No.
Marshall Holman folks had a winery.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's going to start bowling again.
He's going to what?
Yeah. He's going to bowl. He started bowling a little bit. Other than just this league, he's starting to bowl a little bit more.
Marshall, no, wait, did I hear you right?
Yeah.
Marshall Holman is going to bowl again.
The Medford Meteor is going to come back.
Wow. Well,
it's so cool.
What brought this on? What happened?
He signed a contract with a ball company and decided that he wanted to bowl a little bit.
Signed a contract with a ball company?
Yeah.
And decided he wanted to bowl a little bit. You just put me in shock.
Oh, you think when they called me and go, hey, Marshall needs a couple of balls drilled, I went, Holman? And they're going, yeah, Marshall.
I find that. I think, are you pulling, you're not playing a joke on Uncle Richie, are you?
No.
He's going to bowl again? He's in his 60s.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's wrong with that?
You can do it. Walter Ray can do it. Petraglia can do it.
Keep doing it.
Baker can do it. They can still do it. Ron Moore can do it. Wow.
It's just amazing. So he's got the itch again.
Well, one thing's for certain. If that wasn't the greatest show on earth, watching him on TV, I don't know what was. How about watching that? Was that from another world or what? What was that we saw when we were kids?
Sure
what was
aggressiveness.
That? What was that?
That was sure aggressiveness.
You saw it, so we were there every week. We saw it.
I mean, you just wanted to be like him. It's kind of like, look how.
Yeah. What year did you start the tour? What was your first year?
I actually bowled in '83.
I knew it was early '80s. '83.
'83 is when I actually bowled.
And how long were you touring player? How many years? Full time.
Full time from '84 on till '96.
84 to 96. A good 12, 13 year run at it. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, it was fun. I mean,
did I ever change your grip?
Bill did.
Bill did. We changed it on the truck.
Then you would come in and go, no, Bill, you can't do that. You got to do this. So did you change my grip?
Probably with Bill. But
both of you were
Bill
always,
might have won.
yeah.
Bill might have won.
No, y'all would always tweak it.
I
had this one grip where you drop my ring finger like 3/16, and I bowled 2 weeks with that, and found myself spinning a little bit harder. And Bill goes, "Well, that's not going to work. Let's race to the 16th." And then you said, "Well, no, let's leave it like that, but we'll kick it farther under."
Yeah. We played around with it.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't either. I'm curious. I'm trying to go back into the '80s with Billy and me and you on my trucks.
Well, the best is don't forget the World's Championship. When we were in Chicago.
Yeah.
At the World Open.
The World Open in Chicago.
When Brunswick released the Rhinos. Do you remember that week?
Oh, they released 500 of them. I mean, it was some stupid amount of balls.
375 balls that week.
Yeah.
I remember coming off the lane and Bill coming in and going, "Hey, can you drill some balls today?" And I remember you going, "I'll pay you $20 a ball."
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Did I tell you that?
Yeah.
Wow. That's it. That's interesting.
Yeah.
See, I'm hearing things now that only you would know because.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember everything, but did I ask you to drill?
Yeah, because when we were on our way there, when we parked the trailer, you remember that phone call at 5 o'clock in the morning that you got from Bill saying the trailer's sinking?
Vaguely. Oh, yes,
Yeah.
I do. The trailer sunk in the hotel parking lot. I was on the front things, and it went down and went in. The trailer went into the ground. It was on a sinkhole.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Yes, I do remember that.
I remember you lost a gasket over paying that bill.
Well, we ruined the parking lot, too. I got a parking lot bill. I rutted the guy's parking lot. Them dolly wheels in the front, they went right in.
Yeah. Oh,
they
yeah.
were on some soft ground.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, what a memory you got.
Oh, no, I can remember the good things, man, the fun things. No, that was so much fun.
What a memory you got.
Working.
Now, let me ask you this question about your career. Obviously, you wouldn't be here unless you thought you could win. Do you set goals, like for these next 3 weeks? Do you have a goal, or you're just going to get out there and bowl frame at a time? Or, you fly here from Oregon or Texas, right? You leave your business, you leave your family. You haven't bowled a year now in a tour, right? Or 2 years?
Yep.
Okay, so you haven't bowled 2 years. And now you're here in Florida. Now the juice has got to start flowing, and you're looking around, and there's a bunch of 50-year-olds that you weren't bowling 2 years ago. What do you think about it?
I kind of look at it this way. It's kind of like being back in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah.
Right now, if you look around, you have a lot of 50-year-olds that are coming up that are just now like they were in the 90s. I mean, they're 21, 22 years old then. Guess what? They're in their 50s now.
Yeah.
It's just like watching them come back out and bowl.
Yeah.
You got your big dogs out here.
I find it remarkable what I'm watching, because several of these people, I would say of this field right now, there's 30 or 40 that were my customers that I toured with.
At least.
They're still great. They're older. But if you watch the technique and you watch the strokes and you watch the footwork and the arm swings, I mean, they still got it.
It hasn't changed.
They still got it. They never
amazing.
stopped. They got older, but they never stopped bowling. They still got it.
No, they did
They
not.
can still shoot 800 for 3 in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. Amazing to watch.
It's so nice that we can still do this over the years.
Thank God.
And years.
Thank
and
God.
Years
Thank God
of
for
doing
Bolero. I was not, and I say this publicly, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I was not a AMF Bolero fan. I was not a fan at all. And then I saw what they did for the PBA this year. They got sidetracked last year. They were great last year, the first 4 tournaments. I went to the Hall of Fame Classic. I think I might have seen you there at Arlington. And then it ended. I saw what they put on top this year, these first 5 tournaments. They didn't get that from any Pro-Am entries. And I said, my God, look what they did for pro bowling. I saw these boys bowling for $580,000 in Vero Beach on that TV show.
Yep.
And I said, I'll tell you what, they got me now. If they could put that kind of money up after the year they had as a corporation, where all their bowling centers got closed down, and all that payroll, and the burden of the tour and signing, and all of a sudden they own it and it's off of TV, it gets shut down, and come back and put that money into these tournaments, they got me. They got me when they did that. They proved themselves all right in 5 weeks. They really did.
They're doing things the right way.
And when I found out we were getting it, I said, I'll be a son of a gun. We gotta get this thing going again. And it's our job in this industry to get it going again and make sure it doesn't die, because it can get fragile.
Correct.
It can get fragile.
Bowling is one of those things, once you do, you love.
Yeah.
And so once you get them in the center, you got to keep them in the center.
Yep, you got to keep them.
Got to have good service.
Yes.
Got to have good food.
Got to have great food, good service. Got to have a staff that's friendly and congenial and teaches and loves to be with you.
Yes.
You need people that aren't looking at the clock waiting to get out of here. And
you gotta have somebody
that
lifers. Loves the game.
Yes, you got to have lifers. In my opinion, you got to have lifers that understand bowling, that understand how to talk to bowlers, communicate with bowlers, and understand their idiosyncrasies. You got to know them.
Oh.
And there's a way to know them if you've been around long enough. You can see it. You can know the unhappy ones are, the happy ones that might complain a little, some are embrace the date. What you try to do is communicate with all of them and make them enjoy their evening. This is their living room. This is their living room.
Yes, it is.
And they can go a lot of places. They're coming here. And when you look at the recreational dollar and realize there's 75 different recreations they can spend their money in.
Well, the beauty of the sport. This is the thing that I explain to new people that are coming into bowling and, they're purchasing bowling balls and stuff, is that what sport that you know that if you need a plumber,
Yeah. You can find it.
you can find it.
You need a car mechanic, you can find it.
You need a
You
lawyer.
need a dentist, you need a lawyer. You know, every time I have a
need a
problem, I
doctor.
walk in a bone center, I find them. I got a guy working on my bus today. He's a mechanic. I got friends. I got a guy to fix my tooth. He was a dentist.
You find a general manager and he knows
Unbelievable.
everyone.
Unbelievable.
Everyone.
I'm going to put the cameras on the boulders for a split second here, folks, so you can see what's going on here. I like my little setup here.
Oh, cool.
Watch this, Oz.
Love it. Look at all of it.
Watch this. Speed down the high end. Watch this. I'm going to go right down the ladder. Watch. Watch. This is for our leagues.
Wow.
Right down the line, baby. Pretty cool, huh?
That is.
Got our ads here. Got a few more cameras coming in. I call Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday every week. 3 weeks ago when the Eddie Foods opened here, I had 110,000 minutes watched, 5,000 views. 5,000 views in one day right here. These are our analytics. Tells me how many people are on. Right now we got about 10,000 minutes today just watching a pro-am with interviews. Well, let me show you this one. You got to see this one.
Oops. That's a washout.
This was the first 8 hours of the scratch tournament 3 weeks ago. 61,000 minutes, 2,400 views, and then this was the rest of it.
See what Brian LeClair's doing. Ow!
This was the rest of it. I got to show you this.
Triple four to score. Oh, check out that little guy.
61,025, 97,000 minutes. That was 3 weeks ago. Pretty good audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And this is what we do weekly, and we love it. Our viewing audience loves it. And this is all because of Robert Eddy. Robert Eddy has done this for bowling, this new owner. And he's the one that, in the tournament 2 weeks ago, Couch was third, 5,000 guaranteed first. He paid, there were 75 entries, he paid 40 spots.
Cool.
5,000 guaranteed first. Put the money up.
Yeah, we're having one in Plano
and
for
Dave Forbes today.
in October. We're having a trios tournament.
Are you really?
Yeah, we're having actually it's a foursome tournament. Your three seniors average age has to add up to be 180 years.
Your three seniors have to add up to be 180 years.
Yeah.
Now, Bob McGregor's bowling.
Of course.
Bob McGregor, for those of you folks, you've got, I hate saying this, nobody. He's probably the best kept secret in the last 50 years. He was the 1968 PBA Rookie of the Year. I was 69. So I met McGregor when I was a kid. He never was a touring pro. He's one of the best that ever lived. Bob McGregor.
He shoots at least 1-300 a week.
He's 70, 74 or 75 years old.
75 now.
Yeah. He shoots a 300 a week.
Yeah, easy. I see him every day. He's practicing still.
Yes.
Still.
I saw him as a kid.
Every day.
I saw him as a kid. And I remember looking at him, and I watched it at first. It was a little unorthodox. But then I saw the repetition. I knew what it was at 20. And I got scared. He intimidated me. And I said to myself, he ain't on a tour. Good. He's a nice guy. Let him stay home. Because that's a guy that could beat anybody in the world.
Oh, he just
Unbelievable.
is amazing.
Bob McGregor.
He's amazing. He comes in and practices, and we're having this tournament in October, and they go, well, anybody can bowl, as long as their ages add up to 180.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then you have your fourth bowler. Can be anybody. They don't care. Don't care. So
180 for 3 years. Wow.
Yep. Yeah. But you want to put your shoes back on, doesn't it?
No, I'm done.
Come on.
I just threw a gutter ball in my first shot in 8 years. That's enough for me. Anyways, we're going to move some cameras now, folks. I want you to watch a little bowling while I'm talking with Chris here because the mic works.
Also, keep it clean.
Yeah, we'll keep it clean. Now, let me ask you something. You think you win one of these?
Would I be here if I did?
Yeah, you do, don't you? Now, let me ask you a question. Strategy this week, next, and the week after. How do you approach each block? What are you thinking about each block? Are you trying to peak early? Are you trying to get out of the box, averaging 260?
We know that's never going to happen for me.
Are you saying?
When in my career did I ever come out?
Are you saying I want to be in the top 24? I want to stay close. In the next block, I want to get a little. How do you think about this after 2 years?
We just play the lanes, what the lane gives you.
Just play the lanes and what the lane gives you. Okay.
And you're going to have good days. You're going to have bad days. It's bowling.
Yeah.
So don't get too high. Don't get too low.
Yeah.
Don't press too early.
Yeah.
Make and wait and be patient. Be very, very patient. Most of all, feel every frame.
And how are you physically right now?
Well, after my little accident a couple of years ago, things are much better.
Nothing aching? No aches?
No.
No muscle pulls? No twinges?
Just the legs.
A little touch in the legs?
Well,
fatigue or pains?
Well, I have an IM rod in my leg.
You got a rod on your leg?
A rod that goes from my knee to my ankle. And it happens to be my right leg.
Yeah.
So that's your weight bearing leg.
Yeah.
So it flares up every once in a while, but nothing that's,
You don't hobble, you don't limp?
No.
Good.
No, that was the...
How's the release? You still got 400 off your hand?
Well, depends on how angry I get.
I'll bet you could get close to 400 still at your age. I know it's 350.
We put it on the Specto at the bowl.
Yeah.
And I got a couple up to 460.
You got 460 on Specto? You're sick. There's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
No way. You can't get 460 at the age of 60. Are you serious?
My son was so funny because he goes, that's all you got, Dad? And as I watched my son go 470.
You got 460 off your hands still?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
My average is, when I'm just normally stroking, just trying to roll it, it's around 385 is my average.
Let me say this. I'm going to answer this to one of our questions. Larry Stelly, yes, Del Ballard was Bob McGregor was Del Ballard's father-in-law.
Yes.
These are the people that chat with me. I'm sorry, I've been so into talking with Chris, folks, that for all of you I want to thank all of you. Just got engrossed with Chris because we're such good friends. And I wasn't trying to ignore any of you, so please forgive me about us just talking away here. Because we don't see each other.
Well, what did we always do?
We talked.
Talked all the way.
Anyways, we're looking for House Brown. Lisa Michelle's looking for House. I don't see them on 9 through 24, Lisa, or on the end pairs. He must be, he's down the low end, Lisa. We'll miss him. 3 and 4, 5 and 6. No cameras up there yet. But anyways, so I'm fascinated with the older guys. I want to know how they think. Because I know how the young kids think. They're 50, they think they're going to beat everybody.
Yeah, but you also got to remember that when we bowled, this group of gentlemen out here now, when we bowled, you didn't know what lane patterns you were on.
There was no such thing as patterns.
So, I mean...
There was no patterns.
Synthetics were new.
Synthetics were new.
There
were no patterns and there was no resin.
No.
We did come from... They were all wood. We came from a different world, bro.
Yeah. I remember that in 1987 was the first time I threw a urethane ball.
Yeah.
Was in 87 on tour because everything hooked so much for me, and then other guys were going, well, I can't get it to hook. And I go, well, roll at 12 miles an hour like me.
What I found about, what I'll never forget, Billy Hall saying to me, Litchie, watch this kid. And you were young, and I know it's 83, 82.
Yeah.
I watched one ball come off your hand, and I had to look again. Because I never saw a man that I don't want to say tiny, but smaller, if you will, get that on a bowling ball. You did not see it. Now
No.
two-handers do it now.
Yeah.
But you didn't see a one-hander get 460 off the hand.
No.
And what were you, 120 pounds?
115.
115 pounds. Yeah. Very rare back then. Roth had it. He was 180. He could strap the crap out of it. But
I mean, that's the best is a guy asked me. He goes, "So where'd you get your style of bowling?" And I said, "Well, I kind of like to think of it as a cross between Marshall Holman and Mark Roth."
Yeah.
And they're like, "What? You're talking about two different things?" And I went, "Well, no. You watch how Roth was just powerful, man.
Yeah.
And people don't give him credit. He made every spare.
Yeah.
He was a great spare.
Oh, he's a
shooter.
great. I'll tell you a spare shooting story from Ross. So help me God. Listen to this. On Friday night in Las Vegas at the Showboat, we're loading everything up because the next trip's Dallas.
Oh yeah, that's
so we always had a load start in the afternoons, Friday afternoons. So it's Friday night. They get done. The top 5 is TV, and now I'm going to go down and get the banners. I got 80 lanes, 72 lanes of banners, and I'm letting everybody know, get your stuff in transport. Get it ready. We're rolling. And I go out to shake the hands of the top 5, and Goose is out there with the top 5, and he's announcing it. Roth led by 7 pins. I says, "Nice bowling, Smaka. Good luck tomorrow." He says, "Litchy, guess what?" I says, "What's that, Smaka?" He says, "I never missed a spare. I never missed a one or two pinner in 56 games. He led by 7 pins. If he misses one spare, he don't lead." He says to me, "I didn't miss a 1 or 2 pinner in 56 games crossing a 72-lane Woodhouse for 5 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. He don't miss a spare for 5 days, a 1 or a 2 pinner? Where do you hear that?
Three different bowling centers.
Where do you hear that in 72 lanes in 5 days? And you skip 2 pairs across the house. You walk back and forth for 5 days. He never missed a 1 or 2. And that's why he was so great.
Oh, it was just amazing. And people, that's why they asked me, they go, "Well, what?" I said, "Well, I got real quick feet like Holman. I got real quick feet." And I said, "And I got enough power just like Mark Roth." I mean, when you grow up and you idolize those gentlemen, it's just amazing.
Richard Rump likes you. Mr. Excitement on the lanes. You must be talking about the Bob Vespi match, Richard Rump. How about the Bob Vespi match? You want to tell the folks what it was like to do that in Winter Haven? That was a Florida match, too.
Oh, yeah.
That was at Cypress Lanes. And, Vespi was pretty cocky, pretty arrogant. And you were fired up that day. That was Chris Warren at his best that day.
Was
that 1990 or 91?
No, that was 94.
94.
Yeah.
Cypress Lanes.
Yeah.
Wow. What a performance that
Duquette's place.
Duquette's place.
Yeah.
Still Duquette's.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, we just me and Bob, we got along off the lanes okay, I guess is what you could put it. But on the lanes, we didn't get along.
Bob was fierce.
We did not get along very well.
Bob, that was Bob's MO. That's how he rolled. But I like Bob. I like Bobby off the lane. In fact, I liked him on the lanes because I wasn't bowling him. I thought it was fun. But we all know what he did. I mean, he was.
You don't rub the wrong people.
He would nail you, and they would nail him back, and there was wars out there with him. He quit young and never bowled again. I guess he moved to Georgia, got in the auto business or something, and that was the end of that. At least that's what I heard. Somewhere in Atlanta or somewhere up there. Car sales, car business.
Somebody told me he was here in Florida.
Maybe.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean, that's like Ricky Ward. I mean,
Ricky was here until 3 days ago.
Really?
I ran that story.
Really?
Go ahead. Anyways.
Yeah, I mean, there was so much going on at that time. And I'm not yelling at Bob in the video. I'm yelling, if Buck Barano or Star Barano is listening or watching, I would just like to say hi, because That's who I'm yelling at. If you look at the video, if you pause it, there's a gentleman back there that is 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah.
And he's got a purple hair.
Yeah.
That's who I'm yelling at. That's who I was hanging out with all week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You cannot imagine. What a man. What a super sweet. He introduced me to Tom Daugherty when Tom Daugherty was like 16
How about
years
Daugherty
old.
now, the king of Florida, baby? How about 180,000 out of the chute real early in the year? That's a big hit, you know.
That's a beginning of a good year.
That's one big hit.
It's a beginning of a good year.
And Troop's up to about 280 already. Wonder, how about Guppy's kid? Is that wild or what? To watch Guppy's kid doing that, I think that's fascinating.
Can you remember? I mean,
I know, little boy, just walking around, little freckle face.
I mean,
little freckle faced kid. You're looking at him and thinking, what's this kid going to do? Look at him. You're thinking, what's he going to do? You know, what is he going to do in his life? You're looking at him. What's he going to do? Next thing, he's on TV with the thing, with the pick, and he's loved by the public. He's a great bowler.
Oh.
He's won some big checks. He was second in that
Chris
deal in
Maddox.
Chicago. That the lefty beat him in that house shot deal for Bolero, 270,000. He got 80 in that one. He got 250. That's 330 in 2 events. That's Harry Smith's lifetime earnings. He got in 2 weeks. Well, listen, I'm going to go.
Alrighty, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you.
Chris Warren,
I will see you.
Well, I'm going to be watching you. I start tomorrow. I'm free. I can let Flow Bowling do this, and I'm going to watch.
Alrighty, sir.
All right, Chris.
We'll see you later.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, talking with my dear friend, the legend Chris Warren. All right. Hope you're enjoying this. We're going to keep split screens on like this and move them down like this so you could watch your friends in this Audi of Fort Myers Pro-Am event. Another great event here. Well, that's the Rookie of the Year. He throws it good. I didn't realize that fella threw the ball that good. He's got a nice game there. That's the last Rookie of the Year they had before COVID. No, I'm good. I'm just gonna take a little
small break,
little touch of a breather here. Just keep the cameras on, everybody.
Yep, good.
I got 45 things on Facebook already.
Yeah, it's part of my fault, though.
They're burning me up here.
I tried taking a picture of that way. You got something. You can save them and go back and look at them.
You know what I find amazing, for me personally, it hasn't sunk in how much I miss this. This was my life.
Yeah, of course.
This was my life for 30 years, and watching it today and thinking back about it. Oh yeah, we're on. And thinking back about it, you know, all those years of doing this, all these Pro-Am events, you know, the people, and then going to the next city and starting over and over and over and over, 36 weeks a year, sometimes 1,000 miles in between rides, and there they were. There were the boulders. There they are today. They have to bowl.
Yeah, years later.
You
Years
look at
later,
it.
now you're talking with, you're conversing and talking with the same people.
But look at this. It's the same thing.
It's cool though.
I mean, you know, we got 150 today. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
150 entries today. That's wonderful.
And a lot of these guys ain't changed their skin at all. It's cool to have them here though.
Well, we're very fortunate that we got this stop. I wouldn't have dreamed it 4 months ago. But, you know, there was Clearwater. They had an open week. Now we got them. They're here.
There's a lot of pictures on Facebook with you and the posse.
Oh, good. I just honored, privileged. keep in mind, folks, this is 3 games, 9-pin no tap. Then we have another squad. And David, what are we going to do with all this stuff we have, this auction stuff?
We'll try to get it. We'll try to get it to somebody. We'll try to give it away.
Got some goodies here.
Yeah.
This stuff, let me show you something, just so you know the value. This is 500. That's how rare this is. That's Arnold Club. That's 500. With a master book, you'll know what we got. I'll show you some of this. This here, etching. That's from Joe Banco. Same there. Same there. And pre-celebration of life pictures. Handed out by the mascot. Donated by Joe Banco. Right with the giant. Atlanta Braves jersey signed. Atlanta Braves jersey signed by John Burket.
What's that? Did they turn in scores? After they're done. They're done. Everybody turns their scores into the front desk.
This came from Matt McNeil. These are the colors that Johnny contracted 300 shirt. And Matt McNeil had contracted wore a shirt identical to this. It's got McNeil on it and that. And autographed by Johnny. First and second place in the 72 Newsday on Long Island. Johnny beating Lichy by 1,000 Peterson points. Second place for prize money. It's 49-year-old newspaper. What do you want to do?
I'll try to hurry up and set up the table. I'll try to hurry up and set up the table.
We could also auction it off during the weeks and send John money order.
Next event would be that we would have a huge crowd here.
This might be it. This might be it for all week before they bowl. Get on the road and say, try to send somebody else. Just think about it. There's no rush. We're not doing anything. We've already got a fight now. All
right, well, they're only in game 2. I got 2.
Okay, so as we're watching the Pro-Am folks, keep in mind, tomorrow, the live stream will be on Flow Bowling starting tomorrow morning, and they're getting everything set up and ready, and they are quite a professional group, and we are really lucky to have them here this week. So pull up Flow Bowling, pull up the PBA website, figure out how to get it. You can watch this competition here from Lightning Strikes. Let's watch Mika throw the ball close up here. That's Mika with the split. I'm kind of curious to see his game. I haven't seen him throw the ball in a while. He is a great, great bowler, two-time bowler of the year, and great to have him back. Let's watch the physical game. Oh, he's still got it. He's still got it. He's going to be tough. I want to watch him throw some balls. He's still got that great push away, those long legs, that high backswing. Mika Kovimeni. Let's watch Ronnie Moore throw one out of Las Vegas, formerly out of Anchorage, Alaska. Ron Moore. Oh, he's still got it too. Look at that. He can still get around it pretty good. There's Couch. Couch bowling great here a month ago. And that Eddie Foods Open. Watch Garcia out of Miami. Garcia's over here. She throws it so good. Check her out. Beautiful lady. Oh, Moore's unbelievable. He's just the nicest man. What a congenial, consummate professional. Oh my God.
Oh my God, I haven't seen you for years.
Oh my God. What have you been doing? You look good. Let me see what you look like.
I got all kinds of wrinkles.
Look at you. Oh,
I put all kinds of makeup on,
you're allowed
and I
to.
can't cover my wrinkles.
Don't worry.
I know. My sister Linda said hello.
And how's Linda?
She has bladder cancer. But she had surgery in January and had a tumor removed, like a 2-inch by 2-inch.
I'm talking to Ronnie here. Sorry, don't worry.
They removed it. And they got all the she has one more
How old? How old is she? Oh God. I'll be 72 in May. I've been sober for 28 weeks. I stopped drinking in January of 2019. I haven't been since, and I work here. Changed me. I'm different. I had no idea what I was doing. I drank for 55 years. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. That's all. Downing them. Nothing. Zero. There he is. Absolutely nothing.
That's a tough thing to do.
I feel good. I feel very good. Nice to see you. Seeing Johnny. You came to visit Johnny?
I did. I came.
David Jr. coming here, aren't they?
They're supposed to. We know they're
Today?
so busy. I'm not sure what day.
Yeah, I got it.
Well, Judy told me about it.
You still live in the same place?
Yeah.
What are you even doing, golf?
Yeah, I golf in the league Tuesday.
I know
and
you
play
golf.
for fun on Friday.
I know you golf. I know you like the
I
golf.
like
You
it a
like the
lot.
golf. I
I
know
do.
you do. You told me you liked it.
And I'm getting a little better because they moved up to the box.
I'm getting a little better because they moved the tee box. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it.
So that was exciting.
Look at this picture.
Trade
Look at this picture. That's Larry and Johnny at the 1972 Newsday.
Oh my God.
That's 49 years old. He beat me. I finished second in that. And then he was third.
Oh my God.
But you want to see something really interesting?
Yeah.
This is the sports page of Newsday, right?
Yeah. I used to like it.
There's Rick Berry,
No, yeah.
basketball player. Gussie Bush, the owner of the Cardinals. Mohammed Ali,
What year is it?
1972.
Oh, 72. Okay.
Yeah. This is the Newsday of Sunday, June 25th, 1972. And I'm auctioning this off for Johnny's charity so both him and I could sign it.
Yeah.
That photo.
Oh my God. I pulled up your website here, and the picture you look like a baby.
Yeah. Yeah, a long time ago.
Isn't that sad?
See the dolphin, what else?
And then I do water aerobics twice a week, Monday and Thursday.
Water aerobics.
Only kind of exercise I like.
Water
for an hour.
What are you going to water?
Yeah,
Oh, I got it, I got it, I got it. I got it. Oh, I wanted to show you something else. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, yes, I am. Well, look who was in 5th place in that event. Yeah, you know him, don't you?
I saw those guys.
I kind of thought, look at those names. McGee, Batista, Lemongello, and Schlegel, Lichstein, and Pajaglia. How's that list? Ed Tola.
I love Ralph Engel.
Oh, I love Ralph.
He was the nicest
There was
guy.
nobody like
So
that.
bad, I know.
It's wonderful.
I saw Michael and Peter.
All right, I'm going to move the cameras again, folks, now, just to give you some pairs here to look at. I want to see if we can watch Mika throw a ball here. Let's see if we can get lucky. I want to watch Mika. I'm very curious to see what he's got. I think I'm leaving here. I think I'm leaving. I'm going to do something else. I've been here 2 years. Yeah, I'm going to do something. I have to plan. I'm going to live on Martha's Vineyard. On the vineyard. This guy's got a 10-later. I can park there. I got a nice coach there. Beautiful bus. And I own it. I got no bills. I got money.
You still have the kitties?
I have my kitties.
I had to put my 18-year-old kitty down.
I lost Lippy 2 years ago. This is my rig. That's what I live in. That's it. And that's the canal I live on at Orange Harbor. I sold my boat yesterday. I got rid of all the toys. I live in that. I live in off of Highway 80 on the river. I live on a canal on the river in a senior apartment.
Okay, I don't know where Highway 80 is.
That's Palm Beach Boulevard.
Oh, okay, I know Palm Beach.
And I live there, and
How long do you have that beautiful home?
I got it last July. It's beautiful. It was 360,000. It's 29 years old.
Oh my God.
That was my first ride out of Port Jervis, New York in it. It's a beautiful coach. I know, I love it. And it's mine, I got no payments. And it's beautiful, it's state of the art. And that's a picture of it in Harrisburg on the way home when I had it washed. Check that, it's badass.
And it's here at the lanes? Or you have a
It's at my park.
So you leave it parked there?
Yeah,
You have a car?
I live on a canal there on a spot.
Yeah, and then you have a little car? You
Yeah, I got an old, my old gold Mercedes. I think it's got 1 million miles on it. I had 3 cars. I just sold them this week. 2 cars and a boat. Something. I liquidated everything. I wanted the money. That's Word. That's one of my babies. That's Word. There's a picture. Look at that picture of me.
On the website, yeah.
And then that's Word. Let me show you.
Somebody's waving at you.
Oh, you. That's Papa. That's Pla. That's Word. That's Baby Papa. Hey, what's up, Devin? How you doing? And this is baby when I first got her. 3. I got Black Cootie. I still got Black Cootie. She's 13.
She's the older one.
There's a Black.
Yeah, I met her.
You met Black. You met the Black one. And I was dating a girl. She's beautiful, but we broke it up. I live with her on the canal. That's Laurel. I was dating Laurel.
She's very pretty. What happened to that?
Laurel, we were together 18 months. We're still friends. She's bowling today. She'll be in the next squad. She's a hairdresser. And
just like your wife, the second one.
Yeah.
What's her name, the second wife?
Kathleen.
Yeah, Kathleen.
Laurel,
How's that going?
Laurel, I met her bowling. She's a bowler.
Oh.
And she's going to be bowling today. She's from Traverse City, Michigan. And we had a wonderful time together.
What happened? You just grew apart? Not grew apart, you weren't together now.
Well, I moved in with her. And I lived on a canal, and she lived in the Northwest Cape. Beautiful house on a canal. And I think she just lost the...
she lived alone for a long time?
Never married.
Then that probably has to
And we're friends. We're very good friends. We still talk. We're not mad. There was no fighting. There was nothing mean. There was nothing... You know, at first when she told me it hurt, because I love her, but I realize it's over. What am I going to do? I just got to move on, you know, and I'm going to move on.
And you're going up to the summer to Martha's Vineyard?
Yeah, and then I'm going to come back in December. I got a friend who lives in Brooksville on 5 acres. I can't afford to live here because I'm going to slow down a little bit. I'm going to start coaching in New England. I got a specto. I'm going to do some work, but I don't want to work anymore. I want my 70s for me.
As you should.
And
you've been working since you were what? Well, how old were you going on tour?
Too young, 19. And as long as I wash my dough, I get good Social Security. I get almost $1,500 a month, so it's not like I'm going broke. I just got to wash my money and do some work. But I think I can be in Florida without working if I go up to Connecticut with 6 months a year. So I'm going to get up there in June, start working in August. I got 4 bowling centers lined up, one in Albany, one in Cranston, one in Newington, Connecticut.
Where do you get on Martha's Vineyard?
You got to take a barge. You got to go up to the Cape. You go to Falmouth, and you take a barge over. There's no bridges. You go on a barge. They put 18-wheelers on it, and this guy's got a 10-laner there. It's beautiful. Larry, I want you to see it. Come up in
So
there.
you can put your motorhome on there?
And then park it behind his bowl for free. I can live on Martha's Vineyard for a month.
If I go to Bradley, Hartford,
Yeah.
to see my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Are you there, near there?
From Michael's house to Bradley International Airport's 20 minutes. Michael still has the pro shop at Bradley Bowl, the bowling alley.
How's he doing, Michael?
Michael's doing great. I'm
And
going
the
to
second other kid?
I'm going to live on the side of his house. That's Larry. Larry doesn't talk to me. Larry's here, right?
He's here?
In this bowling alley.
He's bowling? Is he a
No,
lefty?
he works here. He helps me with the computer, but he won't talk to me.
Is he lefty?
No, he don't bowl.
He doesn't talk to you because...
He doesn't like me.
Wow. That's pretty sad.
He told me he doesn't ever want to talk to me again.
But at least you have Michael.
I have Michael. That's another
turned
reason
out a
why
nice
I'm
kid,
leaving.
right?
Had enough.
Well, so
Get
if
away
I go
from
see
me.
my girlfriend in Hartford, and we come to Martha's Vineyard, never been
Martha's
there.
Vineyard is the Cape. That from Martha's Vineyard from Hartford is Cape Cod. It's like 140 miles. And
that's far.
The closest place to Cape Cod is Providence or
I've been to
Boston.
Providence.
My God.
I flew into Providence when I was flying.
Jeez, I feel bad about Linda. She's gonna live.
Well, after they took the tour, they had to wait 2 weeks till the bladder settled down, and then they come up.
Minnesota?
And she had to have 6 chemo treatments, cautionary once a week on Wednesday. So she had one more this Wednesday, and then she's done with that. And
The rest of your sisters are still with us, right? Good. Good.
they're all still with us. Michelle had lung cancer last year. Part of her lung review, my older sister. Do you
I have
remember
lost.
Michelle?
Yes.
You remember
I've had a friend die every week. She's changed. My best friend Mike Collins died Tuesday. You knew Mike Collins.
Mike Wells?
Mike Collins, Rich Karuba died. Mike Collins died. A lot of my friends died this year.
A lot of my friends died too.
12 friends. 12 of my friends died. Which I'm so upset about because one day I woke up, I started crying. I didn't cry at all, then one day I woke up, I started crying. I started thinking of all of them, I started crying. I said, Jesus. Every day, every time the phone rings and I'm afraid to answer it, every time Soupy calls me because we have a pact.
Something's wrong.
And,
Well, Davis had a heart attack.
I went and visited Davis. Look, I saw, listen to this.
Picture Davis?
Listen to this. I visited him, and a week later he almost died. I have a picture of me and
I
him.
haven't seen Davis in years either.
That was February 6th.
He looks pretty good.
A week later he was almost dead. I went in the hospital a week later.
He had a heart attack.
Yeah. Every blockage, every vein 100% blocked. No blood going to the heart. They doctors couldn't believe he was alive. I want to see me and him.
How old is Davis? Almost
79.
Yeah.
Ernie's 78 tomorrow. Roth is 70 today.
I had carotid artery surgery on my
I know
neck.
you did.
So you
You
know
told me
that was in 16.
Ernie had
2000.
carotid surgery. Ernie had the same surgery.
That's when I quit smoking.
Smoking will do it.
I quit smoking 2 weeks before my surgery, and so I had to go for a pre-op. So she goes, "Do you smoke?" I said, "No." And she said, "Have you ever smoked?" I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, when did you quit?" I said, 2 days ago. She goes, "That doesn't count." But it was 2 weeks before surgery. I know it's not good to go under the knife with smoking, so I quit. Came to my senses.
Yeah, I don't smoke, no cigars, no booze. 100% sober, 100%. And when I got 30 days in, I couldn't believe it. At 60, I went, oh my God. At 90, I went, I feel different. At 120, I said, I'll be the son of a gun. What did I do for 50 years? I knew it then. Now, don't get me wrong, I've had cravings. But every time I got close, I said, how are you going to feel on day one? You just went 750 days. How are you going to feel on day one, though? You going to like day one? No, I don't want day one. I'm at right now. I'm about. Well, you figure January 15th was 2 years. February, March, April. So that's 367. So I'm about 780, 790. I ain't starting over. Be a bitch starting over.
I know.
Screw that. There's Larry. Look, don't say that. That's him walking towards us with the coat on. That's my son. Don't stare. It's Kathleen's son.
The other way.
You can look. Go ahead, go look for a minute. Go look.
Johnny's still right.
Look. He looks just like me. Look. See, I'm talking to you. See? Give him a dirty look. Tom, how are you? What's going on, Tom? Yes, I'm the master. I don't know if I'm the master of ceremonies, but I'm the master of something.
You have no idea why he doesn't talk to you?
He hates me. He hates me. He hopes I die. He says I hope he dies.
Well, they said mean things to him for a long time. Kathleen and right, no, the second one. Is that Kathleen?
Yeah, I banned her from my phone. Banned him too. I don't want to hear it. I don't want anything depressing.
Funny, he comes here.
He works here. He does this setup. I got him this job, and then all of a sudden he comes down.
How long has he not talked to you?
A month.
And you have no idea why?
No, did you see the look I got? He won't even look.
No, he looks straight ahead. Is Johnny in the last game?
Johnny's
right here in front of us.
Oh yeah, there he is.
They both.
Hi, how are you? Nice to see you, girls. How are you? How you doing? Hey, what's going on, Billy? Where's my buddy, Kenny? I couldn't believe it.
Your face was precious, man.
You're my doubles partner.
You said it was 31 years.
Oh, we could ball as kids. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
He says, I'll get up. And he's like, I got a week left. I said, you see Larry doing? He goes, no. Let's go. I'm taking it.
Yeah. A lot of poker games with him. Lots of poker games. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
Let me
How
take
are
that
you?
off. I want to see what you look like. You look very pretty. Nice to see you.
Is Gary back here? Is he running the pro
Gary Beck?
Yes.
No. You know? How do you know Gary Beck?
Because he was the one that made me go with Parker about 7 years ago.
Oh, really? Gary Beck lives in Virginia. This is just a regular pro-am that we run.
Really?
Yeah, I talked to Gary Beck.
You tell him Cheryl Dietrich says hi.
I will. I talked to Gary Beck. He's in Richmond, Virginia.
I drove Gary Beck crazy about 7 years ago at Pasco County because I was like, I gotta bowl with Parker. I gotta bowl with Parker.
Parker's bowling right now.
I know.
You know what happened? He put Parker on our pair.
Yeah.
And then they made an announcement with some wrong with the scoring, so the pros had to stay where they were. Parker bowled every game with us.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cheryl
He was totally made up.
Cheryl had to bowl with Parker.
Wow.
So he didn't move. He was my left hand.
All right, folks, keep in mind, we're watching this pro-am now.
I'm a left-hander.
Not much to really call in this pro-am, 9-pin no tap. I'm sort of letting you all just watch. About all I can really do. There's going to be some interviews again with some other bowlers at the end of this pro-am. I'm going to get Bobby Learn in here with Mike Quirk, who was there the day Bobby bowled 11-29 in Erie. And we're going to get some other friends here in the booth that I can find as the afternoon goes on. So don't go anywhere. Again, a lot of legends will be sitting with me. Sort of just chilling here, watching this 9-pin no tap event. Weber's on the next squad. Do you know Petey?
Well, I know Petey, but he didn't remember me at the casino in St. Paul.
I got it. Oh, that's a long time ago.
No, I know. He didn't remember me.
Yeah.
And Dale Glenn didn't remember me.
Dale Glenn is.
Well, that wasn't
Dale
surprising.
Glenn is not nice. He is not nice.
He was cool.
Asher and I are good friends. She's so good to Asher.
Asher, I said hi.
Asher called me, his voice was quivering with madness. And he's a good friend. And he told me what Dale did, I said I'll never talk to him. And I don't like him anyways. Last year, Asher runs these bowling schools in Las Vegas with Joe Hutchinson and David Houston and Mark Baker and John Gaines at the South Point, not South Point, the Sunset Station. They get 80 to 100 people to come. Pay $600, $60,000. They get 2 balls, and they coach them for 2 days. And it's called Camp Bakes. They do very well. And they've promoted this for years. It's good coaching, it's videos, accomplished bowlers coaching. At Camp Bakes in March last year, somebody goes in there with COVID. Everybody gets it, including Barry, and Barry is ill.
Is he compromised?
And Eagle, being the moron that he is, gets on Facebook and tells everybody that Barry got it and Baker got it, and they got it at his school, and people at the school got it. He reports it on Facebook.
I didn't see that on Facebook.
Barry's reading it.
I didn't see that at Dale's. I see Dale on Facebook.
Barry goes nuts. He goes nuts. And he calls me and says, "What'd you do?" What?
Jack Bobby, he's bowling with me right now.
He's bowling with you now?
I told him right after we're done.
Yes, as soon as you're done. So, I guess Barry calls him up and tells him off and says, "You're never to come here again. You're never to call me again. You're never to come to my bowling out again. I don't like you." Meanwhile, Barry calls me. He's hocking phlegm. He's coughing. He says, "Listen, can you believe this?" I says, "What did he do?" And Barry told me, he says, "He reported it." Did he call you and tell you? This is now all these people are calling me from the school, wanting to know why we didn't tell them. How would you tell them if you didn't know? Anyways, now he's leeching off at Neff. He's up to Neff's place.
Neff's down here in Florida somewhere, right? Where he used to be?
He's up to Neff's house now.
Where is Neff again?
He's got some property up there, and he's living there because he can't live anywhere. He can't pay park fees. He can't pay rent. He has no money. Like my park fees are like $7.50 a month on the canal, which is direct access to the river. It's a nice canal, but I'll show you.
Still married? I want to take your picture and show Birdie.
Yeah, I want to show you this, just so you'll see this. I want you to see the canal I live on. This is my canal. That's my RV. That's my RV. That's my boat. And that's it getting closer.
So you have a boat too?
Yeah,
Is it the same boat you had for a long time?
No, I just sold the boat. I sold those 2 cars.
You sold a boat?
I sold those 2 cars in the boat this week. I put $10,000 in the bank. I just wanted the money. And that's my canal. And that's what the river's out there.
Right.
And that's what it looks like at the back of the canal where I dock my boat and my cars.
You take the boat out?
Oh yeah, I
sold now, right?
Yeah, it's a little boat.
Let me see it.
That's it there. I sold it. And then I that's how I live. But I got rid of all the toys because I'm moving.
I know it. That's a good idea.
But I'm coming back in December. I just wanted the money in the checkbook. I don't want any maintenance.
You'll park there again in December?
No, I'm probably going to park in Brooksville.
Where's Brooksville?
North of Tampa. My friend's got 5 acres of land. I can park there for free.
That's a couple
All I got to do is... Yeah, it's very cool. All you do is plug in. Just pay me for the electricity bill. So I'm living rent-free in Connecticut, rent-free in Florida, and I'm working. Put away a little money because I want to go 3 years and slow down at 75. I don't want to work. I need 3 years of good money, and then I can make it.
Now you can make it.
I can make it now, but I still want to work. I still want to work.
There's my kitty that I had to put down.
Oh, I remember that cat.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that I put the cat down.
Sorry.
That was the one that was out by the front door. I saw the cat.
No, that's Betty G. I had to put her down too, but that was my outside kitty.
Yes.
That was a feral cat.
That's the one I remember.
I couldn't even touch her, but she became my good friend.
Yeah.
Can I take your picture?
Yeah. I hadn't shaved the last few days. I decided I wanted to try a beard. It's the only place on my head where hair will grow. So I took a shot. What are you going to do?
I think so.
Go ahead. Take.
I want to get your stuff behind it to show them.
You want to take it in front of my booth? Bring it right in here. Take it right here.
I want to get the screen stuff and show that you're on live streaming. I should get closer. I can make it closer.
Let's see.
Or you want me to do it over?
Oh, it's pretty good. Leave it like that.
Okay.
Leave it like that. That's pretty good.
Thank you. You'll never guess where I am.
No, Larry Stella, I haven't had a chance to talk to Parker yet. So this Pro-Am's ending now, believe it or not. I think we're going to be done with the first squad here. I'm not sure. We're going to have Bobby Learn in the booth with us shortly, folks, so don't go anywhere. This is going to be kind of cool now because we're talking to a TV record holder, so keep this in mind. Anytime we get one of the PBA record holders in here like Joe Scaro, or we're going to get Bobby Learn, who's had the highest 4 games on television in the 60-year history of PBA televised events. Starting in 1961 in October at Paramus Lanes, Roy Lown won the first PBA televised event, the Paramus Invitational, on ABC's Wide World of Sports in 1961. So in the 60 years, which is quite an unbelievable amount of telecasts, Bobby Learns 11:29 is the high 4 game. So we're going to have Bobby in here, and along with Bobby, we're going to have a gentleman who lived in Erie and was at the Erie Civic Center that day, Mike Quirk, who bowls our senior events here. He's from Erie. I call him the Erie Cranker. So Mike Quirk and Bobby Learn are going to sit with me, and Mike's going to talk what it was like as a spectator watching this unbelievable performance. And of course, Bobby is going to be telling us about his games, what went through his mind. And I think a lot of you are going to love this. This is historic stuff. You're not going to see this too much in your life. Very seldom can you do a nonchalant interview like this on live stream. So it's going to be really cool. Mike Quirk and Bobby Learn. So bear with us on that event. I'm going to put the live stream back on. We got one more game to go. I'll be right back. Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Right, he's bowling out, then he's taking me to dinner.
Let me squeeze in.
Can I sit here?
Yeah, you can sit there with me. You're allowed to stay in here with me. It's allowed.
I like the spot. It's up here.
I have guests here. This is the birdhouse right here. You can see they made this for me. They built this for me. This was not here. I was live streaming underneath those TV sets. This has only been here for 3 weeks. Slides into this drawer. They rehooked up all the cameras into this. I'm going to be here watching. Yes, I can't live stream after today, but I'm going to be here watching, and I'm going to be a spectator.
My kids just wanted to say hi when they see you. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't forget, folks, Bobby Learn's going to be coming into the booth shortly, so stay with us. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be a lot of fun. Bobby Learn, naturally, a great champion. So don't go away. There will be interviews in between squads like I had earlier this morning, so stay with us. Yes, Lenny Borsch is here, Richard. In fact, I wouldn't mind getting Lenny in here if I could find him. Let me get my friend Sammy in here, Ventura, to sit.
Sure.
All right, you okay with that?
I'm okay. I'll go watch Johnny.
Okay. Sammy. Come in here and talk with Uncle Richie. Tell me about my friend George.
Uncle Richie.
Sammy, you remember Mike Clemengello? The name Mike Clemengello, the great PBA champion? It's his wife. Okay. I'm going to bring in another special guest right now, folks, who you're really going to enjoy talking to. This man is a legend in the Northeast. And for all you bowlers, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York.
Syracuse, New York.
I want to bring in the great Sammy Ventura. Sammy V. Welcome aboard with Uncle Litchie.
What an honor. How can they put us together like this? I don't even know if that's
we
feasible.
deserve to be together. We're both lifers.
Oh, you're not kidding, boy.
Now,
we go to the same barber, too.
Sammy and I were just talking about your great career, and especially over the age of 50, what you've done is remarkable. The amount of cashes, top fives.
You just, I don't know. I just love the ball. I don't pay attention to them as a whole. I know you know, when we come out on tour, I didn't go out on tour until I was 52.
I know that. That's
So
why I find it remarkable. You got great You were always good. But over the age of 50, you started beating all the boys that were the stars.
They push you.
They push you.
You know what I mean?
They pushed you.
You get better. It's either you get better or go home. And I don't have a lot of money, so I didn't want to go home.
What is your mindset? What is your mindset all these years? How did you maintain this, the fire, if you will?
That is the greatest question in the world. Why do I still love bowling the way I
How
love
can
bowling.
you do it over the age of 50 when it really wasn't? I mean, it was always there, but over the age of 50, you excelled. And I know because I've read the standings. An enormous cashing and high performance record, week after week, month after month, year after year. How do you do that?
Well, like the guys say, kind of, it's like living the dream. You know, when I was young, I had a family.
Yeah.
Couldn't go out on tour.
Yeah.
Couldn't be gone 35, 40 weeks. You know, my
Right.
good friend Tommy Baker's been doing it
Yeah.
since he was probably 18.
Yeah,
You know, maybe a year younger. I says, Bakes, how do you do it? I says, senior tour is beautiful. I only go away 10, 12 weeks a year.
Yeah.
And I'm lucky I got my wife with me, Tracy, probably 6 of them. You know
Now
what I
you're
mean?
running tournaments to Sammy V. What are the Sammy V tournaments? What are those?
Oh, they're fantastic. It's a chance to give the bowlers. My bowlers are really good in the tournaments. I have some guys like Jason Sterner bowls my tournaments. He's been bowling amazing on
He's
tour right
tough.
now.
He's great.
On fire.
He's tough.
Really good. We get great bowlers that bowl my tournaments, all from the Northeast.
Yes.
You know, Pennsylvania,
Yes.
Buffalo, Rochester,
Good for you.
Binghamton.
Good for you.
They come all over.
That's a strong region right there, Huss.
It is. A lot of great bowlers. Albany. I even get some of the NEVA guys to come up now.
I
and
know
then.
you do.
When
I
I'm
know
in the-
you
when
get
I'm in the-
NEVA guys.
When I'm in the
You got Ryan Graywaz bowls your stuff. Ryan was
Oh, yeah, he's
graduate
really-
of Windsor Locks. You know, Ryan Graywaz is a graduate of Windsor Locks High School.
Really?
And Larry Lichtenstein is a graduate of Windsor Locks High School.
Oh, my
and
God.
Ryan Graywaz and Larry Lichtenstein became NEVA Bowler of the Years. That's right. He grew up in Windsor Locks, learned how to bowl at Bradley Bowl. And when he moved to upstate in the middle, he's somewhere between Albany and Syracuse in there somewhere, isn't he?
I think it's Chittenango.
Yeah.
He's right there. He's about an hour and 15 minutes from where I live.
Yeah,
And maybe about 20 minutes from
Him and I
Syracuse.
graduated at Windsor Locks High School.
He's spectacular bowler.
I know he's spectacular.
Spectacular. I seen him bowl. You know, I get around and some of these bowlers, these young bowlers, Larry.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We can never do to the bowling ball when we were younger what they can
Oh,
now.
I know. They got tricks.
Our balls
They got
are still-
tricks up their sleeve.
Well, the lanes are different. The balls are different.
Yeah.
And the athletes are different. They're just so
Their knowledge,
much.
the internet and the knowledge they've got at 16, I didn't have till I was 35.
But
they know more now than guys like me knew that were on a tour because they can pick it up instantly, they can read about it, then they can practice it, then they can communicate about it. In the old days with a payphone and no computers, how did you talk to anybody? You couldn't do anything.
Oh, you're so
You
right.
were locked in. These kids pick it up now. They're remarkable, their knowledge.
You know, speaking of knowledge, I do a lot of teaching too. You know, I coach Bainbridge High School, and
Yes.
I get such joy out of taking kids that almost never bowled before.
Yes.
And teaching them basic fundamentals, because we got to remember one thing: no matter what level we're on, whether we're in the beginning or whether we're at the end or someplace in the middle, it's all about the base.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
I come in right, and,
Yes.
and you know me, I'm a character. Okay.
Sure, you're a character.
Because that's the only
That's
way.
why everybody loves you. That's you.
That's why.
That's Sammy B. Sammy B's a character.
That's the only way I can
That's
survive.
okay. You're the perfect character.
I come into practice one day. I got the boombox on. I put it down, and I got the girls singing. It's all about the bass, no treble, right? Because it is. Because how are you supposed to repeat? As we look out at some of these older and younger participants in our pro-am, look how good their bases are. Some of them, and you know the
All
ones
about
with,
the bass.
you know,
Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's all about the base. It's simple. You know what I mean? And as I put in my flyer when they come into my establishment and they get and we get to teach them.
Yeah.
I
Where
tell
are you
them-
at?
Well, I teach out of Cazenovia, New York. Really.
Cazenovia.
Another beautiful small center. My buddy Denny Marconi. He gives the guys a good rate of bowling, like free.
Yeah.
And we come out and we work.
Cazenovia. Now, where's that near?
It's right on the outskirts of Syracuse.
On the outskirts of Syracuse.
I'll tell you what, you come to Syracuse, I'll take you to Cazenovia for lunch or dinner, we'll have a blast.
I love Syracuse. Boy, did I have fun there in my life.
How could you not have fun in
I
Syracuse?
love Syracuse.
One of my greatest places ever, Syracuse, New York.
I love the Cuse.
Yeah.
I miss it too.
Oh.
I had a wonderful time there from 74 to 83, 84. That 10-year run there was a blast. I also bought a Corvette from Dick Saliba, and God bless Cliff Saliba. I loved him dearly. He was a friend of mine.
One of my
I bought
greatest
Dick
friends.
Saliba's 58 Corvette.
Wow.
I flew into Syracuse and drove it home.
Those guys, you know,
They were wonderful people. Oh my God.
I was born and raised in Utica. I moved to Syracuse 1978. My
Yeah.
father got a job up in Nestle's Fulton. That's where we went.
Yeah.
And I met Dick Saliba. I didn't know Cliff Saliba,
Yeah.
who I bowled with, won state titles with.
Yeah.
And, God rest his soul, he just passed away not too long ago.
I know, I was sick.
It's terrible.
And then Mo, both
Yeah.
legends.
Terrible.
You know, I woke up one morning about a month ago, I started crying when I thought of them. Cliff Saliba was an angel. I worked with him, he was a PBA laneman. You know, he was on the PBA staff with me. He was a fellow staffer.
Correct.
And of course, Mo I've known since 1975.
Mo, one of the most
Mo,
remarkable people
I've never
ever.
seen anything like
Gives
him.
so much to the game of bowling.
You'll never see that again. Not like that.
No. And everybody. It didn't matter if I threw his ball, somebody else's
No, he didn't
ball.
care.
He don't care.
He didn't care.
You know what his
He
job
just
was?
wanted to teach.
He wanted to make everybody better.
He wanted to teach.
And he was a good friend of mine. I ran tournaments called the Wings and Things years ago.
Yeah.
And I ran him in Mo's house in Mohawk Lanes.
Yes.
That's in the Rome area.
In the Rome area.
Yeah, and that's when I met Mo originally. And believe it or not, I lived in Liverpool, and Mo Pinnell knew my next door neighbor. Can you believe I met Mo Pinnell? I wasn't even really a bowler yet. I was just an up and coming guy that wanted to bowl.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I met Mo Pinnell, didn't know who he was from a bag of apples, in my next door neighbor's 4th of July party.
And that's how you met him.
That's how I met him.
You know, I got to tell you an interesting story. Now, you got to understand, this is all because of bowling. I get there with my Greyhound bus in 1975. It's my first tour with the Rolling Pro Shop. I've got a Greyhound. And I'm parked in Mattydale at Strike and Spare. And I'm hooked to the bowling alley with a plug. And then I got another plug going to a drill press and a vacuum cleaner. So I got 3 different circuits. And it had a little emergency door in the rear where you could hand up your spec card. It was the emergency exit. And the door opened, it was cold, and I was handing out some balls to pros, and he's standing there, and he says, Larry, I'm Bo Goergen, can I come in? Yeah, come on in. The front door's open. I lived up front and drilled balls in the back. That was how I started my business.
Wow.
He comes in, he says, can I watch you lay him out? Yeah, come on. So I'm scribing, laying, he's talking. He leaves, I leave. A year later, I'm back in Strike and Spare with the bus. Hey Larry, oh yeah, I know you. Saw you last year, yeah, Mo. Can I come in? Yeah, come on in. This goes on for 3 years. And by the 3rd year now, I know he's a little different. He's certainly different. He's got the long hair, he looks like a hippie.
He is.
He's a character. Now about 78, he starts telling me that he's going to start making his own weight blocks for balls. Now this is before the Black Hammers come out, which was 2-piece. He's telling me this, that he's going to start doing this, and I'm thinking, yeah, here's another dreamer. You know, every city had a dreamer, of course, right? And I'm sort of laughing at him, but he sounds serious. He's one of these guys, the way he described it, it was almost believable. But it was too archaic in the world of bowling. You couldn't believe it yet because you had never heard it before.
He was so far ahead of his time.
Yes,
There was nobody second.
if you never heard it, how would you know he knew what he was doing? You didn't know, but it sounded good. And then all of a sudden by 81, 82, this guy's for real. And all of a sudden by 86, 87, he's got weight blocks. And all of a sudden by 1990, he's got balls. And he's got the sumos. And then all of a sudden, the last 30 years, he become this icon beyond comprehension. I've never seen anything like it. It's just he rose to stardom on his own, just on his own, really, on his own.
I know, he was a fantastic human being. And he had a heart of gold too, you know.
I know.
He would help. I mean, I could be having like a bad tournament somewhere, and I would dial Mo up, you know, and he would just, Sammy, try this, that.
Yeah.
And then I'd go bowl like back-to-back 258s.
Yeah. Emotionally, it was enough. You know, with a guy like that, him just talking to you would pump you up. It was so positive that if you think about it, the fact that he was on the phone with you was like a shot of B12. He could get you thinking right. He could make you think different.
He can.
Because he was so intelligent.
He gives you energy.
Yeah.
He gives you energy. That's kind of what I do to my students, you know. You should see my students, they just all, they love bowling. In the little town I bowl with, you know, they all play all the different sports, and they put their ball away at the end of March, and they don't pick it up again until next November.
That's New York's been like that for 50, 60 years.
Well, guess what? My kids, they called me, and they said, Coach, we want to go bowling. Can you come with us?
Wow.
Are you kidding me? And this was like in the summer.
Wow.
He says, the bowling center's going to open one day a week, and we can only have a few people in, but can you come with us? We want to bowl, maybe you can work with us. Can you believe that? I mean, it is the greatest feeling. And then when you can teach these kids, and then they get better, they just don't get better in bowling. They get confident in life.
Sure they do.
In life.
Yes. Hi, Laurel. Anyways, tell me about the awards you won. Now, what were the 2 awards you won recently?
Well, the region recently was actually 2 years ago because we lost a year, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know, I won for the 3rd time in the 9 years I was bowling the Northeast Player of the Year senior region.
Yes.
Which was fantastic. We got so many good players.
Yes.
And you know what? My worst finish of the year was 7th.
Yes.
It was just a fantastic season.
Yeah.
I had 2 wins, and I didn't finish worse than 7th for the whole year. I do it there, and that's just amazing, really. Even in my own eyes, and if I was looking over my shoulder and I was somebody else, I'd say, "Wow, what a season!"
Yeah.
Never worse than 7th, you know, for a whole season.
Yeah.
It was like 10 tournaments, 9 tournaments, but that's
great
fantastic.
awards. Great awards.
And then though, the one I really cherish, is a sportsmanship award.
That's the one, baby.
You know, named after one of the legends of all time, Dick Weber.
Chris Keen's got it, you've got it. I'm so honored to know both of you. Dick Weber was my idol. I met him on April 2nd, 1965 in Hartford at the Meadows Invitational, the PBA event in Hartford, Connecticut. My father brought me, and I got his autograph. And within 4 years, I bowled him as a rookie.
Wow.
And I bowled in his house in '69 and made the finals at Dick Weber Lanes in St. Louis. I finished 8th at Dick Weber Lanes in my rookie year, and the next year 5th. And Allison was in the finals, and Bluth and Patterson. 60% of the Budweisers was in that finals.
Wow.
So to be named after him.
I know.
You get an award in the name of Dick Weber? Are you kidding me?
And you know, and Chrissy Keene, he didn't win once; he won twice.
I announce that all the time on my stream. The minute he comes in here in Bowls League, that's the first thing I say: is this man's a 2-time.
It's you can't take that away.
That's an award you get for life, baby. That ain't 1 year.
Well, let me tell
that's
you,
for life.
There's a lot of champions, very few Dick Weber award winners.
Oh, I know.
You know, and I am so honored. You know, if I didn't bowl another ball the rest of my career, it's like, you know what?
Yeah.
I had a 10-year run.
Yeah.
I bowled pretty good. I made 6 shows in the last 5 years.
That's the award.
That's my brother right there, Mr. Bernhardt.
That's the award of all time.
And then he got that award. I said, boy, what an exclamation point.
You know, he was PBA member number 2. I don't know if you know that.
No, I did not.
Carter was 1, and Weber was 2.
Wow.
The same day.
Same day.
Okay. The other thing that a lot of people don't realize is that he's the only bowler that I'm aware of. Now, I could be wrong about this, but this is a real interesting trivia question. He's the only bowler to have a street named after him in St. Louis, Dick Weber Way.
Wow. Well, he deserves it.
He got a street by Busch Stadium named Dick Weber Way.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, he just touched the hearts of everybody. And of course,
what an individual! You know what I mean?
Oh, he was wonderful.
You know what? I have a Dick Weber story. I met Dick Weber. I bowled the Masters as an amateur.
Yeah.
You know, that was my chance to rub elbows and you know, we happened to stay in the same hotel.
Yeah.
And he was down having a toddy late one night, and we were getting back from the Bowling Journal, and there's Dick Weber, and the guy goes, "I'll leave him alone." I said, "I'm gonna go buy him a drink and talk with him." I said, "I mean, when am I gonna see Dick Weber again?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I went. Him and I, we sat and we talked, and I'll tell you, I don't know if he'd ever remember me, but he probably might. And it's like to have all the good stories that man was telling me, man, if I ever listened in school, as good as I listened to Dick Weber, I might be a doctor or a lawyer.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to be on the AMF staff with him for 3 years, and of course service him on boat tours, and knew Juanita, and of course Petey and Richie and Paula and Johnny. So, and I knew Dick's father. So, luckily for me in my life, I had the opportunity to know the man that changed my life. And Petraglia said this morning that Dick Weber was his idol, and I said the same thing. Growing up, me and Petraglia idolized Dick Weber. Not that we didn't idolize Carter, but we idolized Weber.
I know.
We idolized Carter too, but we idolized Weber.
I know what you mean. And you know what? For me, I'm out here bowling with the guys I idolize. It's the greatest thing going.
Yeah.
And some of my friends that I bowl with through the years and high school and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You're still bowling, they said.
Yeah.
He goes, I saw you're bowling against Walter Wade. He says, he's like the best bowler ever. I said, yeah, he kicks my butt a lot too. I said, once in a while I get him, but
he's amazing.
Every time, I tell you what, the last 7 times I bowled him, his average must be like 270 against me. And I says, Walter, why do you bowl 270 every time you bowl me? He says, because every time I bowl 250, you beat me.
Isn't that funny?
And that's something that is so much fun. He's, you know, you get to meet some of these guys, and you don't really know them. You don't really know them like you know them until you meet them and you break bread with them.
You got an award. Let me tell you something. When you get an award with Dick Weber's name on it, that's like a Hall of Fame.
I think they're going to
That
give
is
you that
like
too.
a Hall of Fame. You know that.
Oh yeah, that's good
It
stuff.
really is.
That's good
It
stuff.
really is. That's good stuff. That's you. That's good stuff.
That's me, man.
Good stuff.
I've been
Sammy
saying good
V.
stuff for a long, long time. All these guys on the radio, they all kind of stole it from me. You know, I couldn't patent it or nothing, but
that's good stuff.
But everybody knows, hey, Mr. Good Stuff, that's Sammy V. You know,
That's good stuff.
But I'm going to get ready
Look
for this.
at this, Craig Vogel. There he is. Craig Vogel likes Litchie and Sammy. You like that, Craig Vogel?
We could do some damage, Craig. He was just out there. We're going to go to dinner in a couple more days. He's my buddy from
Craig
New
Vogel's
York.
great. I love Craig Vogel.
Yeah,
What a
he's
wonderful man.
Superman.
He is a great proprietor. I love him.
Oh, he's fun
He's
too.
loved here.
Hey,
he walks in the door here. He's a celebrity in here.
He was a very good bowler in his day too.
He's still good.
Yeah, he don't bowl as much as he used to,
Yeah,
but
he's all
he was
right.
always really good though, man. He found a way to get it. He was better than me at one time, believe it or not.
Really?
Oh yeah, much better too.
No, that's good stuff.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I just keep driving, man.
Oh, here he is. All right, I'm going to get him in the booth.
All right.
With Mike Quirk,
Okay.
who was there the day he shot 1129. That's why I'm
my
getting
God.
them both in.
That's good. I got to get ready for this next spot. I'll be here all week, man.
I'm rooting for you.
Make sure you
See
tip
in the
the
match
waitress,
play.
okay?
I'll tip the waitress. That's
All
good
right.
stuff.
Thanks, everybody.
Sammy V. Now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for this one. This one here is going to be real cool. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Bobby Learn. Now, with Bobby, you've seen him before on my live stream, is the Erie Cranker, Mike Quirk. Get in here a little now.
There we
go. Mike and Bobby are from Erie, and of course, you bowled 1129 in Erie in front of the hometown fans. You win $100,000. You set the 4-game record, and Mike is in the audience. Go.
Well, first of all, that was 25 years ago.
You don't remember it? April 6th.
25 years ago.
April
so,
6th is the anniversary.
I mean, listen, there was a lot of people in that crowd that day. 4,500 people. And
4,500 people.
I can tell you that half of them I knew him by name. You know, so it's really cool to go back and see the video, to see the people that were there. You know, and I already know what happened on the lanes, but to really see some people that actually. A number of them no longer here, right? So
yes.
Including my mother, which is it's cool to just be able to have that memory.
Now, Mike, you're watching this, and you're a hometowner, and you know he is. And he's the favorite, of course. But you got Bone, and you got Mazza, and you got Petraglia and Peterson. They're all class guys. And now you're watching this guy starting to strike a little bit. What are you thinking after, like, game 1? He wins a game. What are you thinking?
Hopefully there wasn't a letdown, but after hearing him talk to Stacy about it, I guess he was a little unfocused, but he got refocused and he bared down. And I think his easiest game was the last one against Peterson.
Yeah, it was.
Now,
if you call it easy.
Petraglia had 279 when you had 300.
Yes.
So you needed the first one in the 10th to beat him. And the game before that, you won 270 to 268 over Mazza.
That was the next game, yeah. So I had to get up and strike out in the 10th against Mazza. And then up against Parker Bone, same thing. Go out, have to strike out 279 to 280.
Yeah.
And then, like he said, the last game against Peterson, he gets an 8 count, and
it was over. Now let me ask you a question. You know you need a strike against Petraglia. You know if you get 8, you lose. You know if you get 9, you need a strike to tie it. You got to know it. What was your heart beat up? Were you nervous? Was there anything different?
I can say with honesty, my heart wasn't up at all. I was definitely living off of the energy in that arena that day. Was unbelievable. But I was calm. I was just focused.
How do you have 4,500 people rooting for you in one day?
Right.
In an hour and a half. You got an hour and a half. That's only at hometown. I'm not talking 60 miles away. Well, he's from Buffalo, but we're bowling in Long Island. That isn't hometown. Same state. This is hometown.
Yeah. Literally my home center. Was where we had the tournament qualifying.
Yeah.
So listen, I threw more games in that bowling center than anybody.
Yeah.
So I knew it. I should make the TV show there, right?
Yeah. Now, I watched you as a young boy with Wayne when you started hanging with Wayne. Did he get you to hold the ball down?
Actually, it was something I tried when he was there. I was trying to imitate initially Marshall Holman, but I didn't feel right with that other hand in front.
Yeah.
Just one hand, and it just so happened, Wayne was one-handed.
Yeah.
So I did ask him about it, and that is kind of how. But I was trying to imitate Marshall Holman because I think he was just, Roth is amazing, tenacious. I mean, a great player. He was known as the father of the modern game, right?
Yeah.
But I think Holman really was.
Oh, Holman's game was flawless.
But I mean, he had the modern release.
Stroke, the long slide. Now let me ask you this: your first telecast, the World Open in '81?
84.
Sorry, I missed that. I was better years ago. I got older. I knew it was the World Open because I poured water for you during commercial breaks. I poured water for you, and I handed you towels and napkins because you were a little nervous.
Well, I had to bowl against Roth.
Yeah.
If I beat him, I had to bowl against Holman.
Yeah.
The two people I idolized growing up.
I remember you were nervous. I remember looking at you and I remember thinking, where's he going? He's got to bowl these two animals. And I didn't mean that in a derogatory way, but you're making your first show and they've been on TV for a decade. And in between them, they've already won 20 times and you haven't won yet. What were your feelings that day?
I'll be honest, the very first shot off my hand, I'm like, just hit the pocket. And I left the floor, but I go, okay, that's good. That's good, because I was nervous. Very nervous.
Sure you had to be.
And again, if you're bowling against people you idolize, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's still, you have this respect for them, and at the same time, you don't want to look bad in front of them, so.
Now, today's Mark Roth's birthday.
I do.
He's 70 today. Happy birthday, Mark Roth.
And mine is tomorrow.
Yeah. And Ernie Slagles is tomorrow.
Yes,
you and
it is.
Ernst.
That's right.
You and Ernie. Aren't you lucky?
Well, and how old is Ernst?
Ernie's 78.
78.
Got a few years for that.
Yeah, I'm not quite there, yeah.
Ernie, if I don't call him in the morning, he'll give me a lecture. If I don't call him on his birthday, he calls me every name in the book. He's never called me once on my birthday. I said, why am I always calling you? Why don't you call me?
Well, it's odd that someone that, like himself, would be calling somebody names. Well, especially the person that you've been all your life, never getting on anybody.
Never
give him a hard time.
Oh, I never gave anybody.
No.
He's so funny. We talk all the time about our careers, and the interesting thing is, he always tells me what I owe him. He never says, I owe you anything. It's I owe him something every time we're on the phone. It makes no difference. Now, let me ask you a question, Mike, again. So you watch the game, the first cup. Now, what's going on in the 300 game? What's it like to watch that? Because you're a hometown, the crowd's going berserk. And what do you think?
Erie is a bowling town. It always has been, always will be. I mean, the numbers may be down, but he always rooted for the home guys. I didn't have a hard time rooting for Bobby, even though there's three lefties in the finals because I'm left-handed. But it was Bobby all the way. Yeah, it was electric. It was like
now when he gets to the 10th and he gets the first one, you screaming?
Oh yeah. I didn't have a voice the next day.
You're screaming.
Yeah.
Everybody's screaming.
Oh, everybody's screaming.
And now he gets to 300. Everybody's screaming, hugging, going nuts.
Oh yeah.
What about after the TV show? Everybody going crazy? Yeah. High-fiving, yelling, screaming.
It was unbelievable. One memory etched in my mind was Ronnie Palumbi in his orange shirt or yellow sweater, whatever it was, jumping up on your last ball. It was great. I mean, Stacy's going wild. Brandon's there going wild.
Yeah. Do you watch it a lot?
I've watched it maybe 5 times, to be honest. But when they have
tears?
They have the little
tears?
snippets, showing the 300 on TV. I'll watch the last frame, kind of relive that moment. And then again, that's what I'm going over. My dad are there, my wife. I got a great moment with my whole family. I'm picking up my daughter and my son's there. That's just probably the finest moment. Of course.
Teary? Yeah, I get teary. I'll tell you, they started putting my win a lot up on Facebook. And I don't always watch it. But every time I watch it, I get it.
Can't help that.
Because it was just something
great
that in
moment.
my life that I could never replace.
It meant that much.
I can never replace it. I don't know how to replace it. I saw Dave Davis and visited him on the 50th. And took a picture of me and him. And a week later, he's almost dead in the hospital. And I visited him. He's getting better. But that day when I spoke to him, the first thing I did when I got in the living room is I apologized. He says, "Why the hell did you apologize? You struck to win." I said, "Yeah, but you're the only one I beat in 6 matches. I'm sorry." He was my only title when I gasped like 5 times, and we started laughing. And I also remember when I had cancer in the hospital, you called me. I never forgot that. I want to tell you what that meant. I never forgot. And I got a great memory. But you called me when you heard I was in the hospital with cancer. I distinctly remember.
So many guys that spend so much time around each other.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a brotherhood, And,
oh yeah.
I don't know how you don't care for one another.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm traveling, if there's someone, like for instance, recently it was Mel Acosta's birthday.
Yes.
I commented.
Raul.
Yeah. And but when I was out in Portland, I looked him up. Let's have lunch, and Davey Husted.
Yeah.
Let's have lunch. It's been a few years now, but fact is, I want to see the guys.
Yeah, Mal was great. What a good! How about him off the 1-2 board?
1-2,
How'd you
unbelievable.
like that shot?
I mean, we're talking about
straight down,
straight up it.
Straight up 1-2, not a quarter board ahead. No, I mean down it.
Yes, sir.
Oh yes. What an arm swing! How about that stroke at the bottom of that swing?
So many great players over the years. So many great moments. And back then, you were a big part of that.
Hi, House Brown.
When we were in the paddock, that was just a gathering place. A lot of storytelling.
Oh yeah.
A lot of ribbing. A lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
It's not like that anymore. But I would just love to be a fly on the wall, listen to everybody talking about the times I wasn't there, and then of course, picking up on my own stories of when I was. There's so many stories to be told. A lot of them can't be told right now.
Oh yeah.
But there's a lot of stories.
I was intrigued with the 300 match you had with Jim Johnson Jr. I always followed that. I loved records. And for several years, you guys bounced back and forth in the 60s and 70s.
Yep.
And then now, Adam Barta and Andy Nyer got between 220 and 260. Well, when you were going against Jimmy Johnson 25 years ago, it was like 65 to 64 or something.
Well, I tell my kids, because I'm a college coach, and how different the game was growing up for me at their age or whatnot.
Yeah.
And I told them in 6th grade, looking at the World Book of Records, Guinness Book, Alvin Metzger had the most at 21.
At Sullivan, Missouri against George Billick from Old Forge, Pennsylvania, who had about 19.
And then when I was 24, in 1986.
Yeah.
So how many years had gone by since I was in 6th grade, right?
Yeah.
So 13 years?
Yeah.
And I had tied him for the world record at 27. Wow. In 1986, 27 was a lifetime.
You tied him at, that was the world record in 86, 27?
Mm-hmm.
Andy Nyer had 27 in the 2017-18
well, that's just
season.
it. You have people.
In one bowling alley.
Yeah. Now, how much different is our game from back then?
I didn't realize that stat till you just told me.
Yeah, it puts it in perspective, right?
I did not realize that.
You're talking about the greats. You're talking about, Don Carter and Dick Weber and, Earl Anthony.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about these guys who are just amazing.
I know.
And they never had 27.
I know.
You know what I mean?
I know. I don't know what happened, but it's for real. Whatever it is, numbers don't lie. The numbers are there. That's the way it is.
Yep.
Unique, different, sometimes hurts, but one thing's for certain, thank God the game's still alive. Thank God we have days like this. Thank God we got a senior tour. I got to give Bolero credit. I was not a Bolero fan, but when they bought the PBA, I was a little nervous. And I was at that inaugural event at the Hall of Fame last year. And I sat on that show. They were very nice. And they lost the year with COVID. They come back this year and put 580 for first place in Vero on that TV show. I mean, for the 5 guys, 580. Right after COVID, I said, I'm a fan of them.
Yeah.
They come up with that kind of money, I got to go for them.
Absolutely.
Because all their bowling centers are closed. They're in trouble, let's face it, because proprietors are in trouble. And I see the prize money these kids just bowled for in these last 5 weeks. I said, yeah, I'll vote for them.
I'll tell you why I was, first of all, you have memories of what the past was, right?
Yeah.
And you know, it was always family-owned centers that we went to. And But when they took over, I was looking at it from a bigger picture. I'm like, they've got more invested in bowling than any other company.
Yes, they do.
So
And
it's a good thing they want to get involved because
Yes, they do.
they see the value.
And we want them.
Yeah.
We want to help them. We want to bring back the glory days. We want our pros to maybe have pro shops in their centers. And we want our pros to give lessons in their centers. Because when they go home, they got to go to work.
Yep.
Right? They may as well coach people in their centers.
Yep, I agree.
And as far as I'm concerned, I'm behind it 100%. When I saw that prize fund and all of them that the kids bowled for on Fox, wait a minute, that's pretty big money now for a brand
What was the latest one? Like $1 million for a 300 game?
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, thank God. So I pray for them. I pray that.
I'm not gonna lie, it's for $1 million. I think the heart would have been beating a little more.
That was one of the greatest.
A little bit harder to let go.
You know, that day, you know, along with Don Johnson's, and Ernie's Peterson match, and Petey's match, and yours, there's 5 or 6 shows that'll go down in history as the greatest shows of all time. Obviously, yours is one of them. What a remarkable day that was for bowling. You were on the AMF staff at that time?
Yep.
You were throwing a swirl?
RPM swirl.
RPM swirl. Joel's in my truck?
Yeah.
Good, I got 20%, Joel. You knew I was going to ask you for
Well,
something.
that was the other side of it. I had 4,500 people asking for a loan.
You knew I was going to hammer you for ball drilling sooner or later. It came off my truck, right?
Always a reminder. Hey, Yomi.
Now, when you're here today, right?
Yeah.
What are the feelings today? Both
great.
from Erie and you're
Great
with
to
your
see
friend.
him. Glad everything's going good with him. Coach of the year and NIAA or NAIA for
college coach.
Yes.
Where are you in Columbia, Tennessee?
Martin Methodist.
Tennessee State. Tennessee. Where
pretty awesome
the hell's
state.
Tennessee?
It's a couple states up.
It's right below the gray skies line, right where the sunshine starts.
You know, I love Tennessee. I was in Gatlinburg as a kid. I won my second Eagle in Nashville. And I went to Gatlinburg and took the chairlift when we were there. I took that chairlift in 1970. Went up that mountain. Yeah, Gatlinburg was beautiful. Old Forge.
Still
Boy,
is.
is that nice.
It's a very beautiful area.
Oh, Tennessee's beautiful.
Just an interesting fact. Remember your house in Harbor Creek?
Yeah.
Well, my sister, Carrie, is the one that painted it for you, I believe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. When you bought out after the flagship win? Yeah.
Well, no, I actually had bought it, but I just moved in like January.
Yeah.
And that was April.
Yeah.
And so obviously I was going to do a few more things.
Yeah, she still does that. She's still working. Does interior painting.
Nice.
Yeah.
Somebody's saying Karen Ryan, go Erie, guys.
Yeah, that's my wife.
Yeah. Oh, that's your
That's my wife.
Go Erie, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Mike's right. I mean, we had one of the biggest little cities for bowling.
Oh, Erie was out of
it's
this
huge.
world. Well, I love eating at Ricardo's with Joe West.
That's why I went that night after the show.
I ate there every night.
I think the pros went there every
Me,
night.
Petraglia, Buckley, every single night.
Yep.
Every night. We didn't miss a night. Where are you going? I'll see you over there.
Filet.
So good.
Could not miss that.
Yeah, Pete treated us good, man.
Yep.
He'd bring food into the locker room and bring shells in and meatballs and sausage and load it up.
Always took care of us.
Yeah. What a town.
I think they just rebuilt it because they burned down a few years ago.
Yeah, it's been more than a few, but yeah.
I lose track of time. You know,
Part of it,
get
well,
older.
I mean, listen, it's hard to believe it's 25 years ago,
I know.
right? I mean, it's a lifetime ago.
Well, all right, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm going to look for a few more to bring in
All right.
here.
Appreciate
Good luck
it.
this week. Great to
All
see
right,
you. Look
man.
great. Good
Doing
luck.
good. Thank
Be
you.
rooting for you. We'll see you in the top 32. You got a fan club here now.
Bobby, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks
Thank
for
you,
remembering.
Bobby.
You too.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Mike Quirk.
Show that one. That's
All right.
That's a finalist.
Who else can I get here now? Let me see who I can find, folks. Bear with me. Let me see who I can get in this booth. Who am I going to get?
Had Parker in here yet? I just saw Parker walking around.
No, I haven't had Parker in here yet. So I'd love to have Parker in here.
So today at League, I went 609, and then I practiced for like 3 games. I shot 696. And I pre-ball shot 713.
Seems like you got better every 3 games.
Yeah, right.
Let me see who we could find here, folks, for another interview. Bear with me.
I like the new duds here, man.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. This is my new hideout. In case I get evicted, I can live in here.
There you go.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to live if I lose my house.
Little
I'll put an air mattress in here.
tarp over the top, and you're good.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
You got food and restrooms real close.
I got everything I need. Oh, yes. Well, thank you. That is so nice. Thank you, my dear. Let me sign this one. Look, somebody else wanting an autograph from a has-been.
No, I want an autograph from a good one.
Oh, hello. Thank you, my dear. I'll do that.
That's for Anthony.
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you.
you still have your card?
Yes. The legend. Come here. Come and sit with me. I got a horse for you here now, folks. USBC Hall of Famer. They call him the legend. He is a legend.
Good afternoon.
This is the great Harry Sullins from Detroit, ladies and gentlemen. Take your mic. You'll take it up behind that line.
Oh, behind the line?
Yeah,
Okay.
behind the line. It's the great Harry Sullins. Now, Harry Sullins, ladies and gentlemen, broke a record, and I believe I'm correct when I say this, the most tournaments bowled in a row.
Consecutively, the old Sam Flanagan.
Now, how many PBA events in a row?
239 national tour events. However, at the time, they did not count the ABC Masters, so it's actually 247. It's a PBA glitch. So, you ever hear the word glitch?
My name is Lich. Lich the Glitch. So you went 247 in a row.
Straight, 8.5 years.
8.5 years. Regardless of weather, feeling, flu, legs, cuts, tendons, grips.
Timeout, forest fire, ice storm, stranded 3 days in Baltimore when George Branham won. Let's see, earthquake in LA.
Stranded 3 days in Baltimore is very similar to being stranded 3 days in Alcatraz. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
No offense to you folks from Maryland, but if I was going to get stranded, I don't want to get stranded in Alcatraz or Baltimore, but go ahead.
And of course, the earthquake in LA.
The Northridge quake or the 89 quake?
Yes, and if you remember, I was rooming with John Mazza, and he comes screaming out of the room, "Lich, the walls are shaking! What do we do?" I says, "Nothing."
Wow. Now, let me ask you this question. You become a member of the USBC Hall of Fame, and you follow in the footsteps of Bob Strampy and Buzz Fazio and Eddie Lebansky.
And Bob Goergen Jr.
And Bob Goergen Jr. and Bobby Chamberlain.
Tony
and
Lindemann.
Bob Hart and Tony Lindemann, and the list goes on and on and on. What does it feel like to know that your name is synonymous with the greatest bowlers from the Motor City in the history of the sport? What does it feel like when you wake up in the morning?
Well, when I wake up in the morning, I'm just glad to get out of bed.
That's you.
But with all those fabulous ABC, USBC Hall of
Let's say
Famers.
Billy G in there. I got to get
Yes.
Billy G in.
Well, Joe Joseph and a few of the others.
Sure.
It's always illustrious.
How about
because
Sutar? Let's get
yes,
Sutar.
Dave Sutar, and even now, the guys that bowl today in the Metro Detroit area, they don't even recognize those names. They forget the history. You
know.
got to remember the history.
I know you gotta remember.
But to me, yeah, it was always, if you
How
want
come I know the history? It's because I'm old.
well, if you want to say it's the pinnacle, it was the pinnacle of the bowling capital of the world.
No question, the beer team era. What teams come out of there? The Strohs, the Globals, it goes on and on and on. And
Pfeiffer, E&B.
What I found as a kid, and I mean this sincerely, the year the PBA was founded, I watched championship bowling and Bobby Kwolek won it. Bobby Kwolek was one of my idols.
58.
Yeah, and he won in Wheeling or either Parkersburg or Wheeling.
Parkersburg, West Virginia.
And then when I was a young boy, I had a chance to meet Billy G. And I met Tony Lindemann. And I met Lebansky. I got chills when I met them. I got chills. They were my idols. They still are my idols.
And with Tony Lindemann, he actually came into the pro shop quite a bit. I got to be kind of friends with him.
Yeah.
And then he kind of spilled the beans.
Yeah.
In 1957, he was the world's #1 rated player.
Tony Lindemann.
Yes.
Wow.
And shocking to that is, I says, well, thanks for informing me of that, Tony. I'll remember that
for so long, but do you know the other strange occurrences in 1957? And he had to think a little bit. He says, well, it's the last time the Detroit Lions won the NFL championship because they've never been to a Super Bowl.
No.
But that's when the Mackinac Bridge opened to put the two.
Ooh, the Mac opened.
The two peninsulas of Michigan together.
Oh, the Mac.
And I even referred to this at my USBC speech in Las Vegas that year, and I said, but what was the most unusual thing in 1957? I was bored.
Now, interestingly enough, you were very enterprising on tour, and you sort of formed the way to book people for their rooms. So a lot of people don't know this, but obviously when 160 people are traveling from city to city, some are lazy, some don't make their reservations to the last minute, some get ripped off and go to the wrong price point, some get the wrong directions and go to the Howard Johnson's that's 30 miles away instead of 5 miles away.
And don't even make the plans to even be there.
So what you did is you took it upon yourself to book everybody's rooms. And you
Almost
were booking,
everybody's.
You were booking 100 rooms a week?
Actually, some weeks it was over 100.
100 rooms a week?
On an average, I want to say it was between 80 to 100.
What the heck game, of all the services we had out there, transport, shirt cleaning, ball drilling, carrying grips, carrying shoes, how did you decide to book rooms?
Well, actually, it got to the point where how can I, if I'm not making money every week, how can I kind of survive and pay myself or break even if I'm not in the finals or making a TV show?
Okay.
So when I look at that, I says, okay, if I can solicit to the hotel properties, book 30, 40, 50 rooms and get 2 or 3 rooms for the whole week.
They gave you a little pork shop.
Free lodging. Free lodging for the week.
Yeah.
Then I started raffling off my extra rooms to my fellow PBA players, and every now and then I might have got tipped a few bucks.
You might have got a couple of hundred, so I paid some entry fee for you. Very smart move. Got the swing loose early.
Yeah,
you weren't out any money the minute you walked in the door.
A roundabout way, it worked out where all of a sudden,
very interesting.
I was doing, out of the 30, 35 weeks, I was doing 25 to 30 of the weeks. Probably 85 to 90% of the tour every week. Some places I had difficulty in the hotel or location or the rates, but then it still comes down to what kind of amenities can you provide for the players? What special rate can you give for the players staying 4 or 5 days a week? I mean, I still saved the guys money just by booking at my location because I got special solicited rates for them. It was unbelievable.
Hold on 1 second.
He will introduce your PBA 50 players that you will be hosted today.
I find it remarkable now that we know each other all these years that the different ways a lot of touring pros found a way to make a little extra money. Like Ernie started with the grips. Ernie started with the grips not knowing what they'd become. He just started with the grips because he needed a little survival money. And I started drilling balls, and the reason I did was my goal was to make $100 a week for my motorhome fuel and insurance. Little did I know it was going to start drilling the way it did.
Well, not even that. Even soliciting my extra time, being a good friend with Butch Soper. Okay, then I got to tie in with Harry Golden, tournament director at the time.
And then you did scoring on telecast.
Right. How well are you at scoring? I said, my stat level was high. Okay, then I did the stats during the tournament. Then it became scoring for the TV show, working for NBC Sports.
How many shows
ABC
did you do?
Sports.
How many shows did you do stats?
Innumerable. I probably did 5, 6, 7, 8 years worth. We were talking over 200 shows.
You did 200 shows. You were a statistician.
And it got to the point just as I was almost ending touring. ESPN, George Smith, the director, was calling.
I knew George Smith.
He was calling me at home in Michigan and said, Harry, I need you in Virginia. Get to the airport. I got a limo to pick you up. I'm like, wow, I guess I'm in demand. And that was just to do scoring for the show. I couldn't believe it. Round trip, airfare,
story this. A lot of people have no idea that happened.
No idea, because I really didn't tell a lot of people, but then it's how I really got to be a good friend with Earl Anthony because he had retired. He was doing NBC Sports, and I was the stat guy for the show. Jay Randolph.
And you and Jay Randolph and Earl. How about that for a trio?
And as much as I did ABC with Chris Schenkel and Bo Burton. I mean, you're talking friends with the batch of those guys. It's unbelievable.
Friends with Bo and Earl and Chris and Jay in the heyday of professional.
In the heyday of professional bowling, I always call it the heyday because of all the players, how difficult it was to win.
Oh, it was difficult.
And yet, when you look at it, in that span, okay, here it was. I got to work for all the major TV networks, even though, solicit part-time, whatever you want to call it.
What a career. What a career you had.
Fabulous.
Fabulous.
And in between...
And your energy to talk about it, you can just see what it means to you now in your 60s to have lived that life. You lived a wonderful life out there. You set records, you were a champion, you did some services, you worked for the networks. Wow, what a life.
And the best thing of that is an extra reason to be there. What happened when the announcers or the color commentator, we need to verify something. We need a historical question answered.
Yeah.
Where did they go?
They went to Harry.
It was the elbow to Harry.
They went to the legend.
Give me a note. Bang, bang, bang. And I'm giving them information that they're talking about. It was, it's unbelievable when you have to report all this.
Okay, I'm going to show some intros now, folks. Right, we're going to show intros, so watch this.
Excuse me a moment, people. I'm down in this
All
program.
right, go ahead. Harry's getting ready to bowl. Go ahead, Harry. Thank you.
9 and 10 from Mars Hill, North Carolina. This gentleman a few years ago, he bowled at the Villages, Florida. It was in 2013, and he started off 300, 300, 300. They call him Mr. 900. Please welcome Joe Scaro. Next up on 11 and 12 from Kenosha, Wisconsin, he's won 4 PBA 50 Tour Championships. He won the first PBA Senior Tour event that he ever bowled. He's a USBC Hall of Famer. 31 times he's won on the PBA Regional Tour. Lenny Borish.
Yeah, Lenny Borsch. What a bowler Lenny Borsch is, folks. Out of Kenosha, USBC Hall of Famer. 5 Eagles.
He's won more championships on the PBA Tour than anyone, 47 times in all. He's won 14 championships out here on the PBA 50 Tour. He has well over 100 PBA Tour titles in all. He was a 7-time PBA Tour Player of the Year. He's a PBA and USBC Hall of Famer, Walter Ray Williams Jr.
There he is, folks. The GOAT.
15 and 16 from South Lake, Texas. He's also a champion on the PBA Regional Tour. You may have seen him on the baseball field. He's a Major League pitching star, 2-time All-Star during his 16-year career, 1,766 career strikeouts. Give it up for John Burket.
John Burket, there he is, folks. We had him in earlier. 22 and 7 for the San Francisco Giants. 22 and 9. Wow.
He's also a champion on the PBA 50 Tour. He has over 20 PBA Regional Tour titles, 3-time PBA Regional Tour Player of the Year. He won the 2018 PBA 50 Cup, which is a major on the PBA 50 Tour. Brian Kretzer.
Brian Kretzer out of Dayton, folks. A great amateur player. Won the high roller, won the eliminator. What a bowler he is.
He's a champion on this PBA 50 Tour. He's also a multi-time PBA Regional Tour champion, John Marcella.
John Marcella's fantastic. I know his uncle Gus from St. Louis. John Marcella is a really good bowler.
Michigan, he's won 9 championships on the, 5 championships. Giving too much credit on the PBA Tour. He's won 3
Want to sit with me?
PBA 50 Tour.
That was great sitting with you, man. Great to be with you. You got great stuff. There he is, the legend, folks. Still standing out there at the approach, being announced.
27 times on the PBA Tour, 11 championships out here on the PBA 50 Tour. Over 50 times he's won on the PBA Regional Tour. He's won the PBA Triple Crown. He holds 10 majors on the PBA Tour. 5 championships in the U.S. Open, which is a PBA record. He's been Rookie of the Year, Player of the Year on the PBA 50 Tour. Please give it up for Pete Weber.
There he is, folks, the legend. Pete Weber. Check him out. Look how trim he is. I don't think he put on a pound since he was 14.
Champion on the PBA Regional Tour. He's also a member of the Hall of Fame there. His titles came 37 years apart, which we believe is a record. 37 years apart for his 2 titles. Please give it up for Bruce Hall.
Bruce Hall, out of New England, does all the live streaming at the NEBAs. He's a NEBA executive, a great bowler. And you can find Bruce Hall on NEBA live streams monthly. Tom Hess, who we had in earlier today, the Masters champion out of Iowa. Tough player there, folks.
29 and 30 from Syracuse, New York. He has 9 championships on the PBA Regional Tour.
And there he is, Mr. Good Stuff, folks, Sammy Ventura.
2012-2014 East Region Bowler of the Year. And the best part about Sammy Ventura is if you can't have fun with Sammy, you can't have fun. Sammy Ventura, everybody.
Mr. Good Stuff, there he is.
And on 31 and 32 from Middletown, Pennsylvania. He's a champion on the PBA Tour as well. 9 times he's won on the PBA Regional Tour. He's also a PBA 50 Tour champion. Give it up for Darryl Bauer. That's the lineup for today. I hope you all enjoy yourselves, have a great time, and we're going to start you up with some more.
Boy, we got a heck of a crowd here today. This is a great day for bowling.
3-game, 9-pin, no tap with handicap. Your pros will bowl 5 frames and they will skip 2 pairs and then bowl on the 3rd pair. So everybody have a good time. Once again, David Forbes Jr. put up $5,000 for your prize fund. Thank you again, Mr. David Forbes. $1,000 for first place, guaranteed. We will do it. You guys have a good time. If you need anything, let us know. Also, Mr. Jim Shirk, he is part of our volunteers, so if he asks you to do something, please respect his wishes because that is what we are asking him to do. You guys have a good time. Good luck, everybody.
Craigie,
Is this your behind the scenes help?
no, this is all flow bowling.
Oh, okay.
They're getting ready for tomorrow.
So they don't let you see?
This is their production room. This is where they do all their goodies.
Okay.
Are you guys hooking up to our cameras? Couldn't get them in. There's about 18 of them in here you can certainly have. I wish you could have. I'm glad you're here. I get 3 days off. We love you.
So you're going to do it, you're not going to come up here? Oh, gee. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, my God.
Can I look and see what you're looking at? The camera's up, right?
Hey, for the PBA players, turn your scorecards into the locker room or the tournament office because I don't know if I'm going to be here when you're done. Turn your scorecards into the tournament office, all the PBA players.
Melody, what are you doing, Melody?
Before you start, remember this is 9-pin no tip, so 9 or better on the first ball will count as a strike. Anything less, you'll still need to pick up those spares. Thanks to Fort Myers Audi, you are playing for a $1,000 first place prize, and he's donated $5,000 into your prize fund. Billy will have the results of this Pro-Am for you as soon as possible. It might not be today, but he will have them, and we will hand out all the money and make the presentations Tuesday during our final couple of matches here. So if you want to come out Tuesday and pick up some money from Billy and Dave, that's when we'll do it. We hope you all have a good time today. You'll be bowling with 6 different pros today. They'll be skipping 2 pair of lanes every 5 frames, so you'll get 6 different pros to bowl with. And again, good luck, everybody. Hope you do well and shoot some high scores out there. Thanks very much for coming out.
Okay, sorry about that. We're going to put it on split screen. I had so many people saying hello to me and talking to me that I haven't had a chance to see yet today. So I went out there to say hello to some people, and we'll keep it on split screen. Keep in mind, after today, it's flow bowling. Tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday, so please pull in flow bowling. Watch some great bowling. Put the camera on the crowd here and show you what we got.
Hi, Larry.
Hi, how are you? Let me show you what we got here. Pretty good deal so far today. We are thrilled with the turnout, ladies and gentlemen. We had over 150 of our league bowlers, local bowlers, bowling with us today. Of course, a lot of legends. And I was trying to figure out how much airtime we're looking at on ABC, NBC, CBS, and I got to be honest with you, Showtime, HBO, ESPN, Fox, the thousands and thousands of hours of airtime that many of these pros made in their careers. This is a very special day for bowling here in Southwest Florida. And if we were to get Norm Duke here and Chris Barnes, we'd have had every major senior player still touring the country. And obviously, they had to bowl the Masters and U.S. Open and couldn't get here. But everyone else did. And we are thrilled and honored. And I'm just looking around, and what a group. What a group. I'll show you a real good player here, folks. You want to see a fantastic player. Right there walking back, Brian Kretzer. I want you to watch Brian Kretzer throw the ball. He is fantastic. And one of the greatest bowlers out of the Midwest, out of Southern Ohio, Dayton, Ohio. And he is an assassin. Believe me when I tell you, a big money player. I'm talking, when he got to the high rollers, if there was 300 brackets, he bet them all. $320 brackets, all of them. Every one. 400 brackets, 8,000. 500 brackets, 10,000. Not joking. So there's a man there with ice water in his veins. Big money player as an amateur, and now on the tour. Senior tour for several years. And right there. Lenny Borsch coming in. What a bowler. Walter Ray there to the right. What a pair of lanes these are right here. Walter Ray was playing right up the one board today, right off the gutter. Let's see if he's moved in or he's still way out. No, he's in now. Oh boy, is he going to be tough this week. If he's got that shot going, if that ball's coming off the oil like that, take care now. Watch out for Walter Ray Williams. He bowled well here the last 2 scratch events. He knows the house. Watch John Burket. Want to see somebody really throw it good? The pitcher right there. Look at Burket's game. How's that? 22-9 for the San Francisco Giants. Played for the Red Sox. 166 wins. John Burket throws the ball great. What's going on? You want to sit with me? Come on in here.
Sure, why not?
We got State of Florida Hall of Famer Craig Auerbach coming in to say hello. My friend for many, many years. I had the privilege to be at your Hall of Fame induction.
Yes, you are. I appreciate that.
Many years out of the Miami area. How many years?
South Florida for, oh my goodness, 54 years.
And now in Fort Walton Beach?
Fort Walton Beach, yes.
And how many years a PBA member?
Well, on and off. I was a member from like 83 to end of the 90s, and then dropped my card for about 10 years to go ball Megabuck stuff.
Megabucks.
And then rejoined when I turned 50.
Wow.
So that was 7 or 8 years ago.
See some good friends today that you
it was
seen
nice.
in a while?
I haven't seen them in about 2 years because we didn't bowl last year.
Oh, I know, it was horrible.
So it was nice to see them.
What do you think of the shot? You got something?
They look like they're playable. I mean,
they're playable.
Probably not quite as sharp as I'm used to being, but I've had a little bit of practice now, and hopefully they make some shots and execute. But I think the scores are gonna be a little high.
I think they'll be high too. Was there 18 games qualifying?
14, 2 7-game blocks.
14. So let's see, 2 7-game blocks. 14. 280 over is 220. What do you think? 280. 32 guys, 280?
Oh, 30 up front. It's 32 guys. Now, but you know what? I'm going to say 320.
320?
3 to 320.
So 32 guys, 320?
Somewhere between 3 and 320. Yeah, that'd be my guess.
320 over. Certainly different than the house shot. You know, I've been calling the house shot for 2 years. This ain't the house shot.
No, house shot easier or just?
Well, this is much. These are hooking a lot more than the house shot.
Yeah, they hook.
And doesn't look like there's any OB or any flutter. This is a Brunswick machine with Brunswick oil.
Well,
we do not use either in this house.
Okay,
and a Brunswick machine has 40 jets on it. Oils and lanes entirely different than a Kegel machine. So that has a lot to do with it because the whole state of Florida is Kegel because everybody goes to Kegel.
Right.
This is a Brunswick machine. It's the first time this machine's ever been used here. They look different.
The one thing that I did find that is, I think the volume's fairly light. It's like 22 mils, like 21 feet or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's forcing you to go away from the pocket a
Oh
little
yeah,
bit
you
early.
gotta go away.
Can't, if you go up the lane and unless you just completely take your hand out of it, it wants to hook early.
Look at these guys are saying hello to you, Dusty Barn and Gary Fox.
Well, hello.
Dave Jesinoff.
Hi, Dusty, Dave, Gary, and Dave.
All saying hello to you.
There
They
you
still
go.
remember you even though you moved?
Yeah, even on the. Yeah.
I even get remembered from New England. I've been there for 21 years.
There you go.
There you go.
But yeah, the only thing that's going to keep it down again is the way you have to open your angles up to start.
Yeah.
And
you got to open the angles up. There's no doubt about that.
And the fact that pair to pair is playing a little bit different. So that's the only thing that might keep them down. When you make moves, if you move pair and you get away with 9 spare, you're okay.
Sure.
But if you make move and you get away with 6-2,
you don't want any 6 and 2s on a triple.
Yeah.
You don't want to be 78 and a 4 starting with a triple. Those are not fun at all.
No. But that's the only thing that might keep the scores down because pair to pair, and I didn't bowl on that many pairs, probably 5 or 6 of them in practice session.
Yeah, yeah.
But even those 5 or 6 were a little bit different.
Yeah.
So, and again, they're gonna play different tomorrow.
Well, they always play different.
Yeah, well, there's no spare balls going down the lane.
Yeah,
today. So the back end's gonna be a little tighter.
Yeah, they always play different.
Right.
Well, I was talking to a few guys today that said the same thing. A lot of times they wouldn't bowl practice session day. They want to start off on the day qualifying. They would miss practice session.
Yeah, it's not
simply because they got, they bowled, they did this, they did that. They come in the next day, they weren't the same, and it's not because anybody played games. They're just not the same.
Yeah.
And it's the way it is in this house. We can oil them the same 7 days in a row. They're not the same 7 days in a row.
You know darn well it's the weather too. If it rains all night, what's it going to be tomorrow?
I
Be a completely
agree.
different story.
I agree. I agree.
You know, so it's.
I never thought I'd be saying that 30 years later after 1991. But now when these balls came out and every house went to synthetic, there is no doubt weather has a lot to do with it. Air current and the temperature of the lane surface and in the building.
When they do it.
Unbelievable.
And not only that, if God forbid it does rain all night, what's going to happen to the approaches?
Oh, I agree.
Then all of a sudden you got,
we bump these things daily. I'll tell you, we're very conscious about that.
Oh, the building's in great shape. Robert Eddy has done a fantastic
Yeah, he's amazing.
job here.
I can't believe it. This Craig, I know. I don't know when the last time was you were in here before he owned it, but I'll tell you what. 2 years ago at this time, if you walked on the floor, you thought you were walking on flypaper. And if you went down to them approaches, they were like glue, and people were falling.
Yeah, that's not good.
And 95 8-foot light bulbs were out over the lanes. 95 out of 248 were out. Okay, and that's just part of it. But look now, look how nice it looks. Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah.
Look what they did for me. They even give me a new
I
home.
saw
In case I get evicted, I can put a water bed right
There
here.
we go, water bed, a
I got
little tarp over the top.
I got a
We're good to
bathroom
go.
right there. I got a computer.
You got
I got
food.
e-
You
I
got
got
food right down the
email.
way.
Live for free.
Nothing like that. Yeah, no. The last time I was here, you had your little
Yes.
temporary booth.
Yeah.
This is wonderful.
Yeah, this
You
is
can
wonderful. This
See
is-
way better.
This is first class right here. Well, that's the way Robert rolls. That's just the way he does things. I think he felt, along with everybody else, that he wants this to be number one, in Fort Myers, and he's doing it. And by having the PBA here, and it didn't hurt. This is the second PBA event now, and the non-champions here.
Thank God I wasn't eligible to bowl that one.
Yeah, John Huff won that one.
Yeah, I know.
He bowled great.
He did.
I'll tell you what, he bowled Ralph Brown Jr. Ralph Brown Jr. throws the ball great.
Yeah, he does. He's bowling this week.
Yeah,
Well, they both are.
Yeah, and Ralph shot 257 and lost. John needed a double or 10 to beat him.
First time I ever bowled for a title, I shot 255 and lost.
Really?
My opponent went pocket 710, sheet.
Where was this?
Spring Hill, many years ago.
Spring Hill.
Many years ago.
Yeah, up there on US 19.
Yeah. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. Hopefully I'll bowl well. It's like good luck to me. So.
Oh, Kelly Everett, isn't that
we-
nice?
Yeah. So I don't know if you saw over here, we got a real 9-bagger going.
We got a real 9-bagger. We got John Burket right behind him.
Yeah.
And,
It's actually this is I don't even know Katarina Hagler. Have you heard
Oh,
that
I know
name?
Katarina Hagler. She's great. Is
That's
that
who
her
it is.
bowling with
That
the
is-
real 9?
That is her.
Katarina Hagler is fantastic. She's 14. She's a very nice young lady. Her parents are very devoted to her bowling. They bring her everywhere. Mother and father are right there with her.
My wife's sitting with them.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
But yeah.
Now, since you got inducted into the Hall of Fame, do have many people looking for Burket with 9?
Oh yeah, there you go, and they're real as well.
They're real as well.
That was his.
Now, a
pen
lot
right
of
there.
people contacted you and congratulated you on your career, and do you hear it?
I did. That was back in October. So,
Yes.
Right out of. Excuse me, for sure. When it happened, everywhere I walked in, I got a lot of congratulations, and I thank that a lot.
Yeah.
Not so much anymore, because it's
Yeah.
the novelty's worn off. But
Yeah.
It was a nice night, a very nice feeling to have.
You joined quite a list. There's some horses come out of this state, bro.
That there have been.
Oh yeah, you joined quite a list. Florida's got a great tradition of Hall of Famers. I'm in the state of Connecticut, and boy, am I honored with that one. I plan on going to the state of Connecticut Hall of Fame banquet this year. I've never been, other than the year my son got in, and I'm going to it this year. I'm going to every Hall of Fame banquet I can go to. that I can get to, I'm going to.
That's wonderful. How's Michael doing, by the way? Haven't
Michael's
seen him in
doing
years.
great. I'm going to
miss him.
Michael's wonderful. I have the most wonderful son. I'm a very lucky man.
I have one too. So
let's watch Katerina Hagler, folks, on 50 and 16. 14 years old from the east coast of Florida. Watch the young lady now. 14 on the first 9. Oh, on the first 10 with the flower pot. Katerina Hagler. Let's watch this. This is cool now. And if you'll notice, this is 9-pin no tap, and all of hers are real. She's got the first 10 real.
Burket finished with 300, but with 9-9 the last 2.
And Burket got 300 with a couple of 9s. So Katerina now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, got a break. Okay, tugged it, but got lucky, got 9. So, how big's the bowling center at Fort Walton?
24 lanes.
Yeah.
To me, that's probably the biggest change in my life because don't get me wrong, I enjoy league because I like the social part of it, but I never bowled a lot of it because to me it's more important to get sharp for tournaments and whatnot. So when I was in South Florida, there were several years I didn't bowl league. I'd sub once in a while and whatnot and practice a lot. Well, in Fort Walton, the house is full every night, so it's either bowl league or you don't bowl.
There it is, Katerina Hagler with 300. That a girl.
11 out of 12 real.
11 out of 12 real, 289 real.
Yeah.
Pretty cool there.
Pretty good at 14.
So is that the only house in Fort Walton, 24 laner?
That's it.
Are you right on the Gulf, Fort Walton, right on the Gulf?
We're about 5 miles from the water, probably.
5 miles from the Gulf.
Yeah. There's another center in Destin, but that's only ever actually been in it once because the traffic in Destin can be brutal.
Really?
And I want to say it's 32 lanes. It's called Hurricane Lanes.
32 lanes in Destin, Florida.
Destin. Fort Walton's where I do most of my bowling and nice center.
How long have you been bowling?
Since I was 12, so I'm 57. What's that, 45 years?
45 years.
45
right
years.
This November, I celebrate, I go to my 62nd year of throwing a bowling ball. I threw my first ball in November of 60, about 2 weeks after John F. Kennedy was elected president.
You bring up John F. Kennedy, that's kind of weird. My cousin was actually born on the day he was assassinated. Not the same,
November 22nd.
Of 1963, I mean, the day.
Yeah, I'll tell you one that's crazy.
Yeah.
I've always had that day in my heart because I lived in Connecticut. And it was so shocking for me. On November 22nd, 1971, I got up and I knew it was the 8th anniversary. And I was bowling the Brunswick World Open. And game 1, 8-game blocks. The 9th game, I shot 249. In game 10, 300. It was the first 300 ever in the Brunswick World Open.
Nice.
And I never forgot it because it was 8 years that day. And I was unhappy when I woke up. I remember seeing it on the TVs, and they were showing the damn Zapruder film or whatever. And it was horrible.
Yeah.
It just kept bringing back that memory of that day.
Right.
And somehow I bowled 300 on that day. Don't know how or why. Just happened to be a weird thing.
How long you been living in the Fort Myers area now?
22 years.
You've been here quite some time now.
Yes.
You're a Floridian now.
Yeah,
you're no longer a northerner.
Well, I left for 3 years. I'm looking at doing a little traveling, I believe, this summer.
Okay.
I don't really want to say yet, but sometimes I really wonder if there's a few things I want to do in my life that I haven't done yet, and I'm thinking about them. And
I hope God allows you to do it, Larry.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
I have one more chapter left, Craig, that I want to do. I feel I can do it. I'm very intent on writing 3 books.
Nice.
And I have found an unbelievable writer, a great writer with connections from Boston to New York and sports writers from Boston to New York. And been talking to him, and he says, I've never had anybody tell me what you're telling me about your memory. And I said, if I look at a calendar and I go back to where I lived with that calendar in front of me, it starts coming back.
Well, I've heard your stories, Larry. You're unbelievable. What you remember is
well. I have the ability to go to 1953 when I was 4.
Wow.
Not a lot, but I have it. But at 5 and 6, I've got it, and by 10, I've got an enormous amount. So we've been talking, and everybody keeps telling me to write these books, and I want to write 3 books. One about my life, one about the craziest stories possibly, and one about the PBA tour. There's 3 different chapters there.
There you go.
There's the life before the tour and after the tour. And a lot of it is not about the tour, it's about other things that happen. And I'm thinking about doing it. Look at Tom Baker, still signing autographs for 46 years.
There you go.
He's amazing. What a bowler.
Ever ready bunny, huh? And just keeps on going.
Yeah, he's one of them. You know, other than Petraglia, he's next for longevity. Petraglia winning in the 60s, Baker in the 70s. They're the only 2 here that won in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, just
A lot in the 80s, with Pete and Walter Ray and Parker. But
yeah, it's a feat. I mean, I can tell you when I got it ready to turn 50, I started paying attention to it.
Yeah.
And you could see, with the exception of the greats, because they're great forever.
Yeah.
The guys that came out and all of a sudden, man, they made a splash.
Yeah.
You could see a huge difference when they hit 55 years old. It was like they would have 5 or 6 great years.
Yeah.
And then it's like they fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
And it wasn't 1 or 2 guys. It was several guys.
Yeah.
I've heard you do this. One of them that comes to mind was Tommy Evans.
Yeah.
Tommy was a okay player here or there. He went on the senior tour and absolutely killed it.
He destroyed him.
And he turned 55, and it's like he never bowled again.
I know.
And it's not only him. That was just a name that popped into my mind. But
I
there's
agree
a lot of them like that.
To get past that age and get it to 65, like Petraglia, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well,
and of course, Baker's, middle 60s, Walter Ray 61.
Right. Well, they're the greats. The Hall of Famers are the exception from what I saw. The Hall.
Yes.
You don't get. I always say they don't give out invitations to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
You have to earn your way in.
Well, I agree with that.
And they, you don't lose greatness as long as you don't have an injury of some catastrophic that won't allow you.
I think the more
great.
that we look at this now, and history starts to really develop. I was at the first PBA senior stop 40 years ago this summer at Don Carter Lanes in Harvey, Louisiana. That was senior stop number 1. Bill Beach beat Bill Lillard. That was televised too. Don Carter's last PBA event ever. He bowled that one event. It was his house. And he never bowled again. It's 40 years later. The interesting thing is it's 40 years later and nobody's won around Handiguard. I think Walter Ray and him are tied.
Yeah.
So the most the seniors ever won in 40 years is 14. But you know how many times they won 14 on the national tour where it was a lot tougher to win?
Yeah.
So there you go.
Well,
if you look at that stat, the most senior titles by any great bowler is 14.
Yeah. Walter will probably pass it.
Sure.
He's still bowling great.
I think he'll pass it.
But I mean, the other part of it is because you keep getting. Last year was kind of an anomaly. We didn't have a rookie class.
Oh,
this
I know.
is by far, and I've been out bowling out for 7 years in these senior stops, the strongest one because we got two rookie classes coming in this tournament.
Yes.
You've got right here on this Pro-Am.
Yes.
Tom Hess, his first tournament ever.
Yeah.
Mick Beasley, his first tournament ever.
Yeah.
Those are 2 national
Where's
titleists.
Mitch Beasley?
Right there with the real long hair. Right in front of you. Look, getting ready to bowl on lane 20 with the purple shirt on.
That's Mitch Beasley.
Yes, sir. He grew his hair out.
No way.
Yep.
He's great.
He's very good, except I was talking to Mick earlier. 6 weeks ago, he did something very bad to his ring finger.
Yeah.
And he's actually bowling with his middle finger and his pinky in the ball.
That's Mitch Beasley.
Yeah, but
He's a hell of a bowler.
Oh yeah, national. He's got a national title.
Oh, I know.
But but he's bowling. I've never seen it before. He's bowling with the middle finger and pinky in the ball. He can't use this finger.
Oh my God! He's
only
hooking it like that.
He's only been doing it for 6 weeks.
It's unbelievable. You see how much that ball hooked off the oil?
Yeah.
Of course, then you got Couch a rookie, Hess a rookie, Barnes a rookie.
But he's not bowling this
But
week.
he'll be here.
But Brad Angelo.
Yeah.
So I'm saying those are 5 players that all of a sudden you got to throw into this mix.
Yeah.
So it's just, every year it just gets tougher and tougher because they keep on coming.
Well, one thing I can tell you, the PBA's changed a lot of lives. They changed mine. And a lot of these people out here changed theirs too. It gave them a chance to perform, travel the United States, get with a ball company, make a living, feed their families.
I would have been a member. The funny part is you say that, you know what taught me to bowl? The Mega Bucks.
Well, yeah.
I bowled regionals and some national stops for about 15 years, and I was a regular casher.
Yeah.
I don't know if the PBA keeps a
The
record
Mega
of it.
Buck events taught a lot of people on. Brian Kretzer, how about the money he made there? Rudy Kasimakis.
It's crazy,
Tim Mack. I watched Tim Mack shoot 540 and win 30,000 in a 2-gamer in '92. He went 270, 270. Both Dutch 270s for 540 made $30,000 in 2 games. I 30,000. I made that in 2 years when I was a pro.
Well, that's what I was saying. My last 3, not this last stint, but back in the early '90s, my last 3 years as a member, I bowled 15 regionals a year.
Yeah.
Never missed a check. 45 straight.
Yeah.
I did my profit and loss, whatever you count all your expenses, and I made no money.
Yeah, I know.
So I said, okay, I'm going to go try this other Mega Bucks. People are talking about it, and that's when I learned to bowl. Because you know what? It doesn't change your physical game; it changes your mental game. The PBA, if you're bowling, you got 14 games, and then 16 games the next day. If you make a bad shot, you make a bad shot. But what you just said, if you're bowling 2 games. And of that 540, he made 1 extra bad shot. That 30,000 just turned into $2,000.
Yeah, I know.
Your mental focus is just a little bit different.
Well, the whole scenario is different because everybody knows in 1 week they can make in a year. Now they do have that now, thank God. What I just saw AMF Valero do, and Vero and in Tampa and everything that went on here in Florida, especially coming off of COVID, that is the most generous. In my opinion, the most generous amount of money pro bowling's ever received.
No doubt.
And
no doubt at
they
all.
did it on the worst year in this country's history, economically and health-wise. And I'm behind them 100%. I hope and pray these kids understand what just happened to them.
Yeah.
If you go into, after a year of not bowling, and you go into Vero Beach, a small little town in the middle of nowhere, and the only reason was that's the only place they could host it, and still bowl for that kind of money, with no audience and no pro-am, and no added money, right?
Right.
Unbelievable. So, very fortunate to have this great sponsor. Now we gotta hope we help them.
Yeah.
Now we gotta hope. Because if we don't help them,
But they're, like you said, they're finally bowling for some money.
Yes.
But to me, as I was just saying, but the Mega Bucks to me is where I became a much better bowler. I was always a decent bowler, but the mental focus that you learn, the difference between bowling 30 games and bowling 2 games, where the difference in the money makes all the difference in the world.
Well, sometimes I think in these people's cases, and I'm not 100% sure about this, the things about these cases now, I think that bowling has to understand, especially the young professionals of this day, this might be, and I don't say this to be a doomsdayer, this might be their last great chance, because AMF's in the bowling business.
Yeah.
And AMF's put a lot of money into pro bowling. And they've got to support them. And they've got to really promote them. And they've got to help them. And if they can understand that, and what I mean is, like, if you live near an AMF house, if you're on that tour, you go in there. I mean, you don't stay home for 3 months and not say hello.
Right.
You walk in, you sign
Yeah,
some
because
autographs.
If you don't help them grow their business, they're going to say, heck with you, we've had enough of it.
Anything you can. Give some lessons, sign some autographs, go to a Hall of Fame dinner, coach some kids on a Saturday morning, do something to promote the game. Because that's what it's got to take now.
100%.
That's why I do it. I don't do it for the money. I don't get a lot of money. I feel I'm obligated. What happened to me in this game, I got so much from it. I'm probably the most famous one-time titleist in the world. But when you think about that for a minute, you say, well, what did the game give you? It gave you 60 years of a job.
Yeah.
Not being a great bowler, when able to survive in a sport.
I wouldn't go that far.
Well,
Larry.
yeah,
You're
but,
pretty darn good.
Well, yeah, but compared to really the law of numbers, not even close. But look what it gave me. It gave me a life, Craig. It gave me a freaking life. Still have it, too. I'm a lucky man. Blessed. And I'm not done.
And more, and
Sure.
the life is important, but the one thing you can never buy, no matter how much money, is the friendships you made in this sport.
Oh, unbelievable friendships.
That's what, so the camaraderie in this sport is like no other in my mind. So.
Dick Weber would be proud watching this today. I was telling Johnny don't mind me, I'm eating breakfast. Johnny didn't know this. Dick Weber was PBA member number 2. Johnny says, no way. I says, Carter was number 1. I says, you didn't know that? I said, there was 33 that signed. He signed the Budweisers first. Bluth was 3. Patterson was 4. Whaley was 4. Patterson was 5. Hennessy was 6. Then he went to Lillard.
Those guys could play a little, huh?
Oh, they were unbelievable. That's how it worked.
It's just funny you say that, and we're talking about the money. I didn't know till, I don't remember how many years ago, I learned, I'm sure you know, Don Carter was the first athlete to ever sign $1 million contract in any sport.
Yeah.
And then it took God knows how many years for another one to do it, but yeah.
In 1964, Carter endorsed 17 major brands. Cadillac, Ebonite, Budweiser, or Miller Lite. He had a thermos company. Listen to this one. They set up 10 thermoses.
Really?
And they showed his ball hitting the pins.
Oh, well, that's
And then they opened every thermos up, and none of them were broken. The commercial was that if the ball can't break a thermos on a bowling lane, it's the best thermos to buy.
Now that's funny. That's funny. I never heard of that or saw that.
I saw that commercial as a kid. I never forgot it.
That's funny as that.
He endorsed a thermos company.
No.
He endorsed Cadillac. GM gave him a Cadillac convertible every year.
Nice.
Yep.
But if I'm not mistaken, the $1 million contract was with Ebonite.
Ebonite, $100,000 a year.
Yeah.
That was big money in '64.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
That was a lot of money.
In
That was more than
1964.
Mickey. That was more than Mickey Mantle got.
Yeah. In 1964, that was life-changing money. Nowadays, it's where you almost need a year to survive.
Yeah.
Say.
Don't mind me while I eat. I'm starving. I haven't eaten
No.
in 3 hours.
Go for it. Yeah, we went and ate after practice session, and then decided to just come back, watch Katarina Bowl, and socialize a little bit, because if not, I was going back to the hotel and falling asleep, and then I'd have been up all night, so I didn't think that was a good idea. Because we got in pretty late, actually, this morning. We got in about 1:30 this morning.
Yeah. Well, watch Katarina Hagler, folks, on lane 16. She's 14 years old, and right now she's perfect with the first 16 in a row. 9-pin no tap. Last game, 10 of them were real, or 11 of them were real. So she's perfect every ball right now. That'll be something if Katarina shot 900 and won this thing.
That'd be pretty cool. Holy moly. Beasley just got one out to like the twig and ripped it. I mean, literally, it was halfway in the gutter.
Beasley's a good bowler. Is he a PBA champion?
Yes.
He is.
I wanted to say 2-time, but I can't swear to that.
Really?
Yeah, plus like 20-some regional titles on top of that.
Where's he out of?
Tennessee, I want to say. Clarksville, Tennessee.
Let's watch Beasley throw the ball, folks. That's a long-haired man right there.
That's the other thing that could affect the number. I haven't watched any. How's the left looking? About the same as the right, or?
I don't watch the left.
You don't want. You have to watch the left. That determines where the scores go.
I don't watch the left because I honestly feel that this house always plays good on the left, regardless of what the condition is.
Yeah, I guess Buttriff proved that when he was here, huh?
Yeah.
I watched your video saying, oh, I don't know, the left's not too good on this pattern, and he came out and he averaged like 250 for the 8 games.
And Couch was 1 ball away from the title match.
Yeah.
And he lost with 524 to Stouffer, which is a big number.
Yeah.
I don't feel the left can play bad in this house.
Okay.
It's just a question of how good the right plays.
Yeah.
Now, if the right doesn't play good, a lefty can probably win it. If the right plays good, there's so many good righties, I don't think the lefties can keep up with it.
Well, with this format, anything can happen. Though it's kind of like the format they've been running this week. This is the first national senior stop that I bowl that's done this. The regionals do it, where it's elimination match play.
Yes. 32, the first 8 are seeded, right? There you go.
I think so, yeah.
Yep. Did they establish the top 5 for the U.S. Open yet?
No, they have 8 more games this evening.
Who's leading? Buttriff?
Buttriff. Yep.
And then who's second? Belmonte?
No, he's not in like 15th. He's done. He'd have to have a miracle block to make the show.
Yep.
It's I actually just looked a little while ago, and now I'm just drawing a blank. I know Sterner's up there. Chris Vi.
He's got good. Sterner's out of Rochester. He got good.
Yeah.
Back-to-back shows there on 2 different patterns. That'll show you something.
Yeah, he's been a good player for a long time.
Yeah, I mean he was good, but it seems like all of a sudden the last 2 tournaments he got better than good.
Got a little sharper, I guess. I don't know, but he's someone I really enjoy doing it too, because he's a workaholic, and I like to see people that work for it get it, and he does work.
Nancy, what do you got there, Nancy? What's going on?
Billy wants you to sign.
Okay. Wants me to sign this?
Yeah, because he's got 2 Hall of Famers there. He needs another one.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, Larry. And if Tommy wouldn't have blown out his knee, I'd have you sign for him too.
Well, that's very nice. Thank you, my dear. Thank you so much. You look very nice today. You look great.
Thank you.
Just so you know. Tell your husband I was flirting with you a little, please.
Okay. Thank you, Larry.
You're welcome.
So here we go, Larry. It is Sterner's in second.
Wow.
Buttriff, Sterner, Vi.
Oh, and Christian Escona. Wow.
And Michael Davison.
Chris Escona, he throws it great. I like Chris Escona.
Yeah.
I hope he makes it. We get a Floridian in there.
There you go.
Be kind of neat, right? Okay, folks, you're watching the Audi of Fort Myers Pro-Am. Keep in mind, tomorrow morning is qualifying. It's on flow bowling. So that'll be it for me when we get off the air today. Thank God I get a rest. Here's the great Tom Baker, the legend out of Buffalo, New York. Lots of TV shows for the Bakes, folks. Still got that touch. Look at that beautiful stroke. Look at the Bakes. The Bakes still got it. Tom Baker, living legend. I'm going to go right back real quick to Tom Hess. Watch Tom Hess throw it now. Interesting game.
One of those
a Masters winner. Watch, big man now. About 240, 250. I mean, he gets it. Missed all last year as a rookie. Tom Hess looking good today. He'll be tough. You can bet he wants it. A lot of these guys in their rookie events now really want to make an impact. I mean, they're waiting for this. They're in that zone like between 40 and 50. The kids are too good and you're too old. And now all of a sudden you got rid of the kids and now you want to beat the guys.
You are the kid.
Now you're the kid.
Yeah.
My first PBA senior event, I had to beat Steve Neff to make TV. And he beat me.
Oh.
I was 6th. It was the highest finish I ever had.
Oh.
I had a 6th and a 9th. I only had 2 top 10s. And 6th and 9th, I only bowled, I think, 12 to 15 senior national tour stops. But I did have 7 finals. But I only got to the top 10 twice. Of course, when I was bowling, you had to get around Gene Stuss, Gary Dickinson, Larry Lobb, Barry Asher, Pete Couture, Bob Glass. It was like, come on, and Sutar.
It's the same. It just never changes. Now to make this show, you got to get around Walter Ray and Pete Weber and Norm Duke and Chris Barnes and Parker. And
It's the same thing. It's no matter what generation, you got to beat these guys that are just
the same guys you've been trying to beat for 30 years, right?
Yeah, exactly. I remember saying to myself after finishing 12th in a tournament, I got beat by Davis, Petraglia, Dickinson, and Asher, and I said, they beat me 50 years ago. I'm still here. I got to be an idiot. They just beat me 30 years. Now, how did I think 30 years later I was going to beat them? And I got down on myself because of it.
Yeah.
And then I realized, well, that's not the reason you went to bowl. You went to bowl because you love it. But they beat me for 30 years.
You're right. Same thing. Believe me, I'm what you're talking about.
Yep.
Trying to beat the same guys.
Yep. It's amazing how that
Always
happens.
hoping for that one miracle in a bottle, right?
Yeah. Keep in mind, folks, we will be on the air till this is over. And then the next time we're up, it'll be Tuesday night at about 7:30. And that'll be it. Tuesday and Wednesday. Wow, that came back a long way for Hess. Hess opening the lane up. Wow, interesting. Interestingly, on 15 and 16, Katarina Hagler, the young lady here, still perfect at 19 in a row. Katarina and her pro now bowling a great game. This young lady might have a chance to win this thing, although she's coming in with a very high average. I think she's like 225. This girl right here, 14 years old, from the East Coast too. Wow. Katarina looking great today. Pete Weber, Steve, I believe Pete Weber is either on this pair here, let's see.
He went down that way.
He's on 1 and 2, I can't get him. I only got cameras 9 through 32. And I think Pete Weber went down the low end of the house. I'm sorry about that. But he will be on Flow Bowling, that's for sure. If you folks can pull it up. Pete Weber is gifted. David. What do you want to do with all that stuff? Alrighty. Ascona, we got a Florida boy in there. Be kind of neat. He throws it good. He made that local TV show here for that top 5 of the World Series. So Ascona looking for his second telecast in about a 6-week stretch. Keep the camera here on this young girl now. Keep in mind, folks, Bruce Hall, her partner, out of New England. I've known Bruce Hall 40 years, very good bowler. Does all the NEBA live streams. Watch Bruce Hall. He can play the gutter as good as anybody. Get right in that dirt and go right up the gutter. Watch this. Oh. Deserve that, but
just
that's
what you
okay.
want to do in a 9-pin.
That's okay. We'll take that. Now, Katarina and Hall can go 600 here, so we're going to stay right here and watch that. That could be a lot of fun. shot. How's her stroke? How about the knee bend from the pivot into the slide? See the deep knees she has? She almost drags her kneecap with her right leg. Watch how low the knee gets with the right leg off the pivot. And there's Pete Weber.
No, he's
Watch how low the right leg knee gets. Watch it. Wow. So there's a young girl now, 14, bowling next to Pete Weber. Gonna shoot possibly her second 300 here. And it's not that easy. People think it is, it isn't. And here she goes for 300 number 2. That's a good shot there. That's 10. Hold it.
Oh.
No! I thought she threw it good. No, missed it. All right, 298. 598 going into game 3.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
Can I sign up for that for tomorrow?
I'd love that. I was talking to Bo Goergen earlier about his fantastic 862. 857's leading. He goes 598 the first 2. And then he goes strike 4, 6, 7, 10, 20, 24 in a second. So now he knows, right? He's got, or 26 in a second. So now he knows he has to strike it to the second ball in the 10th to win the single. Now 857 is leading. He's coming off an open. He's got to throw 9 in a row. He does. He gets an 8 count and beats 857 with 862 for an eagle.
That's crazy.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
598 for 2 in the USBC. And that might be, and I'm not saying it is, that might be the highest 2 games ever bowled back to back in the USBC.
Oh, I would have to.
I mean, there's only 2 scores more. It's either 599 or 600. There,
Yeah.
we know there ain't been a 600.
Yeah, I would have to guess there's no 599.
Yeah.
We were talking about the Megabucks a little while. I did watch Dan McClellan bowl 600 in a 2-game sweeper at the mini eliminator.
Steve Tomaselli, I don't have the scores here today. You probably have to call the bowling center tomorrow after everything's tabulated, or this evening. They should have the scores available online. Let me check. Let me get with Dave Stouffer here and find out about our scoring. Bear with me a minute.
Hiding, Dave Goodger. Just hiding, ain't you?
Okay, the way it works is Dave Stouffer's going to try and share the scores on his Facebook page tonight and the Southwest Florida Bowling Circle tonight. If not, they will be up tomorrow. They're going to pay out on Tuesday. They will pay out Tuesday. If you want to come in, you can get paid. And if I were you, I would do it. Because when you walk into a bowling center and get handed a check, it's a wonderful thing, or especially cash. It's wonderful to walk in the door and get money. Now, Bruce Hall is going to give Katarina here at least 298, right? 297, 298, because 299 and 300 are the same. So, in other words, if he gets 299, it's the 300. So, it's either going to be a 297, a 298, or a 300. Let's see what he gets. He won't get 6. There it is.
3 bills.
Bruce Hall, 300. Bruce Hall throwing the ball really good. Excuse me. We're back.
I want to thank you for letting me join.
That's
you for
all
a
right,
while.
Craig. Thank
I
you
really
for sitting with
enjoyed
me,
it.
my friend. Craig.
Thank you.
Florida Hall of Famer Craig Auerbach sitting with me. Hi, how are you? Oh, how you doing, Danny? Good to see you, man.
We will see you tomorrow. I'm
All right,
be
see
around,
you
Are you
tomorrow.
gonna be around to watch? I know you're not broadcasting.
What's that?
You coming down to watch?
Oh, I'm watching. Oh, yeah. It'd be fun to just walk around and watch. I need that.
All right, but we'll see you.
All right, let's watch Kretzer now, folks.
enjoy
Watch
it.
Kretzer on 14. This guy is fantastic. Watch the steps. Look.
Yeah, it's half as many steps as he used to take.
Yeah, he's a player too, folks.
Oh,
Believe me, Brian Kretzer is a legend. Oh, Adam Beloff's getting it. Believe me.
All right, there, have a good one.
All right. Adam Beloff's getting it. He's becoming a good bowler. He's learning. He's very observant. He's paying his dues. He's bowling a lot, different conditions, different tournaments, different environments. That's what it takes. It's all about knowledge. You've got to get knowledge. Good bowler and a wonderful man. You gonna sit with me again?
Yeah, I had to wait for Craig to give up.
Come on in, come on in.
Boy moved in. You gonna come in?
Well, you know, I can come on.
Come on, Gare.
All right.
I can stand up here. I don't know if I'll look any better.
I got Michael Haugen back with me now. The 2008 Tournament of Champions winner. And were you Senior Bowler of the Year?
2018 Senior Bowler of the Year.
So you led this tour for the year against Walter Ray, Duke, Weber, Parker. Did you beat anybody good, or who are those guys?
Bunch of has-beens.
Did you lead them for Senior Bowler of the Year?
I did, man.
How did you do that?
I just had a great year.
It's not that easy.
Had a great year. And you're right, it's not that easy. I mean,
what a year.
Norm didn't bowl the full schedule. He was bouncing around back and forth and whatever.
How about you, sir?
What's that, Larry?
How good did you get since I've known you last?
How good have I got?
You got very good. I see you. Gary, where are you? What part of Virginia?
Norfolk.
Norfolk.
Originally from New York.
From New York.
Half Moon, New York.
How long have I known you, Gary? Did you bowl PBA events when I was player service director?
I think I bowled maybe.
Sayville.
I think I maybe bowled 3.
Carolier, did you bowl those tournaments? No. Windsor Locks, never bowled those?
I did bowl the Empire State Open once.
Okay.
I bowled the Rochester Open once.
You bowled Rochester.
Yeah, I bowled the Marcel's.
Marcel's Olympic Bowl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, the 6th Bay Gym.
Yep, had my first PBA 300 there.
Come get in the picture.
The 6th Bay Gym. We got to move over a little
Get in
bit.
the picture a little bit. Now,
I didn't get a chance to bowl when
Now,
I
I
was
know
younger.
you've bowled very well in recent years on the senior tour. I've seen your name a lot. So refresh our audience. Top 5s, wins, what have we done?
Well, I haven't won any national stops. I got 3 regional titles.
3 regional titles.
Actually, I just beat Walter in November.
You beat Walter?
At a regional.
At a regional.
On one leg when I was looking at knee surgery.
Whoa. Now you own a pro shop?
Own a pro shop.
And I read some of your stuff. I'm trying to get caught up, so don't mind me. In Norfolk.
In Norfolk, yeah.
But you're from New York.
From New York, yeah.
Born in New York?
Born in New York, right outside of Clifton Park.
I was born in the Bronx. And yes, I am a Yankee fan, just for the record.
Sorry, I'm a Red Sox fan.
You have to, no, I will say it. And you're from a native Arizonan?
No, native Californian, Southern California.
Southern Cali, LA?
Long Beach, just
Long
outside
Beach.
of LA. So if you ever worked at Cal Bowl, you probably didn't. You probably worked Gable House.
I was at Cal Bowl during the Northridge quake in Lakewood.
Okay.
January 17th, 1994. I was there that Monday.
Okay.
And I worked every Los Angeles stop, or would bowled in every Los Angeles stop from 70 to 96.
Okay.
So you were there then?
Well, Cal Bowl was when I was like a teenager. Cal Bowl was probably like 15 minutes from where I live. So.
Yeah. I have very good memories of LA as a young man, bowling at the Bowling Square in Arcadia.
No, the bowling Square in Arcadia, yes.
Yeah, on
yes,
Baldwin
yes.
Avenue in Arcadia.
Yes,
That's
yes.
where we bowled. And I did go to 2 Super Bowls right there. 77 when Oakland played Minnesota, and
there you
87
go.
when the Giants played Denver. We were there in LA. I went to both those Super
Very
Bowls.
cool.
That was thrilling. I went with Harry Golden in 77 and my wife Ann, Michael's mother.
Oh, okay.
And then in 87 I went with Bill Hall. We went over there to Pasadena in the RV, parked it, and
Very cool.
yeah,
Very
cool.
cool.
Yeah.
Good times.
Now, do you guys are bowling every tournament?
Yeah.
Bowling every tournament here?
Yep.
Can't make money at home.
What brought on Norfolk? Kind of a smaller area considering where you came from.
My wife at the time got a job as a teacher down there.
Got it.
So we were actually living in Buffalo. So I was bowling all the Buffalo guys, Quindon,
Oh,
Kasuski,
bowling some horses there.
Newman. Well, we used to all travel around all of us.
Jack Jurek.
Angelo. Jurek was best man at my
Oh,
wedding.
Jack Jurek. Oh,
Jack
he's
was-
the best man for everybody's
Yeah,
wedding.
Jack was my best
He's the
man.
nicest man in the world.
Yeah, I tease Jack all the time and tell him he's bad luck.
Jack Jurek won his first PBA stop in my home house,
Yes,
Windsor
Windsor
Locks,
Locks.
Bradley Bowl. Where I
Against
learned.
Dave Draper, I believe.
And I was on that, and when that place was being built, I rode my bike on that foundation. I lived behind it. They put the roof up first and they poured the foundation. When it was hard, I drove my bike on it, burned rubber, and spray painted my name on it. In the summer of '62. I kid you not.
Nice.
Was there on opening day and loved it, of course. And sadly enough, the PBA Tour bowled there 17 years, and I never bowled, 27 years, I never bowled in front of my hometown. I had quit that summer to become player service director, and had bowled there late in the summer. I never bowled, but I did win my last regional there. I beat Bill Spiger, my 4th regional.
There you go.
I averaged 247 for 26 games, and I needed a strike in the 10th to beat him.
Wow.
I had 2 opens in 26 games. They were rather easy, and with a yellow dot. And I needed a strike to beat him.
Wow.
He shot 1,300 the last 5 to get to the position round, and it went to the 10th. If I don't strike, he can double to beat me.
Wow.
I was on a strike, but I strike, he
But
can't.
was it a 6 or a 7 series bleeder?
It was a 9R, just for the record.
Oh, it was a 9R.
It was a 9R bleeder that I got earlier that year in LA and saved it for myself for the regionals.
There
in
you
May.
go.
I got it at Western Columbia. I went and raided their warehouse and got a bunch of them.
Speaking of raiding warehouses,
Oh, I love to raid warehouses.
I,
every time I'd find a warehouse, I'd call the guy. Says Larry Lichtenstein. Oh yeah, Larry, how are you? Can I come over and berry pick? Oh, come on over. We'd love to see you. I'd take 15, 20 cases. Anything I could find that was good, I grabbed.
Oh yeah.
It was a great way to find equipment. Where else would you go? Go to a warehouse. They might have them in the back corner.
Gotta
I
call your
found
kid.
5Ps. I found yellow dot bleeders. I found all kinds of goodies. I found undrilled crown jewels in old boxes sticking in corners.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you can find.
I do that if I've got time going to a regional and I don't have
You
to
stop?
get there. Well, I take all the back roads in all the little towns.
And find a house
Find that
rack.
little-
and
that
there
little
might be
bowling
one, and you
center.
plug it and stick it in a house machine, and there you
Yeah.
got yourself a new toy.
Yeah,
You
I got
walk
you.
through a little 6 or 8 lane
Oh,
center and just
yeah.
say, you got
Oh,
any
yeah.
bowling balls you want to get rid of?
Oh,
And usually
yeah.
they've got something sitting there.
Oh yeah.
I've got a 61 Black Beauty with the original box.
Oh,
sitting in
those
my
are the
display
best.
case.
They say 1961 on them too. Some of them do had it engraved, 1961. The salmon colors had them engraved.
Did they?
The 61 salmon jewels said 1961 on it.
That's awesome.
I got a couple LT48s. Still haven't found a block letter one yet.
What kind of machine do you drill on?
I just got a converted vacuum jig.
Got a
that-
converted
I
vacuum?
converted it and put on the Jayhawk tri-oval
Yeah.
jig on it. I had an Ovalmatic.
Did you have an Ovalmatic?
I had an Ovalmatic that I bought used from some guy that had it sitting outside in his backyard, and unfortunately that that destroyed it.
No way.
Yeah.
An Ovalmatic that was in somebody's backyard?
Yeah,
Do you
down
know
here-
who invented
down
the
here in Florida.
Ovalmatic? What does that say?
Well, we know who that is. It's you.
That's 1980 when I invented it and started selling it. And in 85, I sold the rights to Ray. and
Ray DeSantis.
and Ernie Harder.
Yeah.
And it became the Oval-matic. But it used to be the Litchko. Look, Mike, I had hair. Look.
Yeah.
Those jigs are unbelievable.
And you know, the reason I did that was I was lining them up with a protractor and a yellow pencil, and then I would move the ball and get it on line. And I had so many guys throwing ovals by 78, 79 that you could miss by a couple degrees.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, we didn't allow slugging and we didn't allow plugging.
Plugging, right.
Well, all of a sudden, you had to eat balls, and it was not fun.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we were bowling in Rochester in the fall of '78, and I had high tonies. And they were like the Oval-matic. They came out of Japan, but they didn't swivel. And Ernie Harder and Ray Sr. came out, and I said, see this jig right here? Could you make it swivel for me so I could line it up? Yeah, we could do that. Can you leave it? I says, no, but I got a spare. So I left it, and they put it on a swivel base. And then I said, well, why don't we go one step further? Ernie worked at Kodak. I says, can you get tooling? Yes. We started building them. The deal was they built 10, I buy them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the only one that can sell them. Every 10, I buy. They were $1,200 a piece. I'd give them a check for $12,000. I would sell them for $2,200 a piece, so I'd make $10,000. I had them in my truck, so I'd sell them in every city. At the end of 5 years, I sold about 80 of them.
Yeah.
That's
All
awesome.
the PBA members who loved them.
Yeah.
And then I got out of it, and my business just got too big.
That's what I had in the shop at Thruway Lanes when I was in college.
Oh, you were Thruway.
Yeah,
I
was in
love
college.
Thruway.
Yeah, I was there at Thruway from '87 to '89. I was in the shop.
I think the last year we were there is '88.
Me and Ray Bellett were in the shop.
Wow, I was there '74 to '88. The last year the tour board, and I love Walden Avenue.
Yeah, and that's what
I love going over to T-Birds and eating at Salvatore's Italian Gardens, and then I would go downtown and eat at Chef's with Baker.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
What food?
A lot of good food in Buffalo.
Oh, I love the food in Buffalo.
One thing I miss about not being up there is just the food.
So now you don't live in Carefree anymore?
No,
That
sir.
was quite a town. That was a new town. That was
It still
founded
is.
in 1992, wasn't it?
Maybe because it's like right next to Cave Creek.
Yeah.
But it's a nice little place. But yeah, I was living with Jordan. You remember?
Yeah.
And then I met my wife, and I moved in with her. And
I met your wife.
And,
I met her. It was beautiful. I remember meeting her.
Yeah.
I know it was her.
Oh, it was her.
I met her.
Oh yeah.
She was very nice, beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you.
Very nice. And so now you live in what town again?
We live in Phoenix. We live right by the
Live in
airport.
Phoenix.
She's a flight attendant, so we live close to the airport.
Yeah. I'm going back to New England in May. I'm going to take a little time off and go to New England. I'm going to go to Martha's Vineyard in June and spend a month. Live there in my RV right at the vineyard.
You gonna
Right
see
behind
Mikey?
a 10-laner. I can plug in. Oh,
There
yeah,
you
I'm going
go.
to see Mikey. It's
All
out.
right.
It's empty. I think I'm going to stay there a while and rest. I'd like to live on an island and see what it feels like. The only way to get over there is by barge. I got to get my RV on a barge with the 18-wheelers and
Go over.
drive off.
Okay.
That's how to get the groceries there. 18-wheelers go over every day. There's no bridges. I have to try that. I want to live on an island. What do you think about that?
I can't live on an island.
Why is that?
I would get.
You get claustrophobic?
I don't think I'd get claustrophobic.
You get island
but
phobia?
I don't know what it would be, but I like having more somewhere to go. I think you would see too much of the island too quick, and you'd get bored with it.
Well, I
How
don't
can a
know.
guy
If you
be
got
a-
a couple of golf courses and a private airstrip.
How can a guy be afraid of an island when he was 55 pins down going to 7th frame and win the Tournament of Champions?
I'm not afraid of the island.
Wait a minute, you
I'm
pulled
not
off a
afraid of
miracle.
the island. I said I wouldn't. I would get bored on the island.
You'd get bored.
It's too small.
Do you know Jackie Onassis' house was just sold on it for $42 million, the one she lived in, that she owned. There was another owner, but it sold $42 million.
Wow.
What kind of a house sells for $42 million, bro?
Her house, evidently.
Yes.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a lot.
Yes.
That's quite a bit of cabbage, as Mikey would say.
Yes. Now John Burket's on 9 in a row.
Actually, yeah, him and whoever was in front of him, which might have been. Let's see, where's Marsalis? It was.
How many pairs were you skipping?
You skipped 2, I think. Bolden the 3rd.
Now,
So
did you know Burket when he lived in Phoenix?
I did not know
You did
John.
not know him.
I did not meet John actually until he started bowling. I bowled on the 50 tour.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't living in Phoenix when he came out.
Yeah. Were you there for the A&W Root Beer Opens? I was.
No.
You weren't there yet.
No, I was living in California.
You were there at the time. Okay.
Yeah.
John and I met there with Matt Williams, who ended up managing the
Yeah.
Washington.
Diamondback.
Diamondbacks and Washington. And I have pictures of me and John and Matt Williams from that tournament 30 years ago.
That's awesome.
So nice to have you guys here. Thanks for coming.
He's a great story.
I'm looking forward to coming
I hope you have a great tour this year. You missed last year. What a bummer.
Well, I mean, some people got laid off and lost their jobs and never getting them back. At least we got to come back.
No, I agree with you. The whole country suffered. Luckily, we're all healthy. We start again. I've lost some friends to COVID.
Yeah.
I've had 6 or 7 good friends.
I've lost a few.
Yeah. We lost Terry Leone not too long ago.
That one bothers me. I want to tell you guys.
In good shape too.
I want to tell you a wonderful Terry Leone story. When I got inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, he got away with that one.
He went to the dinner. So he's watching Mika, me, and Barnes. He's there, and I'm hugging Terry. I love Terry. And he says to me, Litchie, next year, when you come back, I said, I'll be back. I want you to stay in my house. I've got 6 cars. He says, I've got a Chevy 409. I said, give me the cheapest one in case I rack it up. So I'm planning on staying with Terry. So I called Terry in February.
Yes.
And I said to him,
let's see if John can do this. Dead flush.
He can.
Much better shot.
And I said, I'm coming the end of May, or the beginning of May. Is the deal still on? Yes, Litchie, you got a room, you got the key to the house, you got a car. Terry and I, since he was a kid, bowling, his first PBA events, he would come to me, I'd change his grips.
Yes.
At that time, I was already, very well business on the tour. Him and I are good friends. Then the COVID comes, and I call him up, and I tell him I got to cancel. I ain't going to Vegas. That's the last time I talked to him. I am sick of it. I'll never get over it.
Yeah.
Because I was going to stay with him, and I loved him.
Yeah.
He's a fine man, and loved by everybody.
Yeah, it was. I don't know how long it was before he passed, but
it was quick.
We had
he
bowled.
got it Thanksgiving night, and he was gone in a week.
No, but I'm saying, like I had seen him. I bowled a member, non-member doubles in March of last year.
Yeah.
In Vegas, and I bowled with Dottie Nadu's kid, Chase.
Yes.
And Chase and I bowled, and I stayed at Terry's house. He let me stay at his house.
Yeah.
And we went out and played golf and the whole thing, and bowled the tournament or whatever.
Yeah.
And we were talking about getting together again, and then, like you just don't get out there for whatever reason. And then And then Dottie told me he's in the hospital and he's sick. He's not doing well. And we're like, oh. Is he going to be okay? And they're like, we don't know, And then, of course, obviously things took a turn for the worse. And very unfortunate because Larry, God, he was one of the good ones.
Well, we lost several. Rich Karuba got it, but he had other complications, but he got that.
Okay.
And there was a young man from Syracuse named Cliff Saliba who was the PBA lane man from 78 to 82.
Yeah, he passed away.
He passed away from it. So we've lost several men affiliated with the PBA, once bowled the tour, employees. Tragic, but thank God we're here and we start again. That's all we can do. Pray for them and move on.
Yeah,
that's all you can do.
All you can do is live for today and the next day. And remember.
Now, do you guys room together every tournament?
Yeah.
Most every tournament.
You drive.
When we try.
Whose car are you using? Yours?
I'm the chauffeur.
Well, for this.
How do you like it?
I love it. For this coast. We go on the West Coast or East Coast. He's a chauffeur.
Yeah.
Then we go out west, and then I drive, and I take him around.
I got it.
And
Perfect.
then we do the Midwest, and usually he drives again.
That's a nice way to save some dough.
So we got a nice little relationship going on.
You got a van?
Oh, Ford Edge.
Yeah.
Big enough.
20, 30 balls?
No, he's got 21.
I got 18 in there. I don't got 21.
18. What do you got?
18.
I flew out with 10. But I'm like the trucks will be here whenever the truck is here.
The trucks will be here.
I'll throw them on the truck.
Yeah.
There won't be room
and
for
when
everything.
we head out west, I'll just take 6,
Yeah.
the 6 main ones, and then just drill up what I need out there.
Yeah. Are you on the staff?
Brunswick and Turbo and High Five.
No, I'm on Vice Insert staff. That's it.
That's it?
I'm independent as a bowler right now.
Right now you're independent? Do you like being independent?
Sometimes.
So, depending on the environment?
Well, I mean, I think there's pros and cons to both.
There's pros and cons.
Being independent, obviously some lane surfaces don't match up to certain balls at times. It's nice to have the options.
So you get what you want.
But in the same token, it's nice to be able to have some eyes behind you at times.
No question.
And obviously, even if there's no eyes behind you, to make a phone call and say, like when I was with Storm, I'd call Hank and say, hey, Hank, I'm bowling on this and I'm seeing this and this is what I'm doing. He's like, well, you need to do this, this, and this, you know.
Wow.
And so that was nice to have. But, but you know.
And who's your rep, Gary, on this tour?
Oh, on this tour, Tom Carter does most of it on
Tom
this tour.
Carter, pro shop operator Wayne Webb's.
Yep.
Spin around.
Every now and then, Chuck Gardner will show up.
Oh, Chuck will show up. Good.
There's
good.
a couple of times in the majors, Eric Krause has showed up.
Did you ever have Mo lay out any stuff for you?
I used to do a lot of stuff with Mo.
Unbelievable. How about Mo?
I used to do a lot of. Actually,
how about Mo?
I just put up.
My God.
I just put up a bunch of videos that I had on a hard drive. I had an external hard drive on my laptop.
Yeah.
And we started a bunch of videos called Mo Knows that never got published.
Good.
So I had them sitting on my my hard drive,
Good.
and then his son Mikey's little site, Bowling Science.
Yeah.
I went and put them up there so Mikey and his family could
Good.
watch them. So they're
Good.
up there so people can watch them.
Good.
But that was the start of Mo Monday.
Was I telling you about my? Did I tell you about my relationship with Mo? It was the freakiest thing. I had just bought my Greyhound in May of '75, and I gutted it. And I had a living quarters up front and a drill press in the back, and that's how I started my business. I was already player service director a year, but there was no drilling. My goal was to make 100 a week.
Okay.
Period. So I go all summer. I'm making about 100 a week. In the fall, Columbia got on and gave me 24 yellow dots, so the 100 a week now went to 600 a week. And within the second week, Brunswick got on and gave me 24 LTs, and now it went to 1,000 a week. So all of a sudden, instead of making 750 from the PBA, it was 1,750. Then Ebonite got on, then AMF got on, and then it went to 2750. So I went from drilling hardly any new balls a week to 100 every week. Well, we get to Syracuse, and I had seen him the year before in '74. He's a goofy-looking guy with long hair, looked like Jesus. Not to knock Jesus. And he was kind of weird. Mm-hmm. He knocks on my door and he says, "Lich, can I come in your bus?" I says, "Yeah, come on in." He's watching me lay him out. He's not saying a word. I'm telling him for who and why. Pappas this, Davis that, Petrarch. It's 3-piece, so it's pretty simple. But he's wanting to watch. I'm scribing. Nobody scribed. I'm scribing with a safety pin. Nobody scribed. Everybody used yellow pencils. When people said to me, "Why'd you scratch my ball?" I said, "I didn't. I scribed it." "Well, why don't you use a pencil?" I said, "Well, what side of the pencil line would you like me to hit?
Exactly.
And I'll tell you if I can hit it or not." I says, "I'm hitting those lines, and then I'm putting the drill bit on them." Okay.
And the most you're ever going to be off is 128th of an inch.
So I told him that, so the scribe started. Meanwhile, he's watching me scribe, and I'm scribing. And about an hour in, he starts telling me that he's going to invent weight blocks. Now I know he's nuts. Because nobody had anything but a pancake. This is 1975, remember? They were flat, they were saucers, right?
Yeah.
And I get back a year later, there he is again, and he's telling me about the weight blocks. And he's got a coffee cup, a styrofoam cup, and he's got a piece of styrofoam taped with this way and one this way, and it looks like a cup like this with one thing here and one thing here. And then this is before urethane.
Oh, yeah.
And he's telling me this, and I'm thinking, sounds pretty good. Well, what could it possibly do? It can't be the yellow dot. There's no way it's going to be the 5P, a 5Q, and a 5R, because Roth can make that ball talk, and so can Dickinson and Hudson, and everybody wants them, and they work. 77, there he is again. Now he's starting to get a little bit of a reputation around there. About 78 or 79, he's telling me he's inventing. And then when the hammer came out in 81, and I see him again, now he's telling me what his weight blocks are going to do in that stuff. And then it starts.
Oh, yeah.
And then he becomes the king. What a story.
Back in the 70s when he was doing a lot of the stuff out there in Ithaca.
Yeah.
On his kitchen table, he would just have bowling balls sitting there that he had drilled holes in, put weights in to try to simulate a weight block.
Yes,
and he's doing
he made his own weight blocks.
He's doing all these calculations at his kitchen table, and then he's going up and he's
He
throwing
told
them.
me that. He said he was loading balls up.
Oh, yeah.
With barium and different things, and he had this way and this way and this way and this way, and he told me that. And I'm thinking he's crazy.
When I was growing up,
but you know, when you don't know anything, you think a lot of things are crazy.
Sure.
Then he proved everyone else wrong. An absolute genius.
Yeah, when I was growing up bowling juniors, all the better bowlers around Albany, Jimmy Lewis, Dorstack, Scatia,
those guys,
Johnny Walther,
Sonny Dorstack, what a bowler he was.
They would all once a year hop in a van and drive to see Mo and get 2 or 3 bowling balls drilled and come back, and that's what they used for the season.
How about the Moose?
The Moose.
You know what I'm talking about. He was with Dorstack and all those guys. He's got a lot of 300s. Oh, I can't think of him.
Yeah, you got me at a loss.
You'll know
Sure.
immediately. Not Rick Carney, not Peckham. After them,
Jordan would know.
You know what I'm talking about.
Jordan would know.
He's funny. He's a character. He's a character. He bowls at Town Bowling Academy. That's where he does all his bowling with the Capullos. He's there all the time. Oh, I can't think of his name. I'll think of it. I'll get somebody. Ryan, somebody will remember his name.
I'm sure I probably know.
You know him. He's got a lot of 300s. He's a good bowler. He's a legend.
Leclerc probably knows him right off the top of his head.
Yeah, Leclerc knows him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leclerc's not here, though. He bowled earlier.
Leclerc's great.
Real good.
He's real good.
Really good.
Well, I'm so glad you guys are here. So glad you made the trip. We're going to have a hell of a 4 weeks. You got Chris Keenes right after here, right up the coast.
Yep.
For 4 weeks action. Get you sharp. Now you
see what happens.
Now you can bowl on something and get sharp.
Yeah, get sharp.
Kind of tough to just practice and do nothing for a year.
Yeah, we got to almost do that. We got to get sharp and then we sit for a while.
Sitting and doing nothing and waiting and waiting.
I know. I had everything shut down for 4 months before I could even get back into the shop.
You were down 4 months.
4 months. Yeah. And the bowlers really haven't come back yet. I'm still waiting for them to come back.
Yes, a lot of reasons like that. Barry Asher told me he doesn't know if he'll ever go back into the bowling center in LA. It's for sale. We had U.S. Opens there.
Oh yeah, Fountain Valley.
Fountain Valley. He says he thinks Fountain's done.
I'm in the largest center there. I'm in a 60-lane center.
You got 60?
60.
That's a big house.
Really big. All straight line.
Whoa.
And he's under the Bowlmore curtain.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's safe.
Well, for the past 25 years, they've had a league in there on Saturday night. 5-person mix. It takes up the whole house. 60
on
teams.
a Saturday night?
6 o'clock.
I haven't seen that in 50 years.
They haven't bowled in a year and a half, and they probably won't come back because most of the league is now sitting there going, "Hey, I can do something on Saturday night."
That's the tragedy of it. Sometimes you will not get them back.
Their open play is through the roof, but the league bowlers just haven't come back yet.
Yeah.
Well, you bowl early or late?
We bowl early, so we're going to call it a day, Larry.
Yeah, me too. I've been going since 10 o'clock. I need a rest. I'm going to go home, feed the cats, pop in tomorrow morning. I can actually get up, and I'll be here early. I don't sleep. Anyways, good luck.
It's a pleasure.
I expect to see you both in the top 32.
That'd be nice.
I'm sure you will be there. Your fans will be watching from around the country on Flow Bowling. You got a big following when you come out?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah. Not a huge one.
High school friends, longtime friends?
I do, yeah, a lot of that.
I'll bet you do.
A lot of my customers.
You've been around as long as you have. I'll bet you got a following.
A little bit. A lot of my customers watch.
Yeah.
They're my family.
Yeah.
Their friends.
Do you get texted while you bowl?
I do.
You do?
I do.
The fan club wants to know?
What are you using? What did you just do right there?
I love it. I love it.
I do.
That's wonderful.
I'll pull out my phone and
They
answer.
want to talk to the horse. You drill their equipment. They want to know what you're doing.
They send me a Facebook message. I'll pull out the phone.
You're bowling the best that ever lived. They want to know what's going on.
Absolutely. They let us
You're
do
bowling
it,
with Weber and Walter Ray and the Bakes and the great ones.
And
Haugen.
Most of the time I get the Facebook messages from people that are laying out bowling balls and they're going, "Hey, I need something. What are you doing?" So, okay, hang on a minute.
Really?
Figure it out.
And you find them something?
And I send them, "Hey, did you download the app yet? Do the app."
Really?
I got a phone app, that will give you dual angle layouts based on lane patterns, rev rates.
Really?
Yeah, it took me about 8 months to code.
Wow.
I released it the day before they shut everything down last year during.
You have a layout app. Put that on there.
Can you see it?
Oh no, jiggle it, get the light right, see if you can get it.
I don't know if we'll be able to get it.
It should come on without any problems.
You got the latest update?
No.
Yeah, here's the latest.
I don't have the latest update.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's called the Paddock app.
The Paddock app.
Yeah, and you can come in here, and I just added a new section for no thumbers. So if you're a no thumber, you can come in here.
Yeah.
And
thank you. Thank you.
You can pick something you want. Say you want a strong angular layout, and you're a no thumber.
Oh come on! What did you just show me?
And then come down here, and put in what your vertical axis line coordinate is. And let's just say this guy he's 2 inches down.
Yeah.
You pop that in there. You hit create.
Yeah.
And it pops out your layout, and then you can hit view, and it gives you the layout, and the flare pattern, and the axis migration.
Isn't that something?
That's your roommate?
That's my roommate.
You didn't tell me he went to MIT.
Hey, you remember Indiana Jones?
Yes.
Choose wisely.
Now, if you just wanted to
I
create
chose
a layout,
yeah,
you can take reaction shape. Say you want angular, you want a strong arc, smooth, or smooth arc or smooth. We'll just go with strong arc.
Yeah.
Your transition time is how fast do you want the ball to lose tilt and rotation? Let's say we need to have it a little bit faster. We want it to tip a little quicker.
Yeah.
And then your ball motion, do you want it to go forward? Do you want it continuous? Do you want it to hook and stop? Or do you want a low flare? We'll go continuous. You can put in your tilt. Hit layout. Gives you your dual angle layout. Tells you what that layout wants to do for that ball core shape. You can come over here and view the layout in the ball. If you're left-handed, you can hit change. And you could also come here and see that is what the motion might do with that ball.
Hoss, it does everything but throw the ball for you.
In the words of Will Smith in Independence Day, I gots to get me one of those.
Oh yes.
Wow. Did you do that? Is that you?
That's all me. I started that in a Google spreadsheet. In the Google
Oh my
Sheets.
God, I can't believe what I just saw.
And what I was doing was I had this whole
So come in a little so we don't miss you.
I had this whole spreadsheet designed to where people were coming in buying balls off of eBay.
Yes.
And they'd put them on the counter.
Yes.
They're not plugged and go, what is this ball going to do for me?
Yes.
Well, looking at it, you can't tell unless you start putting lines on it. Let's figure out the angles and stuff.
Yes.
So what I would do is I would figure out the angles, and in the spreadsheet, I would just pop the angles in. I would pop the pin distance in, and then it would automatically tell me what this ball wants to do based on what we're using with dual angle layout theory. You know, the sums of the angles, the relationships of the angles, and things like that. And I was using that for like 4 months. And a guy's in the shop getting the ball drilled, and he's looking at it up there, and I'm doing things for him. He goes, I wish I had that on my phone.
How did you learn this?
It's just on the internet. You know, I learned how to program the app on the internet. But, you know, all like dual angle layout theory and all that stuff, you know, I've been hanging out with Mo for I don't know how many years. So that stuff just got drilled
That's
into my
the
head.
best thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's amazing, isn't it?
In my life. That's the best thing I've ever seen for layouts in my life. There ain't nothing close to that.
I have a lot of pro shops around the country that use it because it makes them more efficient.
That's the name of the game.
Exactly.
Don't make mistakes.
Right.
Don't be guessing on a $200 guess. What if you're wrong?
Yeah. Right.
Why would you do that to a customer who trusts you?
And if you're sitting there with 6 or 7 people in your shop waiting to get stuff drilled, you don't want to sit there and think a half an hour, what layout does this guy need?
Right.
Just plug in the information and let this do all the thinking for you. Because it's going to do the same thing that you're thinking. It's just going to do it quicker. That's
I'm
all
going
it
to get
is.
one of those. Got a lot of nice comments here. Jay Beloff in California. Look at all the people. Had a lot of views today for a practice session. Look at the minutes watched. Watch this.
You're the ledge, man.
Look at this. For a PBA practice session, 25,000 minutes watched. That's pretty good.
Every time you put something up on Facebook that you're going to go live,
Yeah.
I'm in the shop. It
Yeah.
gets casted right to my TV, and that's what I got sitting
Well,
up there.
it's
'Cause
an honor.
The customers
It's an
love
honor to hear
watching
that
it.
from you.
Customers love it.
I try to talk about everything because bowling is everything. It's just not pros, it's amateurs, it's kids, it's people who just love to bowl, it's families. And I look across here, you know, you got a baseball pitcher, you got a man at New Montpelier, you got men and women, all different backgrounds. And then the amateurs that came in and bowled with us today want to be part of it, right? What a wonderful deal. It's wonderful to be able to do this and promote it. And all areas should do this. What I often tell all my listeners is, don't go by this, do it. If bowling is failing in your community, do it. You've got to get it into the living rooms.
Yes.
You've got to get it on their laptops and on their cell phones. Just not the PBA, I'm talking local bowling. They're the ones that pay to bowl all the time.
The only local guy that I know that does anything like this is Dougie Vision.
Yeah.
Where he sets up pot games on the East Coast and he goes in and
which
he just...
is also great. That's also great.
Games.
That's part of bowling too.
Yeah.
And anything you can to get it in the living room. I don't care if it's kicking it down the lane. Just show them there's actually something inside of the building.
Absolutely.
You know,
I had Mo's son working with me for about a year, and we used to, before we opened up the shop.
Yeah.
We were in there an hour early, getting all the work done.
Yeah.
And we would actually do live Facebook feeds.
Yeah.
Of us just sitting in the shop
on
the drill press.
It's gotta be the best ever.
It's
like a talk show with Johnny Carson. Why wouldn't you? Right. Why wouldn't you bring in a great group of minds and let everybody hear what you have to say?
Yeah, be a fly on the
wall. Like this
man.
alone, I'm sure, has helped a lot of people. It has to. You know, you got veterans, you got people that do it for a living, you got champions, you got lifers. Why not? That's what we got here in the concourse. Look what's going on in here right now. And that's how much people love it. They're not leaving.
That's good.
You know, they want to stay, they want to talk, they want to learn.
No, it's good. That's the way it should be.
I know. Thank God we still have facilities like this. You'll get the same thing, I believe, in Clearwater and the villages.
The villages.
The state of Florida did very well during the pandemic. We didn't get hurt. We only lost 10 weeks, and it bounced back quickly, very quickly. Thank God for us. I don't want to gloat because other areas of the country didn't have that. But we were fortunate enough to get it. So we're running with it. We're promote, do what we can. Got to run with it when you're rolling.
I know the fourth stop in Aberdeen, North Carolina at Sand Hills Bowling Center.
Yeah.
They are really excited.
They're ready.
Yeah, that tournament's sold out.
Good. Thank God. Thank God it's so. Thank God. Thank God they wanted us.
Yeah.
You know, it's right now. It's a shaky investment to spend this kind of money at the end of the bowling season. Leagues are over, and you got to come up with You got to come up with the nut.
It's rough.
They're asking for a commitment.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to let you guys go. I know you got a busy evening. You want to dine, eat, get ready.
You bet.
We're going to be watching you tomorrow. I'm going to be spectating tomorrow. And hope one of you guys get in there. Have a shot at winning.
I hope we both get in there.
Get in there and have a shot at winning.
We'll just have to figure out the standard bet every single tournament. That's right. The guy who finishes higher buys
I
dinner.
watched you throw it today. I was curious. I wanted to see what you had because I saw you had several good tournaments a few years ago. I thought you did. Did you bowl well in several of these?
You made the show in Hammond.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, yeah, my first show was in Hammond.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I saw you bowled well.
So I get to bowl a Hall of Famer the first match, Monacelli.
Yeah. Well.
And I got lucky to get by Monacelli.
Yeah.
So my reward is I get to bowl another Hall of Famer. I get to bowl Duke. So Duke runs the front 9 at me. He shoots 270. I shot 240.
Yeah.
But if I got past Duke, then I would have had Ron Moore.
Yeah.
And if I got past Ron Moore, I would have had Bob Lerner.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh.
And the next thing I would say to you, well, what'd you expect?
Yeah. And then
you knew it's going. That's the way it's going to be,
the way
right?
it's going to be.
2 years ago, I finished 4th in the Senior Masters.
Yes, I saw that. I saw you had some big tournaments.
Yeah, that was.
I saw that.
That tournament right there, that Senior Masters, was really when my knee really started going.
I was curious because now a lot of you younger guys I didn't know.
Yeah.
Because now, obviously, I knew many, but
sure.
They're the guys that are in their early 50s or in their second, third year out here. A lot of them I didn't know. I've been off the road 25 years, so the only way I would have known you is if you had bowled in your early 20s.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, middle 20s.
I took a different career path when I was young.
Yeah. Well, all right. Congratulations on your careers. Thank you. Thank you for educating me. I'm going to get your app. I might have to recommend some drillings when I go north. Everybody's going to ask me, Larry, and I'm stale, believe me. I haven't drilled for 3 years. I probably missed everything.
I don't think you'd miss anything.
Oh, I missed.
I tried to make it
after what I just saw he's got, I missed.
I tried to make it as simple as possible. Just pick what you want and let it do its work.
All right, men. Thank you. See you in the morning.
Yes, sir.
How about that, guys? Gary Faulkner and Mike Haugen. Wow. All right, we're going to call it a night. Want to thank all of you again for watching. It's been a wonderful, wonderful day here at Lightning Strikes. We will not be on the air again until Tuesday night, so pull up Flow Bowling. They're ready. They're the best in the business. Make sure you watch this event. Tell your friends this weekend. PBA Senior Tour is back. PBA is back here at Fort Myers. First time in Southwest Florida in 21 years. So support them, watch them. See you all Tuesday night. If maybe they'll have me in the Flow Bowling booth tomorrow. Maybe they'll want a story or two, so we'll see what happens. Again, we want to thank all of you, and as usual, I want to wish all of you a lot of good luck and good bowling. Thank you very much.